Been through the flame, now get out the way. Whole lot of change, still been the same, put that on the name. I had to go through it just to get to it, look what I became. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. I do it with ease, to you it's a burden, to me it's a breeze. You feel that? That winner's degree, that kickback. You coming at me, boy, sit back. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and vroom right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in the room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in the few, might land in the tomb. I'm leaving no remnants, they all in attendance. Gotta go big, I aim for the fences. It's mine, I sense it. Back in the scene, I'm back to the business. Back on the front line, gotta grind, it's time, let you be the witness. At the time, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got the franchise on me, you more like G League, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boy been washed up, I'm notched up in TTA. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in the room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in a few, might land in a tomb.
Shopping when we touch down. We riding round, my windows down. let's do something crazy. Get a bit wild today, cause we don't do this every day, and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize. This is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us. This is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive.
Yeah, motivated, I'm focused. Came a long way from the lowest. Yeah, gotta get it, the mindset, gotta put it in motion. This is the moment, gotta one up my opponent. Back then they ain't noticed me, now they know it's me. I'm the chosen. It's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
Yeah, whole lot of times they doubted I wouldn't be who I am without it. Sleepless nights, I counted. It all paid off, it's really astounding. I had to keep the faith to elevate. Hope for better days, they were coming. Now we can celebrate, knowing every day is abundant. Yeah, it's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
Tell me where the competition. Seem like they all been missing. Never made a wrong decision. It's got me walking different. I stay gassed up. Please point the opposition. No scope, it's no joke. Just know I aim with raw precision. I went and got my bid up quick, 100 figures. They once was competition, now ain't sitting with us. Been on a wave since we've been away. Snatch the game, now we here to stay.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
It's that you can't touch me. Things get ugly, they mad now. This all must be a whole new level to count. I'm packing on the pounds, pulled up with the dog hound, and I still had time to shut it down. Now you see them all screaming my name. See them trying to switch to my lane. They ain't never fit that frame. Only present when the cash came. Plenty days I've been on the road chasing. No legend ever said they was complacent. Nah.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
the title like there are no rivals. Doing the eyes closed, give me a blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. I'm taking my shot, like my hands on the rifle. Yeah. It's now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Woo. Now or never. It's now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Yeah. Now or never. Yeah. Look. Keep quiet, the queen's talking, keep walking. Couple of rings brought in, lines choking. Couple of reporters reporting. Firing line with the red dot, no recordings. Taking the title like there are no rivals. Doing the eyes closed, give me a blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. I'm taking my shot, like my hands on the rifle. Yeah. It's now or never.
Didn't know how man stay fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. Didn't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. Didn't know how man stay boss, man, I pay that cost, long nights on the job. Didn't know, I'm a pro. Didn't know, I'm in the zone. Didn't know how man stay fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. Didn't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. Didn't know how man stay boss, man, I pay that cost, long nights on the job. Didn't know, I'm a pro. Didn't know, I'm in the zone. In my zone. Yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone. Focus on my goals. Whoa. Doing my thing, got the blinders on. Filling my stack, yeah, high and long. Time is on. I am a bomb. Golden touch, got the Midas on. Man, I don't play. I'm on the way. Beast mode, King Kong coming today. Obstacles try delay. Crush that, we don't just do okay. Hey, on a wave from the cave to main stage. I'm about to engage. Raise the price of my wage. Didn't know how man stay fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. Didn't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. Didn't know how man stay boss, man, I pay that cost, long nights on the job. Didn't know, I'm a pro. Didn't know, I'm in the zone. Didn't know how man stay fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. Didn't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. Didn't know how man stay boss, man, I pay that cost, long nights on the job. Didn't know, I'm a pro. Didn't know, I'm in the zone. In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals. Whoa. Of my wage. Didn't know how man stay fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. Didn't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. Didn't know how man stay boss, man, I pay that cost, long nights on the job. Didn't know, I'm a pro. Didn't know, I'm in the zone. In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals. Whoa.
VCT EMEA 2025.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Ascension. I know you guys must have missed us because I've missed being here and the teams here. We are into the playoffs phase now, which means today there's a lot on the line and of course the chance to play in Berlin in the studios. But before I get ahead of myself, let me bring in your analyst with me for today. It's Kukuka and Pilski. Guys, the stakes are very, very, very high, and Kukuka, it means that one spot, of course, for one of our teams to get into VCT EMEA 2025, and we have 4 teams competing for it.
Yeah, it's crazy. So it's not going to be 2 for 2 for the Frenchies. We'll give them that, right? And probably not what happened last year. People expecting Apex to be the one making it. They have a new chance this year, but I would be super, super excited if, for example, a team like Pacific ends up making it to VCT and just see what the future holds for 2025.
Oh, so close. You see just how brutal the format is. Like, so many teams so close in map score overall. Really could have been make or break. But these are the 4 teams that we ended up with. Like it or hate it, you know, they've made their way through the group stage. And I'm keen to see who's going to make it through to LAN and whether that's going to make a bit of a difference as well.
I honestly think it will, but yeah, it has been extremely competitive between our teams and also our players. And Pilski, even if these players don't end up winning, I think they're gonna get picked up. Like, just look at these stats.
100%, you know, a lot of great players to be keeping your eye on. Obviously, come back right up the tippy top. Kind of head to head with Kayak there, who has played actually a fair few more rounds in terms of sample size. So he's actually got very impressive stats as well. And the thing I love about him is he's got a bit more of a flexible agent pool. But even in some other roles, you're even seeing someone like Lotus have extremely good stats, some great clutch percentage as well. So, you know, just outside of the duelist role, plenty of outstanding players to keep your eye on, you know, whether they win or not, to pick up into some of the franchise league teams next season.
Yeah, I think that most of the, I mean, not most, but part of the success that Comeback is finding, it comes off the bat of Loida also being that second spot, and Larok also the way that they set him up. I'm surprised to see Filu making it there. Man, I wanted Desire to make it. I was rooting for that team, but on the other hand, seeing Element on that table, knowing that he has to put up the numbers, I am not 100% convinced with the plans of like the game plans of CGN, but I am open to changing my mind later today.
Yeah, what year is it? I feel like seeing Element out there. It's like blast from the past. And speaking of blast from the past, there is one organization that is in the top 4 that was here last time around as well. Of course, that is Apex. And Kukuka, what did you make of their group stage? What did you think about their performance?
I mean, I think that everybody, when they saw the groups, they saw Group A as the group of death because of the names that were out there and the teams and how competitive it's been in the end. Because even though you look at Apex making it top of their group and that first dance, it has not been easy at all. Most of their matches not only went to a third map, but were decided on OTs, clutches, very intense rounds. And of course, this is when experience plays for you in this kinds of situations. So did we expect Apex to make it out of groups? Yes, but maybe they had to sweat a little bit too much, from my opinion. What do you think, Pilski?
Yeah, I totally agree. I think, like, obviously they got reverse swept by Go Next in that first game, and then I got to get my eyes on their game against CGN. To be perfectly honest with you, they definitely could have lost that as well. I really could have seen Apex going down 0-2, and then, you know, that could have been a different kind of discussion about whether they'd even make it through groups, but they managed just to put the pieces back together, and although they did have to struggle a little bit more, they are here in the playoffs, and this is where the pressure starts mounting, and hopefully some of that experience is going to do them a lot of favors.
Yeah, I love how they dropped just one series too, right? And a lot of that has come down to the fact that they have this crazy star duelist player, Kayak, who you already mentioned, Pilski. But how big of an impact has he really had on this team?
Oh, he's had a huge impact on this team. You've seen some insane rounds from him already, of which we'll get to see some highlights of. But the thing I like about him, and if you're going to put him like head-to-head with some of the other duelist players in the competition, obviously Comeback's the main one. They're neck and neck in terms of stats. The thing I love about him is he's got a great like flexible agent pool, so he can really kind of play within this Apex system and give them some diversity in terms of agent picks, which I think is a great asset as a duelist player.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of good duelists, but I completely agree with you. I think that one of the things that makes Kayak so valuable is the fact that he can do it from different duelists, changing the setup as well. I think that he's the kind of player that is not reliant on the op to have the impact, and he's flexible enough also in game to show how much he can give to the team. I think that he's great at both following instructions, but also give you the crazy plays. That is what I think also for next year. I don't know if Apex is going to make it. I don't think anybody knows at this point, but I think that the future holds great things for him, for sure.
Yeah, and of course, he's surrounded by so much experience as well on this team. And speaking of that, I had a chat with Avova earlier, and this is what he had to say about Kayak. I'm now joined by Avova from Apex. Now, Avova, I saw a tweet that you made the other day about how, you know, you guys qualified, but there was some troll rounds, you know, they still exist. So can you explain to me what you mean by those troll rounds?
I mean, honestly, I was just in shock. Or not in shock, but we didn't really adapt correctly. And we were just playing default just to play default. So I don't know. We were too scared to win. We were playing not to lose, basically. So
how big of a concern are these troll rounds? Are we worried about them?
I mean, I'm not worried about them at all. Like, we have been talking pretty much every official we have had, what went good, what went bad, and we have been talking a lot. And I feel like we have fixed our issue, so we should be ready to win the whole thing now.
Oh, we're not going to see them today, I guess. We're not going to see those troll rounds today.
No, hopefully not. No.
You're one of the most experienced players we have in all of Ascension, and you've played with a lot of very, very talented players. But Kayak seems to be somebody that's really standing out in the competition. So how, I guess, what sets him apart, in your opinion, with maybe some of the other duelists right now?
Honestly, I kind of expected this question, and I don't know, Kayak is really special. I mean, he's a really young guy, like every other duelist I've been playing with, but there's just something magical about him. I cannot really explain what it is. Like, every duelist I've been playing with, it has been really great, but Kayak really got this aura, and it's unexplainable. Like, why does he make the game look so easy compared to your own game? Yeah.
It's good that you have that opinion, because that's how we feel, I think, watching him as well. He always does unexpected things. How much trust do you have in him? Because he does go in a lot, you know, he's very fearless.
He got all my trust. I remember after our first game against Go Next, he wasn't really sure what to do sometimes. And I was like, if you feel like pushing, just do it, you know? Because all my trust is on him. Like, if he decides to do a 360 no-scope of Abyss, I'll be like, okay, you do it. And he's probably gonna hit it, because it's Kayak, yeah.
That's nice for him, I think, having that confidence of his teammates in him. And one last question before I let you go. As you know, if you win today, you are guaranteed to play in the studio in Berlin once again. Yep. You've been here, you know what it's like. How are you feeling about returning to LAN?
I mean, it's gonna be exciting to be back in Berlin. I didn't have the best year in Heretics last year, so it's time to show what I can do again.
Oh, we can't wait to watch you, of course. Thank you very much, Avova, for your time, and best of luck today.
Thank you.
Well, you guys heard it from Avova there. He will even allow Kayak to 360 no-scope off of the sides of Abyss. I don't think it's the greatest idea ever, but however, Pilski, it must be really nice for him to know that he's got the trust of his teammates, and he, as a duelist, can just push if he wants to.
Yeah, especially I think, like, as he's like the least experienced player in the roster, you can get a little bit of that like imposter syndrome, thinking like, oh, I'm surrounded by all these guys that have got so much experience, and you can kind of like let your confidence crash a little bit. But he's been brought in for the reason to be that, you know, mechanically confident player that's going to go out there and make plays for the team. So it's good to hear that he's starting to build up that confidence for himself, and everyone's encouraging him and setting him up right.
There is something different about the way that Apex builds their duelists. This year we saw it with Kiko when he joined Liquid, and I cannot wait to see what's in the future for Kayak. But also I want to say, man, I missed Avova. I am so happy that we probably one win and we'll get to see him at the studio, because he's a very nice guy, honestly, Jim.
Agreed, but also like the letter K duelist. You should join Kukuka.
Yeah, maybe.
It's your year next year.
Yo, my jet, it's kind of clean, I have to say.
Yeah, it's only Kiko, Kayak, Kukuka. I feel like that's the natural progression. But let's talk about this next team, because how did TU make playoffs, Kukuka? After that first game, I'm so confused. How do they do it?
Difficult question, difficult question. Of course, the other group, Group B, was completely different in this turns. Like, things were decided up to the last round, to the last map, and the Ultimates ended up being on that winning position, getting that second spot. But do not get me wrong, after everything that has been going on for them this year, the level of play that we've seen coming out from them, it surprised me in many different ways. It's surprising because of various reasons, like having a duelist that doesn't really up, or that cannot have that kind of impact and still making it this far, knowing that you're going up against people like Comeback, people like Kaya that we were just talking about, I feel like might be a hurdle in the future, right? But at the same time, I'm looking at the way that Khalid is driving the team, and the clutch potential in all of them is on a different level.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a lot of players like core of a team that already has played at Ascension. Those same players are putting up like pretty good stats again, similar to last time. Look, they made it through in a three-way tie, and like you said, they kind of got smashed on the first day, and I was thinking, oh, they had to change their duelist player coming into the competition. I'm starting to get some confirmation bias that this is not going to be a good team, but I'll give them credit where credit's due. They turned some of those series around, and now they're in the playoffs. I'm keen to see if they can prove me wrong again.
That's the thing. They weren't supposed to make it here after the fact that the star player on their team didn't play in this portion of Ascension. Here's the question, though, as we take a look at some highlights from Mo. Pilski, is the narrative still the same into playoffs of this tournament? Are they still the underdogs?
For me, they are they making it through. It's a brutal format. Making it through on a three-way tie with a lot of very, very close series. It's not a convincing way to do it. At the same time, they did have some very dominant, like one-sided map wins in terms of scoreline against some pretty good teams. So I really think it's a question of consistency, and can they bring it up against teams of the very highest level in the competition. I think Apex is a great team to start with.
Yeah, and not only that, I think it has to do also with the stamina, right? Even though we might have our questions, we do not really know how the teams are going to merge and how they're going to intertwine once we get into the inter-regional stuff, right? Like, even though we see them perform in a certain way, and we might think, oh, but when you play against this team, you're not going to be able to do this good. It doesn't matter, because then we have teams like, for example, Gentlemates last year, that everybody thought Apex was going to make it, but then they were complete lanimals, you know? So that is what matters at this point in time. If you want to make it into that tier 1, you have to show that not only you have the individual level and the plan around everything that I think with this team is how you match in the important days. And today, I would say it's one of them.
Yeah, they gave me kind of Soul vibes from last year, you know, kind of
I
like...
miss Soul. I can't believe we're gonna go to the studio without Soul.
We could go to you. I don't know what chance they have. They're gonna have to teach me some of this stuff. But it does feel like every single team, they have this standout player, you know, the Comeback, the Kayaks of the world. And Kakuka, is there a player on to you that you think maybe joins them and that kind of, but is it Mo?
I think of Khalid. I think that one of the reasons also why they were able to make it to here is because their Abyss is clean. And that man, like the way he plays on Abyss is on a different level. If anybody wants to learn how to play Sova on that map, honestly, go watch his VODs, because he makes absolutely no sense. Also, they're the kind of team, it gives me those Turkish vibes. It's like they're super good on ecos, like the pistols are just so good for them. It's very surprising to see in that regard. So I would say Khalid.
Yeah, and with that in mind, let's take a look at the map vetoes, because I assume Apex will ban bind. That's like the only thing that I think I know about this veto. But no, TU takes out the Ascent. Of course, they've banned like 4 different maps at this point. But yeah, there we go. Pilski, no surprises there.
I think TU, it's interesting that they ban Ascent. Like, it's not been the strongest map for Apex. They haven't played it very much either, so I wouldn't have minded to see them maybe play Veto Chicken with that in towards the second stage, but I'm sure they have their reasons for taking it out, and we're going to go Sunset into Lotus.
Oh my god, I am so looking forward to that second map. I mean, Sunset makes a lot of sense. For me, again, having a duelist that does not play the operator, you want to go to maps where you are most likely not going to need it that much, or you can play without it. Sunset is one of them if you have fighter on the race. But thinking about that second map, I remember in the interview with Danito the other day, I was asking him about this the composition that Apex run, and I said, make me a believer, you know, make me understand this. And what he told me led me to believe they have something else prepared for this map. And as I said, today is the perfect opportunity to show this kind of things.
I am a little bit worried though as we take a look at Asian Select, because the map pool, I mean, if you're Apex, you're loving life. These are the maps that you want to play, but again, at this point of the competition, there's going to be no changes.
Yeah, both teams sticking on the same lineup. Apex did used to run a different comp on Sunset, but at least in this competition, this is the comp that they've been running with. It's not a comp that I mind, a pretty solid one. You're seeing the kind of other style. There's going to be a little bit of a different styles from both of these teams on this map, so you get to see a bit of a clash of styles. The thing is, it's not been super clean wins, you know, for TU on this map. The last few times they played it in regionally on the grand finals. It was 24 rounds, very, very close games versus Job Life and Mouths. So picking it into a series where Apex is 1-on-1 on it with this comp in this competition, it's not really a guaranteed win or anything.
I mean, I'm also looking on the side of TU, right, to get their map pick. Spy's utility on this map is probably the best that he has out of any map. I want to see that explosiveness and that they're very good at locking down the sides, but that will come on the second half. I want this to be a very close one, just like the other sunsets that we've seen so far.
Yeah, I can't wait to see it. I mean, you said you were super excited to see Avova. I'm very excited about our casters. Pansy's going to be casting later, but for now, it's Mitch and Tom.
Thank you very much, Sue. Yeah, hopefully we'll do.
Is Pansy on now? We can just head out. Like, I don't mind.
The weather's good.
I'm cool to just bounce.
I know a beer garden. You wanna meet up, Tom? Let's do it.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Get Lauren in a little bit earlier.
I think she's sitting around. But Tom, listen, we don't want to give up this game. We've got an exciting one for the folks at home today. Apex back on our screens and fighting to be back on the stage. It's a good time to be alive here in Ascension.
Yeah, for sure. I think both teams have proven that they can at least battle and brawl with other squads. I think Apex, many expected them to come in a little bit cleaner, but that hasn't necessarily been the case. It's been a bit of a grind all the way through the tournament so far, especially considering they lost their first game, and a lot of it came down to, well, if it hadn't been for the side of Go Next, it could have ended up as a crazy three-way tie in their group as well. So definitely going to be interesting to see who comes out of the gate swinging. I will say the veto for me is wild. Like, I would say it looks like the Ultimates have picked their opponent's best map, which, at least statistically, their best map. Sure, they had a slip-up on it versus Barca, but we casted that Barca game. That Barca game was weird. They lost from 9-3. So to give them that opportunity clearly shows that they have something planned. And already, for Sand, he's getting super aggressive. Already finding a couple of kills, and Mobe lurking as well. This is a great start for the attacking side.
It absolutely is. TU, lots of control on B and a free plant to be acquired. Mo with a chance to get a little bit more, but Avova is somehow able to evade those bullets. Good timing for him. I'll group up Malsey and Avova, try to take this one together, but I mean, you can see on the map, TU were just lined up 3 players towards the spawn. It's going to be a firing squad with a couple upgraded pistols facing their way. This is anything but clean. That Sheriff lurking around, the smoke that's stopping them from getting in as well. I think this is oh, well, Mo's going through it. He's giving them one.
Even still, the time ticking. Chances of victory slim to none, and with Fighter landing another shot, he's someone who I feel like has slowly throughout the stage as it's gone on integrated more and more into this team. Started off with some rougher performances with big boots to fill, but by the end looked fantastic. Only one survivor in Spy, but ultimately doesn't matter too much. You're going to go for the repurchases in the next round anyway, so the Ultimate's off to a great start here on their map choice.
Put down. Pistol under their belt. That's what we like to see. For Apex early on, problems already brewing. Sure, they dealt with Mo easily in the end, but in being able to thread the needle, completely cut rotations like that, well, in a buy round, in a swing round, that's going to cost you everything. Apex will have a response, but it's not going to be a strong one. A couple of classics to play with for the boys. A pistol in the form of a Sheriff and a Marshal upgraded too. It's oh, maybe there was some idea around the mid play, but the smoke out sent them packing in the other direction towards the B side, and that is where TU are coming in. So Marshall will be ready at least for some damage.
Slightly more investment than you might expect. Kayak with that Marshall, slow peeking his angle, definitely has its risks about it, but with him already tagged low, he's done a little bit of damage on the other side. A single rifle, or a single person, I should say, is all they could really afford to lose with what they've invested. And Sand trying to somewhat sell a ruse over onto this A site. And he's kept 3 players there. That's really all the goal is. Okay, sure, if he gets some kills along the way, that would be great. But now they're going to go running into the other side of the map. Kayak's still here. Marshall in hand and a flick shot to remove Fighter. That's already 1 gun down. And there's a tag player as well.
Yeah, 5 versus 3. Mo low. This is looking a little bit scary for the side of TU. Winning that pistol seemed like a great start, but this could come crumbling down around them so quickly if they lose out on this all-important follow-up. Apex, they're not letting this one slip. In fact, they've even avoided going for a lurk up through main, just opting to take this one as a group. 4 players coming in from market. Spy's already spotted the first. He's landed the shot, but the trades immediate. It's all about Malsey with the trade out on him, closing the round. Apex with the upset in round number 2.
Oh, the utility as well towards the end was perfect. They had the knife to clear up close in case anybody had pushed forward towards B main. They'd also had the dart that checked close on the right as they went to exit out of market. So they knew that there was a player in the corner. They send the paranoia through. That catches 2 players. There's only 1 who isn't blind. And Molsey headshots both. 1 blinded, 1 not, as they make their way out into the site. I don't think they could have placed their utility any better in that late round. And, well, I guess unless the paranoia got all 3, which from where they were standing is impossible. So I don't think Apex could ask for anything more. And for the ultimates, this about as rough as it gets. You get the single hero rifle on Sand, who, don't get me wrong, had a pretty good first round. But there's a lot of finances that have gone over to the opposing side.
Yeah. I mean, this is a pretty rough way to kick off the map. To be honest, you start to feel like you're getting in the swing of things with that pistol, and now you're right back to another pistol, but your opponent's a little mismatched. Sand's still going to have an opportunity, but he's not caught anything lurking towards B. There's traps waiting for him. They know the Cypher setup's there as well, so you're not going to be walking just head first into that. TU instead grouping up. A site seems to be the target, and just taking a look at what's waiting for them there. I mean, you've still got utility. The paranoia's there. And Kayak with the belt of util and the rifle that he is hungry to feed.
A decent start. The flash will catch Avova, but you can already see the counter. Stuns, paranoia will make sure they can't go much further. 40 seconds left. With the majority already being spotted, you can see the gamble rotation of Soulcast just to make sure that they're going to defend off the cross. 30 seconds left. Sand needs to find something with this rifle. You know what? It's Fighter now holding it. He does manage 1, but from Soulcast, there's 4 back in response. Only a single player lost. And a 2-1 lead now taken by Apex.
You can see the early idea for TU here was just to pump brakes and wait for a mistake to be made. Either aggression on one side of the map where the pack would catch them, or on the other where the rifle would be waiting, but it never came through. And from that point, you're just left stuck in no man's land. Got to take a push. You run into a site that, because you're playing default, you haven't baited their utility. Like we said, still got the stuns, the paranoia. It slows them, and then the rotates are in by the time you get there. Man like Solkus didn't start on that site, but he sure as hell ended it there. 2-1. Apex, while coming into round number 4, they are set up for success. They've got economy in the back pocket. The banks are overflowing, and they win this round. TU will not be looking pretty. This could be a phenomenal start to the map for Apex, and after winning the pistol, a devastating way for it to go for TU. Kayak, he's got a fight on his hands, and that could be a defining one. Big pick for TU.
And this leaves a lot to be desired. I don't mind the re-clear from Molsey. They're going to take out the lurker in mid. It means that they can hold market control and look to play this as a 4. I was going to say versus 4 retake, but instead it's going to be the kill through and then an immediate response from Mo. A little bit of aggression. Soulcast can find 1, but he's desperately low on HP. And now with utility being removed from the opposition, I was going to say they need to fall back. Instead, they're going to try and push forward. Spy is lost. And Fighter, who started it all off, he's been revealed. A chance for 1v1s. Him facing off against Hype, and he's going to take out the remainder. It's the clutches again for the ultimates. They're going to bring them home a second round.
Really solid stuff. That was looking down and out the second they went aggressive in that 2v3. I get it. You want to be disruptive in that moment. I don't think it's a bad idea, but I mean, for them to recover from that point, player tucked in, easy 3v1. Push on the side is fragmented, and they took advantage of it. My goodness, fighter here to fight for sure. I thought that was the kill that sealed it, but you can see everybody's on their own. Opportunities for him not just to reset his aim, but also reposition, and that is a mistake they can't allow to fly. Paranoia used early in Kayak, sliding down on mid, but no one's there. And with the noise heard, TU know that that space is being taken. They know they've conceded it. Going into A ain't going to be easy.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. It goes both ways. So much information found for the defense. They're able to stack things up, but Mo was lurking. Not expected. He has now been removed. Hunter's Fury, well, it's a bit of a scrappy position to be in. Even still, it's ended 3v3, but more damage done to that attack side.
Yeah, oh yeah, making the wall bangs easy. Solkus to pick that one up. Now we're left with just Spy and Sand to do it all. Tucked in the corner, Spy is low, holding, clinging onto life, and not for long. Kayak comes swinging through, and it's closed by Mulsey. Apex right back on the board. They're not letting TU run away with this one, and oh, we've got a nice scrappy early game already.
God, 3-2. This game has already been a little bit back and forth, but again, you kind of look back at the way that the Ultimates win their rounds. The last was off an impressive clutch. This one was more just they were telegraphed in from almost the get-go. It looked fairly easy for the side of Apex. I don't mind this early pause. You win the pistol, a shaky second round, you win the fourth off a clutch. I think they need to sort of level themselves out a little bit. Because as I said, this has been a solid map. I know that if you're going to go to like VLR and look at the Ultimates, you're going to be like, Tom, they're 7-12 this year. But you have to bear in mind, it doesn't include their record of when they were playing as Falcons, where they were incredibly good on this map, had a long streak of victories. And throughout this tournament, they played it versus Miles and One, played it versus Job Life, lost very close in OT. My only worry, though, is just to pick into an opponent's strength, even if they had, and I want to say, a really poor defensive side versus Barca. Well, they've already beaten it, for starters. They got one round when they played in that matchup. I don't expect to see that again. But also, it's almost a little bit more terrifying from my perspective. Like, if you went into Apex on this map where they were on, like, I don't know, I think it was like 10-1 for the year or something, and like a 10 or 11 map streak, I wouldn't be so worried for you. But after they take a defeat, that's where Danita's going to go back through. He's going to pick that map apart. He's going to spot for mistakes. So, if anything, this is one of the worst times to face Apex on this map.
Well, that's exactly it. You know, they've just been made aware that they've got some wounds that are fresh, and they are tending to them. That is for sure. Apex, 3 rounds on the board already. Great shock dart fired through, dealing damage, a trade-off, but the orb is taken. And on a weak round like this for TU, with plenty of pistols to play with, Rolling Thunder on Khaled, if they decide to pick it up on A, if they decide to, well, if it's still there, and if they can get aggressive into decent enough positions off the back of it, it could be worth investing. But reality is, most likely, you're probably just going to have it for the next round. Have a buy round with a Rolling Thunder to get right back on the horse. This should be 4-2. Let's see if those pistols can do some damage.
Gonna try and put the pressure onto Avova once again. It seems like forcing him out of position has been a consistent goal of theirs. Still a stun left, just utilized. Kayak's now under pressure, but with a huge weaponry advantage. He's already done so much damage. Players desperately low. 30 seconds, having to wrap back around, and with a lot of players on this other side, it would kind of come down to a mistake from the side of Apex rather than anything more. A little bit of extra damage done, but other than that, whoop, it maybe got a little bit shaky, but only going to be the 1 kill. Apex, again, when they do win rounds, they're fairly clean, and that means that economy looks to build again.
Yeah, I think the only real danger in that round was to Kayak's wrist having to hit that flick. Other than that, you're pretty good. 4-2, as expected, locking down the rounds. And, well, I mean, there's not much to say about this one for TU. I think they had a good try at it. I don't really understand the spike going one way, the players going the other. If you expect the site to be more clear, sure. But pretty sure they had the information on that. So a little weird to split the pack, and I think they got lost in it. But that's a play that reduces your win rate from 2% to 1% probably. Like they're well, maybe not in Valorant. Those pistols do damage, but walking through smokes against Apex, not the easiest. 4-2, and the buy round for TU.
A Rolling Thunder in hand. Seems like after a couple of failed attempts on A, Apex are predicting that they go a different way. Instead, Avova's been caught in no man's land, while Kayak sometimes quick enough. Rolling Thunder utilized before it could be denied. But actually, Kayak's still within the site and hasn't been stunned up. This might not necessarily be expected. It definitely isn't. Two players turn around to shoot a dart because of that. They've been caught out. That is a catastrophe for the side of the Ultimates. And well, out of all the players you could have given that opportunity to, that was the worst.
Yeah, that's a guy that's going to hit it 99 times out of 100.
Two turns to shoot the dart. Oh.
And it's one of those things, you know, you're calming that while you're doing it. So both players, they both look up, and it's too late.
Reactions.
Like, it is. That's exactly what it is. You're not gonna have time to go. Okay, when the dart comes, can you shoot it in case the guy peeks from back box? Round's already over. 5-2, but you know, a nice little hidey hole from Kayak, a little mistake from TU, and you see it. It's a split second. It's a reaction call that costs them it all, and it really has. They're back to pistols yet again. Rolling Thunder expanded for no value. Sand down to 1 orb 2. This is a big investment that's fallen flat and left them broke with Apex knocking on the door of 6 rounds. More importantly than that, to be honest, Tom, is the fact that TU struggling for credits. That will not be the case for Apex for quite a while. And I have to say, Tom, that has surprised me. They're trying to fake a B-side hit with just Thrash so the spike can plant on A, but they're still on A, Tom. Why would they have left A in 3 seconds? Also, even if they had, there's a Neon who just runs back. Well, they've made a call, and let's see how that ends.
This is going to be difficult. It would have to come down to some individual brilliance, and well, it hasn't. That ultimate has had little to no impact in the end. The ruse not felt. The only thing I can assume is maybe they were hoping they'd catch someone in the market, but you can then just bring the ultimate back and reuse it for later in the round. Either way, the ult is gone, and the cleanup was not particularly difficult for the side of Apex.
They faked B with Thrash and nothing else. I mean, I feel like that's the kind of call when I think there's a guy market. I do it, it goes in, the guy's not there, I go to site, and then my whole team in rank's like, what are you doing, man? Why did you do? We said next round. I faked. Go A. No, I faked it. And you just try to sell it off as a strategy, but really you just gambled, didn't work. But it looked, I mean, Spike was waiting outside A, 3 guys with him. That was a fake. It might go down as one of the worst fakes, but that we've seen, but it is, I think, still won. 6-2, Apex with a domineering lead. And for TU, they used the Rolling Thunder round before. The one just gone, they used their Thrash. So in terms of getting into sight, and they're still far away, 2 away, I think, from 2 from Showstopper. There's no easy way in, and now it got a lot harder.
Yeah, they hadn't faced off against the Kayak operator just yet, but he's gone diving in for early aggression. The spike not being planted. They're going to have to hunt for it, although they have caught Mosey with util in hand. The spam's not quite connecting where they would have liked. Some low players. And Avova's teleported behind them. Now, he's gone past the trip. He is past the trip, and they don't realize it. First kill, second as well. Third was TPing in. But in the meantime, Hype has managed to catch out Halid. It leaves all onto Mo. He's normally fantastic in these clutch scenarios. Someone who can win you rounds, but not this time. Soulcast, a safe pair of hands. It's another 1v1, and it's another 1v1-1 by Apex.
Another one in the books and in the bag for Apex. 7 rounds and now secured for TU. Well, it's pretty tragic to think that they started this out by winning the pistol round, and now look how they've fallen. Kayak with the opening, and still the round falls into TU's favor. It looks like it's locked down, and Avova walking up behind. he puts enough of a pin in it that the squad can rip it to bits. 7-2 is a strong lead. It is a good position to play from. And with Apex having a ton of credits to back them up, Tom, it's going to be difficult for TU to root this squad from position in this half. Still 5 rounds possible. 3 in a row. Tough. Ult's not there. 1 away from Showstopper, but nothing that's going to get you around is freely available just yet. So quite a bit of work for the attackers to do.
Yeah, the worry as well is even after the defeat last time, Apex still had a 9-round attack. So it's not like they're about to go into their weaker half after this. If anything, the expectation is that it'll be stronger. Also, at times, we've talked about this team having Kayak as a carry. Maybe there were moments from Molesy as well. It seems like everyone's online. Soulcast's having a great game. And it looks like the playoffs have started, and Apex are finding their best form. For the Ultimates, half the time in this round is already gone, and they look to head back towards that A site once again. Paranoia still available from Avova to slow them down. They're going to try and put the pressure on, but he's just dissipated before they can catch him, and they've gone walking into Hype instead. That short side of A has been a nightmare for the Ultimates. I don't think they've managed to get through it once. Hype even goes for a double dip and stand. He's just walked up mid and taken out 3. I don't know how that has happened. The spike starts to go back the other way. The clock is going to be fairly low. They're going to need to W key all the way through. Instead, they can't stop. They can't afford to stop. They have to keep running. If anything, he might be able to fade away from this. I think if Avova runs, he wins.
Again, one of those split-second decisions, Tom. I think you might be right. But, well, he went out for it.
It was 10 seconds. He would have had to break the door and run through. It would have been very close.
I guess they could have, yeah. Anyways, he didn't want to run the risk. And I mean, fair play. You make that call. You step into the ring and, well, he swung for the fences. Unfortunately, he fell a little bit short this time. 3 rounds for TU. And look, that's the recovery round the attacking side's been looking for so far. Now Apex, well, still able to buy. Like we said, there's plenty of credits. And for the next as well, they'll still be stocked up decently. Ulti's coming online as well. Solkus and Kayak both have theirs. Decent economy booster with Kayak. With a showstopper for Fighter is where my eyes are drawn to in this round. TU have had a number of unsuccessful ult dump rounds. That rocket can find its mark, bridge the gap early. It could be in business. Markings from TU towards the A site. And that's where we've just seen Kayak rotate in.
Again, it's the slow control in middle. I'm liking the fact that Apex have adapted to double up, but even still, they've had a lot of success fighting outside A. The Ultimates back to middle. The fact that Sand got 3 kills from here in the last round, you can kind of understand why they feel confident here. Although I'm curious. It seems like, yeah, the defense knows. They know they've given up this ground of over, but he's going to lose that fight. He was waiting. Kayak in an unorthodox position again. Does this get checked? Absolutely not. And now clearing him is never going to be easy. One man looking to peek him. Spy on the other side of his own util, and he wins that fight as well. Puts things into a 3v3 where the Ultimates are firmly in the favor of, well, the Ultimate.
Wow, yeah, that they are. Although, hard to use them with this one online. Solkus has blocked them out, but Fighters shut the door. Spy with a 3K in this round, and there they are. Back on the board, back in winning ways for the side of TU. Just in time. 2 rounds in a row, possibly 3 towards the end of the half, and this turns from a disaster into a doable scenario for the next.
Planted.
Again, it looked like there were moments for Apex with a few surprises, even making the realization, but they've definitely had some trouble with mid control. I think that's been one of the places that the Ultimates have done well to pressure. Kayak looks to rectify that in the most aggressive way possible. Even when stunned up, he looks to run all the way through. There's been a response with a showstopper into B. With aggression one way, the Ultimates have been forced. Another Sand, this time obliterated. And that gives a little bit more into the laser beams for Kayak. He's not stopping. Spy wins that fight, and the trade isn't there.
No, it's hard to keep up. It's just a little bit too quick, and because they're staggered, Thrash is able to be used, catching a kill and refreshing. This is a problem. And Apex, they need to up the pace, get towards that B site very quickly, because 3 players deep in main and a Thrash just a little bit later. Mosh Pit still online, stun used as well. Reveal though, on the other side from Ulsi, it's done some work. Hunter's Fury is there. Has to try to guard that Thrash,
Timing.
and well, that's a problem. Hunter's Fury fired out, and there's no more defuse. Unlucky stuff for Apex. They won't be getting it done this time. TU 7-5 at the halftime. A remarkable recovery late in the half.
Yeah, they've done really well. They've turned things into a competitive match. It looked like it was going to be a stomp. We'll see if they can close this out going into half number 2.
Welcome back, folks. TU have just made a remarkable comeback, knocking it up to just 2 rounds in between them. I mean, this was a pretty rough start, winning the pistol and then going down 7-2. But in the end, it hasn't ended up that bad, Tom.
Yeah, no, there's some crazy clutch rounds needed. Like, I think Sand being able to find 3 kills in middle, Fighter winning one of the early rounds, I think with another 1v3. Like, this team has just got, it just oozes individual skill. We'll see if they have the same cohesion. I'm looking at their early start. Yeah, you are correct in saying there is no one on the A side. Not a single player. They are all stacked up, looking to try and pinch early in towards, well, I was going to say the B site. I don't know if they'll get that far because they've already got the first 2 openers.
Yeah, this was a nice pinch, and it's worked out wonderfully for the side of TU. Whether this is a gamble or preparation matters little. The execution is perfect, and Apex left with nothing. And I mean that. They didn't even get a point of damage looking down at the sideline. Yet to land a bullet. Although they'll find some space on the A site and the spike can rotate around, so you'll still end up with a plant or with the camera. As yet undetected, it could be an enemy behind their lines for the retake. I think Apex are in a little bit of hot water. And if TU pick up the pistol here and, you know, if they're able to win the follow-up this time, equalize things, that is an incredible turnaround on what looked to be a map that was dead on arrival.
It's definitely a step in the right direction. I think the expectations on the squad coming from MENA were not the highest, and the way that the game was going initially is probably what was expected, but again, they've shown the depth. That camp still hasn't been destroyed, by the way. They know exactly where Soulcast is. It's a good flash, but it's never going to be good enough for the entirety of the ultimates, and we've mentioned Avova since the day he started playing this game. He was a clutch king, but he ain't going to win this one. Fighter through the smoke. It's a flawless pistol for the side of the ultimates. They will get off to the best start possible.
1 round gap. They are truly blessed to be in this position. They have fought for it as well. Big individual performances, and we're starting to see this team playing that as a group. In fact, if I look back on some of these rounds, it's Apex that stick out in my mind in some big swing rounds that have let TU back into this. It was Apex playing individually. It was Apex swinging out and taking duels that maybe they didn't need to. Maybe they didn't have their teammate with them. The spacing was off, and they're not winning this time. Aggression straight down A, and it has led to a kill for Malsey, but that's about it. Put a pin in it. Spy's here to clean up with 3 kills already. Thrash is on his way, and Hype on his way out of this round. 1v4, nade right at his feet. Flank, double flank coming up, actually. That one's done.
Solid. Just a really good hold. And now I want to kind of focus in on what I want to see from Apex, and a lot of it does revolve around the man at the top of the board for their team. I think when they are able to put Kayak into the right positions, I don't think there's a duelist. Actually, okay, maybe Comeback. I was going to say there isn't a duelist in this competition that can match him, but Comeback has been insane, so I don't want to say anything against that man, but
One enemy remaining.
we definitely know that this guy can take over. And he did in some of the early stages. Fighter, though, has been impressive. As said, I think as this tournament has gone on, he has got better and better. Fitting in with the ultimates. Obviously, he was the one player they kept from the previous roster. The rest are that of Falcons, the team that was dropped just before coming in. And that change of hands has put this team as the one representative of MENA, the one team with the chance to represent them in the league as well. It would be huge if they could get further, make it to that LAN stage, and a single victory in the playoff stage guarantees, obviously, either being in the final if they win the next game or in the lower final if they lose. Mo's gone walkabouts. The timing gonna be great. Oh, okay, just about. It's going to be Halid, in fact, the second player who's pushing. Again, they're making things awkward for Apex, just taking space that I think a lot of teams have shown them respect in not taking. This team is not that team.
I got Spike. Spike down.
The trades to begin. Goes Kayak's way, and the site control is taken. Spike down. Flank underway from Mo.
Revealing area.
Eventually completing it, and all the timing. It might catch Apex off. They are focused forward, but as time ticks away, I expect someone to raise a flag and realize that that back is open. It just depends. Enough pressure currently being applied. What's keeping the eyes stuck forward? Kills are going their way, and that gives Mo the opening. Lurking up behind for the final kill. And TU from 7-2 down after winning the opening pistol. They now take the lead 8-7.
Team Ace.
Truly breathtaking comeback into this map it has been, and for Apex, this has to feel crushing. This is their opponent's map pick, a chance to kick the series off with confidence, and instead, it's already looking like a bit of a blunder, and it's quite a close game.
Yeah, it's one of those scenarios where I feel like the way that, especially already, the Ultimates are playing on this defensive side is just not something they're going to be used to. Like, I don't think teams normally, I don't want to say disrespect, but you look at the way they even played the pistol. It was a two-man stack up, just waiting for firefights. They're just waiting for those individual battles. Then you have the two-man mid push in the bonus round, just taking so much space. Not a lot of util behind it either. And they are just catching Apex players off guard with this style. Halid, well, he may have been dead to rights, but in fact, Kayak has just opted to go past him. This is almost just looking like one of those neon montages, except it doesn't get the kill at the end. Even still, though, Apex are making this one competitive. The range is not helping them out in some of those later round fights. But now with Soulcast having a gun, the Sheriff in hand for Malsey, maybe there's a chance.
It looked like Halid was in the range for a second, tapping away. Clean fights, and, well, Rash canceled out just in time. Soulcast, he's bought himself a chance in this 1v3, but it's not much of a chance. Breach utility forces him back. They know he's on the left side. Mosh to keep him there. There is a gap, though, and he's lining them up. 3 kills already under his belt, and the 4th right in front of him, within his grasp. But 5 bullets. He has to go for the reload. Panic sets in. The defuse could be just about to come through. We know it's not, but he can't see that. He gambles nonetheless, and that gets him the round. Soulcast with a god tier read. That could have been diffused under his nose, but he didn't believe, and for good reason.
Yeah, you're almost counting on your opponent misplaying the scenario. And that's the thing with how many clutches we've seen from the ultimates. You could understand if he panicked. There might be someone just sticking it under your nose. But this is the Soulcast that was promised. Think back to how he played throughout Polaris. I was told by Hazza and Cairo, in fact, anybody who worked the show, that he'd been a demon all season. He played pretty well on the last Haven they played, 15-0 in the first half, but this time when it mattered most, a 4K. Another time where that could have been an extension of the lead for the side of the Ultimates, and instead, a rifle found and a rifle delivered. That defensive side, though, is not shying away. Already a double peak towards market. It seems like Mo and Halid are going to be that deadly duo. Hype has managed to get a lot of space. With already the utility removed, they look to challenge for A.
Oh, the deep push from Hype. It's caught Sand off guard. Through the box, through the smoke, but it couldn't obscure him. Spike planted. And TU set up for the retake. 4 players, 1 to the good on the side of Apex. The reveal, the push right away. They are getting aggressive, looking to seize the day instead of let it fall into their hands. And my God, it seems to be working. Not a flaw to be reported. A scratch here or there, and that's all there is to write back about TU. They claim the lead, but just as quickly it falls out of their grasp.
I remember one of the games earlier in the season.
My ultimate is ready.
For Apex, it was them versus Formulation. I thought I was going to be the curse for them finally taking a defeat, but it turned out they were able to ready the ship, and all it took was, it was a Soulcast clutch. And the second it happened, I can't remember what he said to the team, but they pretty much knew they were going to turn the game around. I do wonder if that clutch was something similar for him. Being able to put his team back in a position where they are competing in the map after losing 6 rounds in a row from a pretty dominant position. They claim the lead once again. Now, the economy of the Ultimates is not gone just yet, but I do also feel like a lot of the shenanigans is starting to be expected. Like, well, for example, look at where Hype has put his cam.
I mean, this is it.
If you
Eventually,
didn't see it, it was top mid.
Was is the operative word here. Yeah, you do start to have to change some of those things up, of course. Opponents get a read on you, and for TU, they're gonna hope to have a read as they've invested everything. Put all the money into this one. Fighter, that is the showstopper online, and a second kill already. Rocket primed and ready, looking for a target. Wall obscures him. No. Kayak still up close, still holding on to life. For now, well, although he'll battle for a moment, the key thing is to get the plant and concede the space, fall back, set up your fights. The ults they have, not terribly useful. Same can be said for TU, though. No big reveals or the likes. But Ala just straight in for the fight, wins it. Now Kayak has the pressure on his shoulders, and my God, he doesn't show it. 4 kills under his belt. The slide into sight. He is playing with him, stopping the defuse, running the clock ever lower. Just a bullet away from his ace, but Mo, well, he dodges it expertly, and now already sticking to halfway, forces the hand of Avova, who has to come around that corner. Last time they didn't stick. This time they do, but it makes no difference. Apex claim the round anyways.
That was what I was worried about the last time. The goal of Mo to even try that. Well, the goal of this youngster once again. The ace was calling him. It was almost their undoing in the end, but luckily for them, the kills that Avova gets are the ones that sometimes matter the most. It's a lead extended and a bitter time for the Ultimates. That was their economy on the brink, on the edge. For Apex, they probably would have had another purchase into this round anyway. And with those openers from Fighter again, like, he's having so much impact. He's causing so many issues for Apex. But the fact that 3 players go swinging in to try and fight versus Kayak and every single one of them lose their lives, that's the turning point of the round. That is the moment that decided. And rather than the score being level, Apex will extend the lead 3 away. And as said, whether this map is competitive or not, this is the choice of the Ultimates going into their opponent's territory, trying to take them on a map that this year they have been unstoppable. Like, even with different comp changes, variations, other than playing it at the beginning of the year on a Phoenix and a loss to Barca, that's it. That's literally it for the entirety of the year. With Lotus up next, a map that last time out, the Ultimates lost 13-1. Now, I will say that was first game. That was versus Pacific. They've looked a lot better since then, but it is a pretty damning sign.
Yeah, I mean, for TU, thinking back on this game already, win or lose is going to be a little painful. There's going to be notes to take. Both pistol rounds won, 2 rounds behind. After a big comeback, after streaks of rounds, they've just been left banging their head against the wall, looking for answers. Apex, with double digits already secured and a huge economic advantage. You just expect to see them group up. This isn't a round to go poking by yourself, to walk in a market, see if they're holding. This is the one. Hype is taking a little bit of a risk. This is the one where you just group up, take a hit towards the side so the weapons go down, are defensible, and then move on to the next. Nice nade.
Yeah, it's a decent nade. It's isolated one of the fights, but now all the information will be had. Solid paranoia. The util looking good. And Spy, it's a disappearing act. Khaled even trying to just find anything, and we'll hype the man who started off. He might die to a judge. Kayak is very quick to make sure that doesn't go any further. Just like in the last half, a start was there, but Apex have come back swinging. 2 rounds away, 4 rounds in a row. If there's going to be a response, it has to be now.
Oh, it is now or never. Lotus up next, and we could be seeing a quick close to this series. TU, look, they've put up a fight. That's for sure.
This is a nice spot.
There's a little hot spot in the middle. Now things have cooled off. Apex with full control. 2 rounds to close it. 22 kills on Kayak. Solkus not far behind, but it's Kayak that I'm concerned with because he is leading the charge. He's already spotted Fresh Blood. Hasn't checked him though. Mo fakes the TP out. Nice move. This fight on mid will determine everything for the round. It seems like TU have done enough.
Spike down mid.
Yeah, Spy doing well. The spike down. For Hype, this becomes about damage. Can he remove any of these extra guns? Financially, his team are set for the next couple. So saving doesn't really hold the same value as before. Gonna give them quite a big sign as to where he is. But I suppose that is planned. Wanting to try and switch their gaze in a different direction. Instead, he's going to get the fight he wanted, and it is a flawless return to the board for the side of the Ultimates. A huge victory for them to take. Question is now, can they build upon it?
Well, that's it. It's not going to be easy by any means, but the gap is, thanks to their earlier heroics, much more manageable than you might have expected. Mid crunch not working. Apex reset. Rifles all around. Hunter's Fury there for the attacking side, and mid is still the target, but this time it looks like it might be directed more towards that door and market. Khaled's already given up that position though.
Again, we see this defensive aggression. They've never shied away from a fight, and it might be integral. With the other side of the map looking a little lighter. Now, they do have Khaled here with the Rolling Thunder. He could delay, he could set Fighter up, but it's all just going to be about timing. And with how dry this initial hit has been from the attack, it might be a nasty surprise. Rolling Thunder will slow them. You can see the rotation quickly coming in. The initial drone isn't going to get them too far, and already being split apart by all of that utility. The full force of that defensive side is now going to be in play, but the lead taken by Kayak. An easy opener, looking for a little bit more, and combining that along with the Hunter's Fury, they have been torn a new one from flawless round one way to flawless round another. Apex are one away.
With 3 chances to do it as well. Yeah, TU have certainly got their work cut out for them now. It's this man, Kayak. Big space taking the slide back for the market kill. That cemented the round, and Hype's late lurk in mid, finding value as well. From the perspective of TU, nothing that they did in that round worked. Now they need to find a flawless solution that will work not just once, not twice, but 3 times in a row. No room for error. And that's just to buy themselves another neck and neck even fight in overtime. This is an uphill battle. And with Lotus up next, it's one that TU will most certainly look to take. Climbing this mountain may be too big of a task. I thought they were walking back on middle and giving Mo crazy timing. He has a few opportunities, to be fair, just looking at the positions of some of the Apex players, but the second he goes out, someone comes in, casts an eye in his direction, and now he's stuck. Now he's completely trapped.
No.
And Apex double up on the kills as a result.
Oh, no, that's a couple in a row now that it looked like it could have easily gone the other way. There's so many low players, but they still need to find a multitude of frags. The rotation will come in. Thrash available. Oh, of course he hits the shot. The man is low on HP, 30 in fact, and it doesn't matter. It's all Kayak at the end. What a way to close it. I said he needed a big second half, but as always, he outdoes himself.
Over delivers, that is for sure. Apex, they put on a show on map number 1, but took it in the end. Now the challenge is on the squad of the Ultimates. A difficult series ahead of them with Lotus up next. We'll see if they've got what it takes to defeat Apex. Not many teams do. We'll find out after the break.
Zone. Yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone. Focus on my goals. Whoa. my zone. Yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone. Focus on my goals. Whoa.
Back, everybody. I'm having some a mic, but that's okay.
Technical
I'm hoping you can hear me.
I'm going to
can
say
you hear me?
probably, but it doesn't matter because
Hello?
Apex manages to close out the first map.
Do you
even
hear
though
me?
it was TU's. I can hear you.
Okay, good. Sorry. As soon as you said mic check, I went to check my mic and I think I unplugged it. So that was your fault.
So it's
but
my
that's
fault.
okay. Sorry. Carry on.
Oh, I was just saying, yeah, Apex manages to close their opponent map pick. I mean, we can say that the first half was a little bit shaky. There were some rounds that TU were winning that were sometimes BS, like getting a 1v3, 1v4, having a very insane last-minute rotate, capitalizing on the positions from Apex and maybe isolating some very crazy duels. But in the end, and when it comes to that second half, the plan from Apex was plainly superior, I would say, Pilski.
Yeah, I think they were a little bit more consistent in what they wanted to achieve. I think that the game got a little bit messy, but that was a side effect of, ecos being one, a lot of clutch heavy rounds, having some impact and kind of throwing the game into a state of flux, as well as I would say just TU's general style, both on attack and defense. They love to go for these dry pushes in the mid round, which when you have a more structured team like Apex that's trying to run their game plan and organize themselves, and then that kind of gets thrown for a loop, then things get really messy and chaotic.
Yeah, I mean, when they won that second pistol, we thought, hey, maybe there's a chance. It went to 8-8, but Pilski, that round by Soulcast, it kind of sealed their fate.
Yeah, a little bit. And there was obviously that round 2 as well that Apex was able to win. But yeah, this clutch was huge from Soulcast. You had him really doing quite well for himself. Yeah, you have a couple of the other highlights of the game as well, because there were multiple rounds where there was some difference making clutches. There was some big multi-frags. There was that round from Kayak as well where he had a massive multi-frag spray down over on that A site. So some big plays being made, and you wouldn't really expect anything different. This 1v4 is another one of those. The level at this stage of Ascension is so high.
I think that is the moment to, if we talk about their opponents, if we talk about TU, if we talk about Fighter and the performance that he's having, it might be worth just looking at the numbers as well and theorize how the rest of the best of 3 is going to look. Because even though this wasn't a win from him, it was a pretty a clean showing of what they can do. Oh, and this round, I remember, this is one of the very stipulated attacks from TU, but that knife from Mosi slows them down so much. The rest of the plan is so broken apart that it's this little things of the overall plan and understanding the information and the space that you put in on your team that just gets you the win.
And this clutch from Soulcast is what you're referring to before, Sue. Absolutely huge to kind of change up the momentum. And even after TU won that pistol, keeps Apex well and truly within the swing of things.
Yeah, this was absolutely crazy, and a textbook Sunset, I feel like, post-spawn that they were playing, and these are the stats. I mean, he is doing a lot better, Pilski, compared to the group stage.
Yeah, so on the left, group stage. On the right, Fighter comes into playoffs against one of the favorites for the competition. Although Apex has looked a little shakier in the group stage, that's a much better performance from him. He won a massive 1-on-4 clutch. You can see he didn't win very many clutches for himself in the group stage, and better ACS, just better stats overall. You're seeing a very high level from Fighter here. If some of the rest of the others step up around him, then their team's going to look very well rounded, because for me, Mo and Khalid have been kind of the standouts.
Yeah, and also thinking about what's... Yeah, sorry, Sue.
No, go on. I want to talk about Lotus.
Yeah, exactly. Thinking about the next map, thinking about Lotus and what's at stake. I love that you mentioned Mo. Because of the unorthodox, I'm going to say, compositions that we expect these teams to play. Now, as I was saying previously on the interview that we had with Danito the other day, he said that regarding this composition and what it can do is not only to throw off your opponent and bring in something new, it's not the only thing that they have prepared, that they have ready. So to me, that is just saying we have another comp that we're going to run. The question is, do you want to show it off today? Now that you've had the chance of picking this map, is it the moment to show something new, also knowing that you might close this in a 2-0 fashion? Or are they going to go back to the old basics and just adapt to what TU does on this map?
Honestly, I feel like at this point that comp might have run its course, but at the same time though, they're so comfortable here. And Pilsky, you got a question, why didn't TU had the choice to maybe take away this Lotus from Apex? So do you feel like maybe that was a mistake not to?
I mean, I kind of said it when I saw them banning Ascent. I would be surprised if they didn't ban Ascent as their first ban and then Apex was going to first pick it, given that they haven't played it very much. I would expect them to pick something else. So I would have preferred to see them play Veto Chicken with it, but maybe they know something that I don't. At least talking about the compositions, I mean, we've seen Apex flex between these double Senti comp on both Ascent and Lotus here and some of their older comps that they've been running. So if they bring out something different, that's going to be interesting. As far as TU's comp goes, they've been playing it for ages, and they play this kind of chamber comp, which I think, you know, it's a great comp to pull out. And actually, it's a comp that on the team that I coach, we would pull out a chamber comp and then switch to something else because it's a bit gimmicky with some of the setups that you run. But I feel like now that they played it so many times, there's more than enough film for a lot of these teams to know exactly what kind of setups they're going to run and be prepared for it.
Yeah, exactly. And thinking about the individuals, as you say, in the micro, like it hits a point of like if you're just stuck in there. But also, if you think about the Apex and the preparation that they can have into this matchup, I think that they can expect maybe something different and maybe being a little bit gaslighted by the results that they had against Pacific, because I have to say it was impossible for them to play. Like rebel control was something that was never given. It was impossible to see them actually achieve anything. So the most recent sample isn't really that viable. That it's not really that trustworthy.
It's not, but at the same time, you know, Kayak could just run it back. He has what it takes as well. So let's take a look at Agent Select and see if Apex will stick with that deadlock comp. They will, but it's TU that make a change.
Yeah, they're going to swap it up. And this is the thing. You mentioned that rubble control. That is a side effect of playing double controller chamber and only like a gecko or a single initiator. This comp is the much more standard flexible comp. And the reason why it's been so great is you can kind of pivot and play a 3-lane map like Lotus a lot better with a fade. So we'll see if this comp change is going to do TU any favors here.
Yeah, I think that the versatility also of the fade in this map, it just suits, it just works way better with what they want to run. I like the fact that they go this plane. I hope also that, as we're mentioning, when you look at this map, Vito, when you have a couple of days to think about it, you expect this composition. If there was something that you have prepared into how to play around it, it's the moment. Let's see it, because nobody has been able to.
Yeah, well, this is the moment indeed. If Apex win this map, they will secure a chance to play in the Berlin studios. Mitch and Tom, how exciting would that be?
Well, Sue, it would be great to see Apex back in the studio in Berlin, Tom. I mean, look, at the same time, though, great to see the Ultimates there, too, wouldn't it? We don't have favorites here. We're unbiased casters. Come on.
No, I think for the whole MENA region, it would be huge if they're able to get over to the studio. So, like, that's the thing. They're repping a corner of EMEA that hasn't been shown the most love, and I would love to see them bounce back. I also like it's a map that they got obliterated on, but they've changed their composition. They've gone for something quite a bit more standard. What is the norm, I would say, over on their side. So I don't think it's impossible that they return to prominence on this one. And again, like, we've seen some close games. We've even seen some defeats here for the side of Apex. Obviously, they're feeling confident coming into this one, but the Ultimates get to start out on that attack side. I don't know. I think we've already seen that on an individual basis, they can easily go toe-to-toe with this Apex roster. Although saying that, 2 of them already tagged fairly low in this round without even seeing anyone.
You're right, Tom. We have definitely seen that they can go pound for pound with this squad, but the reality is we've also seen them have that very slow start to the first map and a slow finish as well. We don't want to see the same sort of scenarios popping up their ugly heads. Both pistols, one in the last, 13-9 to close. It's a disappointing scoreline for TU for sure. And a big challenge as they move on to Lotus to take this out of Apex hands, it being their pick. Already allowing them in towards the site despite the damage. No one to fall just yet, and the spike could be planted.
Ooh, it's a awkward battle up close. Hasn't quite gone to plan. Yeah, it's going to be an easy pickup. Spy has managed to hit one with a collat, and it's turned into a clutch scenario. Mo to try and face off against 2. As said, he's had many a great scenario for this squad, but it's not going to be enough. The unit of Apex just about get over the line, each one a bullet away from this pistol slipping, but it doesn't.
In the end, carried across by sub 50 HP combined, but it's enough. Get them a leg up in the early stages. Spy certainly put in a little bit of leg work, but I couldn't quite match that of Hypes. We're on the way up the hype curve, Tom, as round number 2 is going to see Apex buying an Outlaw and a couple of rifles. Oh, in fact, all rifles backing it up. Big investment. They're really putting their credits where their mouth are.
Let's make them dance.
This is something that, again, if you can keep it clean, it sets you up with a wonderful bonus. But personally, I prefer having at least a pistol or something in there, just because it allows you a small margin for error. This leaves none. They can't afford to lose a single player, and they've already lost 2. That is not the start that they were looking for. The early fights have gone their way, but it's going to be incredibly costly for the next round. Kayak is ready and waiting. I think this should be easy pickings for him. Gonna know exactly where he is, but again, any more damage would be an absolute catastrophe for Apex.
It really would. It's the danger of this kind of investment. Solka's just 20 HP. It's time to get out of there. Create some distance. And the net will do exactly that. Luckily, he's going to cling on to life. But with Solka slow, Kayak on 70, this is a very doable round for TU. And sure, they're tagged up as well, but the underdog here.
No charges left.
No pressure on their shoulders. B site being approached. Reveal for the right. And a plant secured on the back. This is starting to look better and better. Now it's Apex that have to push into them. And not only that, they have so few players, they can't contain them properly. 2 are coming from C side, so Sand has all this space to loiter and try to find a nasty little angle. In fact, almost sneaking his way through. I don't think Solka saw it, and with the low HP, can't win the fight. A beautiful headshot for Sand, and an upgrade now as well. 30 HP on both remaining attackers. So far, it's been going well. And Kayak may just have sealed this one in. Spy won't land both shots, but there was an opportunity for that to get much more costly for Apex.
Yeah, and it was already very costly. There was genuine potential, especially in that 2v2, that the Ultimates are able to actually win out the round, which, considering investment, would have been incredibly surprising. Not expecting the reswing after those 2 players were lost, and well, I do now look towards what's going to be invested into this round. It's next to nothing. Just the pistols purchased up on the players that lost their guns. Solkas is going to go for a sheriff as well, and only those 2 rifles will be left in hand for this round. So a great opportunity for the Ultimates to have a much easier bonus round than would have been expected.
Yeah, everything we've just talked about hinges on them actually landing this round, right? Like the damage and so on. It's undone if they lose 3 sheriffs, 1 actual rifle. It's a Vandal, and well, it's the Bulldog to open it up. Beautiful flash to open it. Avova. Paranoia used, cutting off the Raze, who's now around the back of the site and traded after just 1. That's a great return for Apex. And a 4 versus 3, 3 rifles. They're set up for success.
Yeah, I was going to say, are they going to use the Nightfall just to give them a little bit of space? It's not going to connect onto anybody, but that's enough that they can at least try and gain some ground. Timing here will be everything, because it was only just dodged. Spy has been dinked up as well. This is getting into really dangerous territory. The damage in the last round becomes meaningless if they lose it. And now Solkas has found another. This was 3 pistols and a couple of rifles, and it's turning, well, more than competitive. Trying to cling on to things. A double, valid. And while the swing around looking to come through from Solkas, but he's actually missed the boat a little bit here. The shot's not quite connected. And now Mo just trying to hold on. A 1 versus 2, but he's sectioned off, having to try and spam away, trying to break that wall. And as he does, he will lose his life. Apex are going to make this 3-0. And as said, all the damage from the last round is now completely void.
Oh, it's heartbreaking again. Just like that pistol that started it out for TU on the previous map, you seem to see the foundations in front of you. And, well, when you look back, they're formless. Apex constantly managing to upset the rhythm of the game, and for TU, they made it so close. Mo, even close to getting that kill. He had the right idea. He knew he was going to be swung, but the barrier mesh doing too much to slow them down. The Ultimates have called a timeout. Already one map behind in the series, and now looking at a potential big streak of rounds coming out of Apex with an eco faced by the attackers here. They really need to have their game plan organized, because the way back is going to be unforgiving, and if they make mistakes, this series may already be over. Their chances of going to Berlin won't be, but then they'll be in a do or die matchup. I think they'd definitely rather still have that little safety cushion, especially with the teams that you're likely to face. Pacific and CGN have been rivals that strike fear into the heart of their opponent for good reason throughout this season.
Yeah, two very different teams, but two equally difficult teams to play up against. A team that we talk about being very slow and methodical at times, while also using a Phoenix, and the other, wow, that explosive Turkish squad that I don't think anybody wants to face. I think it's a team that on their day, well, will likely ascend. They have looked impressive. It's just whether or not experience will be able to outdo them. For now, though, that early pause, a wake-up call. This isn't their map choice. That slipped away from them already. And although they've had their moments in these last couple of rounds, that last one should have been theirs. Still having a rifle for Sands, something to try and do some damage, but already the loss of a teammate. But his late lurk might be enough. The thing is, they've already bypassed the choke, so he's going to have to start making a real move for it. A single kill, a second as well. He's done well, and now Fighter tries to come from the same position, but Hype is not going to move away, knowing there's not too many gaps left to be found. It will be 4-0 as streak continues for Apex.
I think you just have the benefit of the rifle advantage here. It was a really nice idea by TU, and the fact that Fighter doubles up, he's actually coming from heaven after pushing B site, wrapping to meet a flank that had gone underway on long, so that if there's still a player outside the door, you're at least guaranteed the trade, and if not, usually you get good timing. Hype was hyper vigilant, still checking that position, spotting him out before an extra kill could come in. Even without the recovered Bulldog, Frenzy should have been enough to just take him on the side, but it wasn't the side, it was head on because Hype was facing him. And the problem really is just that the players on site didn't have rifles. If they delayed that push by 5 seconds, that flank is devastating. The double flank especially, they get so much damage done. Instead, well, they're able to react accordingly even after a double kill, and it's just too much wiggle room for Apex. 4-0 up. The attackers now with rifles in their hands. They've already broken the barrier. Spotted a number of players here from the side of Apex. They know that TU were grouped up outside A, but they expect them to migrate.
Yeah, that's the thing. That wall was thrown in as it was going to be the defensive side rotating off of A. It being broken kept them for a while, but eventually they will make that move. There's also an incredibly deep trip which has just been destroyed, so it's not even like it's a secret that they're going to head towards this C site. Hype's only job was to delay, and with an advantage already for his team, he doesn't really need to overextend. In fact, he can almost wait, but as further responses coming in from this defensive side, the advantage will be kept.
30 seconds left.
Oh no! San has been taken, snatched away, and broken out of jail, but it doesn't matter. The executioner already arrived. Solkus dropping the pit here, and a beautiful combination of utility to keep Spy in position and lock this round down for Apex. That was a damn clinical route back in, and for a 5-0 start, they're showing no signs of slowing down with the economy tested for TU. This is a crushing start to what needs to be the redemption map for the Ultimates.
It's just so cursed to lose your Viper when they use a Viper's Pit to the annihilation. It's normally an ultimate that either gets you very, very little or seems to just be a late round irritation. But to actually pull someone from the pit, I don't know if I've seen a more high impact use of that ult. Again, looking to deny the pot flash alongside the net, but Sanders found two. Again, this guy seems to step up in positions where I almost feel like it's least expected. However, Kayak, well, he kind of does it in any and all positions. Now they at least know where one man stands. And again, Sandy, like, he comes out with 4 kills individually. A great round. That's a full picture, though. They still lost, so it's still 6-0.
Yeah, look, again, for the round that was in it, for what they had brought to bear, I think they can be pretty happy with it. But the reality is, are you really going to be happy when so far one of your players is delivering a decent show? And I think I'm pretty sure he has more kills than the rest of the squad combined.
He definitely does. I think he has 9. I think they have
like
6.
6, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it's particularly close.
Like, at this point, you can't be happy. Nothing is working. And at the end of the day, this is Apex's map pick, and it feels like it. Sometimes it seems like the team has a small advantage, but this right here, it feels like Apex have everything down, and TU, oh man, they just can't catch a break. This is a full buy round. I've invested everything, and the guy who got a 4K in the last just got spammed through smokes. Ooh. And then Solka sidesteps to one-tap spy. Evolva doubles up on the fight, and the site is on lockdown. Hallet on the way to C with ult, though. They could recover this spike and still get a plant down.
Last enemy remaining.
Oh. This would be one way to make a name for yourself. 1 versus 5. His team have helped him out by doing 0 damage.
Nice.
And that is how the round will conclude. Not a single point of damage done to any of the Apex players, which, yeah, it's a little bit absurd. I think they even hit someone. I don't know if it was a Nightfall or a Seize. It's just gone horrifically. And sure, we've seen Apex have hot starts and then cool down and let things slip away, but you have to bear in mind the circumstance of this map. The last time that we saw the Ultimates play it, granted with a different comp, they lost 13-1. They got 1 round on their defense. They're now on the attack, and they have 0. I think this is just not their map. And it seems like no matter what is attempted, no matter what hero play or individual round like we had in the last map, it's not winning them rounds. Even with plants. I won't count the last one as a retake, but the rest of them you can put in that bracket. There's desperate need for something. Most ults have been expended, but a lot of them are getting close again. Showstopper online. This time Sand again. He's going to be just fighting this alone. In fact, he'll meet the opposing Showstopper and is gone from action already.
Fighter's not found his mark. A close position of hype. Well, it won't be used right now. The paranoia has slowed down TU, but it hasn't sent them in the other direction. And no one seems to be clearing this on the way in. They've spotted him with the boom bomb, but not reacted in time. Fighter luckily closed his hype down before he can do much more, but all 3 players stuck. They've walked through the choke point. They're looking for a fight, and they have found it onto Evolva. Door opens, door closes for Apex, potentially, as they tried to exit the site. Halid is dropped, and the spike dropped on the other side of the door. Oh, from bad to worse as they walk into the waiting arms of Kayak. Apex, it looked like there could have been a struggle for a second, but that moment passed, and TU are again still on that starting block of 0 rounds.
Yeah, again, you sort of said it. This looked like it was finally going to be the moment, even though things didn't start particularly well. They managed to find some balance, a response, and then on the retreat, just getting locked out by the door. A little bit of dissonance between the 2 players, and that is enough. That's all it took, was a small window and not a big enough gap, I guess. What a second pause called. At this stage, your best hopes is for 4 rounds on the attack. We've said it before, this map, for most teams, will lean to that side. Apex, well, it seems like much of a muchness. They've definitely had their struggles on the attack in the last map, but other than that, they've proven time and time again they can do it. And it's almost just at this stage, is there going to be any gap or any wiggle room for the ultimates, even if they lose the pistol? It could all be over at that stage. Again, a couple of ultimates online. Again, those haven't had much impact. I also question as well, is this the first time we've had the lockdown? That would be nuts, but considering he has one kill, it must be.
Well, yeah, he's not farming those orbs out of thin air, is he?
Like, there are orbs on the map. I would say those are in thin air.
I mean, normal thickness air, Tom. I wouldn't say it's thin. It's not particularly high altitude. I saw the ocean outside.
Not picking
so
them out of the
level.
orb tree. Just looks up. There's an orb tree. Oh.
Well, he's not being here. But even then, you know, on an attacking side that doesn't typically have the space to take an orb, I would be surprised if they've been committing them to Mo. And this could be awkward. Hype needs to run. If you've got a Viper, you can slow them, but not as the Cypher. They just run straight through, disrespect the utility, take the fight, and walk in.
What?
Where they quickly meet their demise. This one seems to be cleaned up unless Mo's got a 1v2 up his sleeve. 1v3 with the first already found.
I wouldn't even mind if he used the lockdown. Like, genuinely. Like, I understand in this sort of circumstance, normally you wouldn't, but at 8-0 down, in desperate need of a round, gaining any space could be huge. Timing hasn't worked out. And the only other thing is it does lock him into a site. It forces him to commit to A. But at this stage, he's almost just looking, well, maybe for a gun change, just to be a little bit more mobile. Even still, though, he's running into the unknown. That lockdown's still available to him, but he might just want to try and save it for that post-plant. And already the pressure coming through, paranoia, immediate. The steps will be heard. He's left completely blind. And any semblance of hope quickly dissipated. 9-0. The chances fell away the second well, again, I will say I've heard amazing things about the Valorant anti-cheat, but when he does stuff like that, I start to question it.
Yeah, he really is a sensational player. And I think more so on the Neon, the way he's just dashing
they put
in.
this in just to hurt you.
Yeah, I think so. I think that was targeted. Targeted, intentional, and unforgiven. But yeah, no, I think I forgot what I was going to say. I honestly just got annoyed by that.
Talking about Kayak having wall hacks. That's
when he plays on the Neon, it's much more, because the 180 flicks he hits on people are just unreal, and we see a lot of them in the replay. But when you're on board with him, like figuring out how he knows to do that in that moment of the round, the position of the player, how do you know he's not going to shoot you in the head? I don't get it. Like,
where it's like, we know where the guy he's sliding towards is, and it's still, sometimes I get lost when he's spinning around. Even the players he's up against are like, where'd he go? And they can hear him coming. We can see everything with X-ray, and for him it's just like, I don't know, he just has the foresight to know exactly where a player is going to be at what time, and it is truly impressive. A talent, I think, is an understatement. The ultimates still looking to get off the goose egg. One round, at least. 3 to trigger a curse. Showstopper utilized. No. There goes the Viper's Pit for the second time. It is immediately lost. Another player caught in the cocoon. And well, Halid has to try and fight, and he has to try and fight alone. He doesn't even have enough bullets to free his teammate. And well, Spy will fall. Again, it seemed like there was an opportunity, and again, well, I feel like Viper's Pit has had no impact just because it's been killed by an ult within 0.1 of a second.
Oh, that's it. Annihilation, and it came for him again this round, just a little bit too late. It's either Annihilation or a rocket launcher and Annihilation that you have to dodge. So pretty tough run so far for poor old Sand. 10-10. And one of those is what was it, a 4K round? So, you know, impressive. But another 10 I see on my screen is Apex's rounds. And it could be 100, because there's a 0 after TU. They've been stopped in their tracks. And in this one, you might be thinking that was an eco.
There are no ecos anymore.
You would be wrong. Can we just roll that whole, not a replay, just roll the whole round again? Honestly, it only took 15 seconds. We've got time in the buy time. Whoa.
Hey, Mitch,
They just killed them all.
All I'm going to say, the last series that Apex played,
right,
they had an 11-1 half.
Oh, shut up, Tom. It's not,
and then it went 11-11.
No, it's not happening. It's not happening.
They did still win, but, you know...
Right, but okay, Tom. I see that, but in that game, did they hit 11 by their opponents just pushing through a one-way smoke and all getting one tap and shredded? Because if that happened, then fair enough. But there's not a heartbeat for TU. I mean, they need to be resuscitated to then have a chance.
Oh,
Halid,
here we go.
He's putting in a good show to start.
There's nobody left for this showstopper to kill. Ultimates expended. I don't think there's going to be any more in this round either. It's going to come down to the firefights. We've seen so many a retake. The pot flash, it's wrecked Mo, but there's nobody able to react in time. Fighter, Spy, they combine. Round number 1 looking like it might come up as the final round of the half, and it will do. The tiniest amount of hope left for the Ultimates will be secured in round number 12. And Apex would have to have the choke of a lifetime. We will find out if that happens after the break.
Welcome back, folks. 11-1, and Apex are in prime position to close this out 2-0 and lock themselves in, not for their next match, but for one of their second match, not the next one, the one after. You know what I mean? Not the one they're going to play next. The next one will be in Berlin, in the studio. In fact, the strap might be to lose the next game, so you get to play 2 games in the studio. That's even cooler. Maybe don't. Your management might disagree with that, though. This has been a bit of a blowout so far. TU, you know, they got around at the very end. That's something, but they have not come to compete here on Lotus. This map clearly for Apex and Tom. This pistol, yeah, but it needs to go to TU. So does everything else if they're going to have a chance.
Hey, as said, in recent history, Barca managed 10 rounds in a row in the second half. It wasn't on this map, but we're looking for silver linings. And basically, we're looking for Apex to choke the hell out of this game if there's going to be any chance. They go on to the attack. For most teams, that's the stronger side. And for the Ultimates, last time they played this half, they got 1 round. We'll see. Now, Sand has managed to hide in the corner. That's Kayak down. That's a solid player to drop at the beginning of this pistol round. The rest looking to potentially fake out and move back to the B side. They haven't gone just yet, but they have. Well, Hype went. He was a little bit further ahead of the rest, but he's still taken the head off Fighter. Paranoia there to try and slow them potentially, combined alongside some utility, but they haven't been able to get out. Halid's done well. Spy as well as him. It's left all on to Hype, needing the ace, and it won't happen. A second round. The streak continues.
I feel like at this point, you gotta, if you're on Apex, start to hate Sand. He's because of all those positions he's in. Yeah, it's just such an annoying player tucked in the corner on C this round, and you just hate him. He gets everywhere. And of course, This time, able to find a one and close out the round towards the end. Nice try by Hype, but that wasn't a B. And yeah, Khaled did a great job considering his teammates. It looked like they were going to group up and take that push together, but the barrier was blocking him in. Hadn't faded just yet, so he was really on his own, charging out there, but well, certainly a valiant attempt, and it's gone it across the line for his squad. 11-2, an essential round for TU, and the next one is an essential round for TU, and we're going to be on this narrative for a little while. There's quite a gap to make up.
Yeah, I'd say it needs to be impressive, but every comeback has to start somewhere. For Apex, wow. We face towards Kayak as the man who could potentially turn this round. His opponent actually already tagged up, so Mo has called for a little bit of support. The turret utilized as an early warning system, and once again, they look to try and challenge Fighter. He's in a similar spot that he was last round. Again, they're just using all of this Killjoy utility as contact. This is something, of course, last time they played the map, they were using the chamber, so a very different look for any research that had been done. Fighter, though, with the off angle, will take that one without too many problems. The only worry, though, is a couple of players are now fairly low, considering it's only one pistol for Fighter. Everybody else is on rifles. They can't really afford to lose any players.
No, they can't. The potential certainly there for Apex to force that. Khaled, 10 seconds before that spike will no longer be able to be planted. He's holding his ground, lost his life. With the spike down, and now the round seemingly secured. No need to fight, and the fight has cost them a little bit extra. The third round, though, the most important part. One after another. These rounds need to fall into place for TU, and already we just saw a fight from Apex.
Yeah, this is the thing. Like, when you're up against the wall like this, it does start to get to the point where you just go, okay, even if we lose a couple of players, even if there is high amounts of damage to our finances, we're all in every round. We don't have an opportunity. Well, you technically do, but that's if you want to fight for overtime and risk against when the ultimates build up for the side of Apex. So they're straight back into this one. It means no wiggle room, no easy rounds for Apex. So they're going to go for a very direct response almost immediately. It's not started out as they would have hoped, and in fact, it's a little disjointed on the way in. It makes the cleanup incredibly easy for the ultimates. It was an attempted blitz and a failed one.
Well, TU, seems like there's certainly some legs to this for them, to this game, to this map, and to this series as a result. Although, you do have to question the viability of the running through the Viper wall strategy, one at a time, wall revealed. It is a strategy that you don't see too often, Tom, and, well, bold of them to pull it out here. And I think, if anything, it just signifies the fact that Apex are currently not playing a disciplined game. They're playing we're 11-1 up at the half, and we should be able to win this by goofing around. And if it gets a little closer, then we'll actually try and reveal some stuff game.
Yeah, I think they just went for a pacey hit to try and really test the strength of the defense, especially because the last few rounds had just been Fighter on his own. Like, that's the way they played. It was Fighter with a pistol just holding B. So they spotted that there was a gap, tried to exploit it, and there was a lot more than they were expecting. Still feels like B is where they want to go, but it's a complete change-up. Sand has now started holding this with that controller utility. Able to delay. Fighter playing close to the smoke. I'd see in most rounds I wouldn't mind this, but when you're up against pistols, it seems like not the most worthwhile risk, and he's going to fall back.
Watching this.
He had got a lot of ground, but I think he's now been seen by Mo, so that's not going to last long at all.
30 seconds left.
Although the B side's under threat. Fighter. Oh, he's doing a great job of isolating those fights. He does get taken down by a big swing from Kayak. The upgraded rifle, good for one, but damage has been done. Showstopper online.
Listening.
This could get risky. Sonic sensor to catch them as they move out of heaven. Oh, and a shot from Solkas. Sublime. Apex have the advantage and the showstopper. Okay, sure, it's still a 2v2, but the second you tap that spike, you know there could be a rocket coming your way. Shot through the smoke, but it reveals Halid and gets the shot beside him. And a swing from Kayak. A nail in the coffin of TU. 4 kills out of this raise.
Match point.
I think he started with a Marshall, and what a way to end it. Now 12-4, 8 chances to close the series.
We've said it since the beginning of the tournament. Whether Apex make it through Ascension this time or not, Kayak is making it into the VCT. He will be there next year. I don't think there's any doubt in anybody's mind. Yeah, sure, there's always going to be duelists that get overhyped at times, but this man is the real deal. 24-10. He had a great first map as well, and he's looking to just conclude it as quickly as possible. They know where he is. The nade in combination with Halid has done fantastic work. Again, Apex maybe a bit too hot off the press. Hype though, he's gonna take a lot of space on B. He's gonna find that opener. The thing is, already as a response from the defense, they're gonna try and go pushing forward, and Sand is waiting. A trade is there, but at this stage trades aren't enough.
Steps running across were baited. That's a really nice play from Malzy. He just sprints to the C site, and the space was given up there. So, of course, you fill in. You try to get behind him as quick as you can, but Solkas was left back watching. Now they pump the brakes again. Same old story, same position, same result. The numbers thinned even further. Annihilation post plant and a null command. This could be a devastating close. TU with the numbers behind them, but now it's faded away. Mo does well to find one, but he will be dropped. And Solkas has a 1 versus 1. An opportunity to take it across the line here, but it's Halid. The hold strong for TU. Breathe life back into that roster and give another chance, but it has to be 7 in a row.
Again, like these rounds in the early stages, a lot of them have started strong for the ultimates. Util combination, being able to isolate some of these fights, but it's just these overextensions. I think in a 4 versus 2 scenario, you could just group up, play retake. There really isn't any need to be fighting up against the opponents. If you're trying to play an economy game at this stage, you've lost your mind. They've got so many rounds to play with. And that very nearly, almost maybe should have ended there with Solkas. That also allows now for a full investment, an immediate removal of utility. The wall is going to deny an early response. They've broken it fairly quick. Getting into the post plant could be dangerous, and Kayak with a pop flash from Malzy. The Polish superstar and the pocket pole have got them their openers. Plant in, annihilation available. This looks like the beginning of the end.
Yeah, it looks like TU have been annihilated in this series. Apex. Dominant start to this one, and it looks to close out the same. Annihilation finds its mark, leaving just 1 to fight. It is Fighter, and he's already found 2, but his teammate coming out of the cocoon, no longer breathing life. It leaves all the pressure on him. A swing from Hype will close this out. 2-0 for Apex, and they are guaranteed to make an appearance in Berlin to fight for a slot in VCT.
Yep, they have been one of the fan favorites from the beginning to make it the distance. But the manner in which they dismantled the ultimates was super impressive. Of course, there is still more to come here over in EMEA. The desk will be with you after the break, and then we have our second match.
In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals, whoa.
you're stressing right. You need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe. No time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind. Take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side. Let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my, be my, be my, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, be my, the only one I want. Be my preliminary. Let me caress the way I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe. 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it, girl, you're extraordinary. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my, be my, be my, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my.
fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. Didn't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. With my thing, got the blinders on, filling my stack, yeah, high and long. Timer's on, I am a bomb, golden touch, got the mind is on. Hey, on a wave, from the cave to main stage, I'm about to engage. Raise the price of my wage. Didn't know how man stay fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. Didn't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. Didn't know how man stay boss, man, I pay that cost, long nights on the job. Didn't know, I'm a pro. Didn't know, I'm in the zone. In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals, whoa.
Ascent to VCT EMEA 2025.
Well, Apex, they managed to close that out. I'm joined once again by Kukuka and Pilski. There was a moment though, Kukuka, I felt like maybe the greatest comeback we've ever seen, maybe?
I mean, there's been some very close comebacks, let's say, during this Ascension, but there is something about getting 11 rounds in a row that just makes you feel very comfortable, doesn't it, Pilski?
Yeah, 100%. There's also been some notable fake comebacks, to be fair. But yeah, that Lotus comp looks really, really clean from Apex. Like, not only do they have like so many setups, like that A trap they were going to run was looking pretty juicy. They have some nice C retake, but even if you don't get like run into some sort of trap or some kind of set play, then you just have the double senties behind that and so many little pieces of annoying utility to deal with.
That brings us to what we were talking about before we went into Lotus, which is Pilski. You know, we thought maybe TU would just ban this map. They didn't look the best against PCF, and they don't look the best against Apex now. So going forward, surely, do we feel like maybe they just need to get rid of it?
I mean, it's kind of like hindsight Andy a little bit, but I did say, like, you know, the Ascent ban straight up against a team that isn't looking super like confident on it is a little bit questionable, and especially after seeing their Lotus for the second time look that shocking even after a comp change is very questionable. So I think they did do themselves a bit of a disservice in the veto, because Sunset definitely wasn't that bad. Like, they at times looked like they could have taken Sunset off of them. I would have loved to see them play another map against Apex, but unless they grind their way through the lower bracket, that's not something that they're going to get to do, unfortunately.
I think it also comes with the feeling that you get into the match. Probably them leaving Lotus open means that they thought they had their number, or they were feeling very comfortable, like changing the composition and running something a little bit more standard. And sometimes that comes back to bite you in the ass.
Sometimes it does indeed. Now, Kakuka, Pilsky, I'm going to let you have a quick rest as I bring in an interview. It is Soulcast from Apex. Hello, Dom. Welcome back once again to the stream. Massive congratulations on that victory today. And of course, I'm sure you knew with that win, it means that you will be playing in Berlin no matter what happens tomorrow. How are we feeling about that?
Feeling good. Let me see if I can fix this live on stream. Focus is in. There we go. See? Multitasking.
Wait, focus? They didn't make it.
Damn.
Sorry. But yeah, when it comes to LAN, I mean, you were playing on that stage for a long time. What have you missed the most about playing in the studio in Berlin?
I think it's that kind of like environment, you know, like you can kind of like feel the crowd. Especially it's like, I know it's a bit different versus like studio and like big stage, but you can still kind of feel the crowd after like, you know, like a good round or a good play or a good kill or something like that. And yeah, it's always a feeling that's hard to describe. You can only feel it. So I'm excited that we can be there again.
I think a lot of people are expecting you guys to get a buff once you get there, because, you know, a lot of your players, I think every single one of your players except for Kayak, at least at one point or another has played LAN, has played big stages, and, you know, you have that experience behind you. Would you agree with that maybe you're going to get even better when you come to Berlin?
I think for sure, like especially now, like we're feeling really confident about how we play, like individually as well. And I think you know, it's just something that's super looking forward to, and I know the rest of the guys are as well. So I think it's going to be just super exciting to play.
And in terms of you guys getting that confidence, again, that Lotus comp, you know, after the first time you ran it, it felt like maybe it's a one and done, something you can only bring out once. And then you did it twice, and then you did it 3 times, and now you're running it again. So obviously you're the one that played the deadlock. So at what point do you feel like, you know, this is a comp that has legs, this is a serious comp? Or do you feel at all a little bit like, hey, at some point we need to change things?
I mean, I think it always just kind of depends on how we feel in terms of like when we play scrims and stuff, we have like really, really good results on this comp. And we just see the value. Obviously, like there are going to be some like kind of gimmicks, maybe some other comps would probably have a more like maybe well-rounded approach on Lotus. So I think, you know, with the players we have, and especially I enjoy Deadlock quite a lot, and like Fury Crafton and whatnot with the agent, and kind of being a bit kind of like hard to play against. I think like Deadlock can be sometimes a bit overwhelming. You know, we try and exec sides, there's walls, there's stuns, there's nades. So yeah, I think for us it works well for now, and we'll see what happens ahead.
I'm a believer. I think, like you said, you can really see the theorycraft. You can see the ideas behind everything that you guys are doing with this comp. In terms of scrims, though, obviously we're at kind of a moment in the season where a lot of teams are on their off season already, and a lot of other teams won't be scrimming each other because you have to play each other in Ascension. How are you handling that? Who are you scrimming going into this tournament?
Yeah, I think it is like quite difficult to find scrims. You know, we are finding scrims, but obviously like they aren't going to be as like high quality as it is like the start of the year with all VCT teams and stuff. You know, I was hoping maybe there'll be some more. We play against a few teams that are trialing, you know, some big teams, but you know, hoping maybe it'll ramp up a bit so we can play some more. But other than that, you know, we're digging. We're trying to find some, but we're getting scrims.
Yeah, I mean, I guess teams will want to scrim you as well with some of the comms you guys are running. And last question, tomorrow you'll play again, and your opponent will either be, I guess, a rematch against CGN or going up against PCF, who haven't lost a single game yet. Who would you want to play against? And yeah, what is your personal preference? And don't give me the, I don't care who we play, you know, like that kind
Pacific.
of stuff. I understand, but oh, okay, I love it. Why?
Honestly, because like we've scrimmed them a lot, and even just in general, like we just seem to like goof with each other. I don't know how it became the way it is now. Like we just troll each other all the time, especially like me and Avova, we played rank yesterday, and we had Larocque on our team, and we were just like goofing and trolling and like becoming like little kids, you know. We kind of like go to like their age, and we're all just like little kids like playing the game. But and I think they'll be like a great team to play against.
You're not that old. You're not that.
I mean,
I know they're like 17, but hey, yeah.
Yeah, one day maybe I can be 17 again.
And last question: are they as good as we think they are? Because in officials they look crazy good. So you've scrimmed against them. Do you think that that's really how good they are?
I think in officials like they do seem really good. I think we've matched up pretty well against Pacific. Like over the past like year that we've scrimmed them, we've had good results. We've had like kind of more difficult results. It's been like really like back and forth between us. I think maybe they just found their form, and I do think like they are the best team in all of Ascension. So I think it'll be a good matchup. You know, it shouldn't be like going to be like a blowout to like either side. I think it'll be quite back and forth.
Oh, all right. I hope you get that match tomorrow. Thank you very much, Soulcast, for joining me, and congratulations once again on today's win.
Thank you. Take care, guys.
All right, you heard it from Dom. He thinks Pacific are the best team in this tournament. So let's talk about them. Pilski, do you think that they're the best team in the tournament? Do you agree?
I mean, if you just look at their run so far, they've had the most dominant run. So you could say, just looking at the crazy round diff that we've seen from them, they're 4-0 in their matchups, that they should look like the best team in this tournament. I think it's going to be a good test to play CGN for them today. So we'll see how they go.
I think it's an understatement. I think that what you need to say is, if you've been missing out on these games, if you want to see some crazy, very snappy Valorant, you go and watch Pacific. Because as we're talking about the other regions clashing against each other and what they can bring to the table, they've been having, I'm going to say, an easy time, dropping only one map to make it here to this point, leading their group in a very dominant fashion. So you should be extremely excited. And if you've been missing out, you're in for a treat.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I mean, they have not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but 5 Turkish players. And as we have seen over the last year, when it comes to Turkish talent going to tier 1 and so on and so forth, they have been absolutely crazy. And this stat, I think, just shows you how dominant they have been. Because if we take a look at the way that Apex dominated group stage last year, they went plus 37 in round diff, Pilski. And right now, PCF are on plus 51.
Yeah, so definitely one of the most dominant, group stages that you've seen from any team in Ascension. I'd be keen to see if there was a team that actually topped that in terms of stats. And I totally agree, with what you said on all the Turkish talent, and even you see that over in the EMEA league and pickups for teams that are not even represented in Turkey getting picked up. So I think the core 3 of this team, I could see them definitely put together a very, very strong team in the EMEA league for sure.
And we saw 11 out of 18 pistol rounds, but there are also 2 of them that they lose. They managed to win the second one. There is not an end to the dominance that they have shown during the groups and the individual prowess. I think it's so important what Dom was saying. Of course, you are going to prac teams that you face up very well against each other. If it's a bad team, probably you don't prac them again. If you go back time and time again, and if they manage to do the most difficult thing that there is, which is having the same performance that you have on scrims in officials, then you're the biggest threat out there.
I mean, I'm scared though, Bear, because I remember last year Mystic saying that they pracked Gentlemates the whole year and they never lost a single time. Yeah.
But Dom said that it was back and forth. Dom said it was back and forth.
True. Okay, so not losing
God.
a single time, I feel like is the problem here. But here's the thing: we can debate on whether PCF are the strongest team in the tournament or not. But there is one thing that we cannot debate. That is just hard fact, and that is Kakuka. Comeback is the best player in this tournament, hands down.
I mean, it makes no sense. When you see him play, the way that he is set up, I will not be tight enough to say it. I think that the Larocque is great in helping him. But even when it comes to the individuality, having a young electric player playing on the duelist, being so incredibly versatile, I think it's crazy, because even though we've had very good duelists, Comeback is just on a different level.
Yeah, the fragging stats are outrageous. He's got great, opening kills, for first deaths. And I think The fact that Pacific has so many players that are winning a lot of clutches, like the core of Rose, Larocque, and Loida all win a lot of clutches, whereas Comeback is just opening up a lot of these rounds and creating a lot of opportunities and putting the rounds into these kind of messy scenarios. It makes a really, really well-rounded team for Pacific. And I'm sure Comeback as well, knowing just how good some of the core of his team are in the clutch, is going to play with a lot of confidence. He's going to feel like, I can run in, I can create chaos, I'm confident, I'm going to back myself in the duels. But even if I die, I reckon, you know, some of the other players on the team are still going to clutch up the rounds.
Yeah, that's the craziest thing. Even during the regular season in Turkey, everybody was talking about Zeus. Everybody was saying that he's going to be the next big thing. But Comeback, I think, heard that and was like, hold my ACS.
Watch
like
me.
I'm literally gonna be better.
Hold
And
my
he's
mouth.
not even old enough. He is not gonna be eligible to play in January, which is crazy. But on the other side of this, however, we finally have a really, really convincing German team, which feels like it's a long time coming, you know, since the days of Big coming into this. But Kukuka, just how good are they? Do they have what it takes to take down PCF?
I mean, it's been a tough road for them, but they've been proving themselves. To me, is number one element. I think he's not only been putting up the numbers, he's when you're running the compositions with double duelists and listening to what Benny said about this lineup being the best that they ever had in CGN, a lot of things come down to the way that they interpret the game. I am personally not the biggest fan of the Phoenix. I want to see some more edge because during the group stage, I don't think it was something that was working for them. So for them to actually make it out of a very competitive group, doing it in the fashion in which it did, and making it work even when the Phoenix fans sometimes was a little bit of a fluke, says a lot of them as a team. And Davi is on a different level. He's extremely enjoyable to watch. He's extremely smart. His utility is always on point and probably one of the keys to their success.
Yeah, I think this team, like, is a bit underrated, honestly. Like, they realistically could have gone 4-0 in groups. I thought they were going to beat Apex watching that game. They've had to go through a lot of adversity. You know, they lost in the DAC Grand Final to their biggest rival, who they'd beaten a number of times in other finals. Had to grind through the play-ins, which for me, like, looking at the quality of the team in the play-ins, some of those teams are just as good as some of the teams in Ascension or had the potential to be. You know, you're looking at KPI and teams like that they had to beat. That's already some big wins under their belt. They had a lot of close group games as well. It wasn't a cakewalk for them at all. And I'd agree, Davi's a fantastic player. This is something I wanted to highlight as well. Anguis has had a number of these rounds where he just multi-frags and holds down a site in that Sentinel role, and that can be a bit of an X factor in some of the swing rounds. So as well as the fact that they do just have this kind of unique style that not a lot of teams have played against, because it's really something that they kind of champion and have invented. It's kind of a unique recipe for success that we haven't seen too much.
Here's the thing though, when it comes to that recipe for success, before we take a look at the map vetoes, they do this thing where they ban Icebox and pick Ascent, rinse and repeat. And for a team like PCF, surely at some point, Pilski, they're gonna know that they do this. They're also Turkish, and they get to play Ascent.
For sure, but the thing is, Pacific has even admitted themselves that they've been shaky on Ascent. It's a map that they mixed in the Phoenix recently on, and they said in the interview after that game that Ascent's been an up and down map for them, and you see that in their results. So,
but when they played against Thor, though, when they changed it back, they looked insane.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully they're picking up the momentum that they need to keep going on Ascent, because that's been a very, very good streak of games from CGN.
There it is.
In my mind, they only lost to Apex on Ascent due to kind of throwing the game away, but Abyss is going to be an interesting one to start things off as well.
Yeah, and picking up on the Ascent, Yinsu, of course you were on the money with this one. It just seems like rinse and repeat for them. But Pacific, funny enough, they also tested the Phoenix. They gave us a show and they won. Of course, this is just Pacific is the way that they did it. But I think it's also kind of a statement to say, I know how to play the Phoenix. I know exactly what to expect from you. I think that at some point, everybody can argue they know how to play against the Phoenix on Ascent. So it definitely speaks to the depth that CGN has to have on this map. But focusing just on the Abyss, CGN only played it once in their region, but they've been pretty good on Ascension, even throughout the play-in that they had to go through on this map. I want to see how they face off against such a strong team that is currently undefeated on this map, which, you know, for Pacific, I would say speaks volumes, but they're just very good everywhere. I want to see how they're going to make the Phoenix work also in this scenario, or if they're going to keep it up.
Honestly, I didn't think that I could see a better Jet player than Buzz on Abyss with that comp. And then I saw Comeback, and I was like, oh, okay, fair enough. But let's take a look at the agent select and see if they will stick to that comp, which I think they definitely will. And of course, Kukuka, just randomly, there's a Phoenix there.
Yeah, I mean, especially with them starting on the attack, I would say... Okay, I'm gonna say the sentence. Keep your eyes on Comeback. When he gets that operator online, is going to be a before and an after. But just for the same reason, and comparing it to the way that Molsey was playing with that KO, I'm looking at Larok. I think that the comparisons are great in this scenario because they're gonna be in charge of shutting him down.
It's mirror comps except for like the Phoenix and the KOs, so a bit of a stylistic difference there. The KOs definitely going to be helping you to kind of use the knife to gather that info and direct the flow of traffic, whereas the Phoenix is going to just be a bit more of a straightforward and active approach. And the way that you know, CGN does use it is very unique. The way that they planned a lot of their executes is great to watch, so we'll see if that's something that Pacific has seen and is ready for.
Yeah, of course. We've been here for, you know, the whole week watching all the shenanigans, and I can't wait to see how Pansy and Steel deal with the shenanigans of both of these teams. Over to you guys.
Yeah, look, I've been watching alongside and I'm incredibly excited to get properly hands-on with this matchup. I mean, there's a lot of exciting prospects here, Josh. I mean, I think the desk really highlighted a couple of the key names we'll be looking at going forward, even Benny on that Phoenix, how that actually compares. But let's kind of talk bigger picture about Tier 2 a little bit, if you don't mind, Josh, and kind of what you've been seeing, because you have been here. Kind of lean into this creativity aspect, because there are some real differences from Tier 1 when we've been watching some of these teams, but it's not a mile away, but there's certainly been some real, I guess, as I said, creativity when it comes to how they're approaching these new maps, especially the likes of Abyss.
Yeah, I said it in the other games that I was casting as well, that we'd see them running plays and agent compositions that we don't see from the top VCT teams. But one of the teams that is pretty much running the standard stuff is Pacific, and right now they're looking flawless at the moment. They've only dropped one map so far, so maybe, you know, this new stuff, this not meta stuff, it's fun to watch, but maybe it's not there yet, or maybe it's just that Pacific is a cut above the rest.
No, I kind of like what you're saying there. There is that limitation, and there's obviously a reason why the Tier 1 teams approach the game a certain way, but it's nice to see that there is that gap for creativity. So we're going to have a little eyes on how Benny does here on this Phoenix. It's been something that we've been umming and ahhing about how valid it is, but for now, we'll waiting to see if anyone does appear through that smoke. And the smoke's been enough to dissuade CGN on the approach, so deciding to peel away. They've still got 50 seconds, plenty of time to look at other options.
Right now, Benny already has one of his orbs, and this is going to be something that we're going to see all throughout the game, is especially towards that A area, he's going to try to farm this orb. It's one of the safer ones to get, and once he's able to get that online, those Phoenix ultimates, the run it back all the way through A site, is going to be something that we're going to see probably a few times this game. Right now, it's just Jellison to defend, so he's probably going to back out here.
Well, I was kind of hoping he was. I'm a little nervous he's stuck around this long. The flash is there. He's been caught. And I was going to compliment him in some of those previous games. He played it really well of knowing when to peel away, you know, trying to hold that space as long as he could, but maybe outstayed his welcome there a touch, but still, plants in. CGN, time on their side. See what the retake's going to look like. Already Element happy to take a challenge on CT, at least for a second. Sits a little deeper on site. Most of them sitting on site here. 3 of them posted. As there comes the flood. Straight through CT. Element, lovely shot towards it. Oh, that's stunning. And that's what you expect from a player like Element. Again, yes, we are seeing, I'd argue, a lot more eyes on the likes of Comeback, seeing how he's performing, but Element's been a mainstay. This man's been around for a moment or two, and seeing him still deliver value here is exceptional.
Yeah, it's really good to see. That was a really cool post plant. The way that they played together, and all those kills happened a lot in just a span of a couple of seconds there. But as we do our patented Lauren Pansy's Scott, you know, tech pause. What we're gonna see, like, I'll just talk about like other things that we're gonna see this game. So right there, we're already seeing the value of getting out A from CGN, and we're gonna see them do this constantly. There's no reason not to, and they have that Phoenix wall to help them scale as well, to assist in that take. especially when they have that ultimate online, they're going to use it. But something that we're going to see from Pacific to potentially go against that is we've seen them do these mid walks, and they can take that space as CGN's kind of occupied trying to get that A space. Benny likes to do it by himself, but then we're also going to see both Loida and Larok maybe potentially contesting that. They have the paranoia and the KO flash to be able to get that value and fight for that A orb control. I want to see if they can test it frequently, or if they bring comeback over, especially when he gets his operator online. Because if they don't stop it, they're going to do exactly what they just did here. Benny, he's already one off of his run it back, which means going into that bonus round next round, if they convert this, that's online already.
Yeah, again, it worries me though, because we saw kind of Gentlemate's over-reliance and overuse and maybe a limited validity on something like a Phoenix. So when I see it again, I'm always going to be nervous, but if Benny can, correct my thoughts, I'm down to learn. I'm down to be there.
Okay.
But I see what you're talking about, though, with, again, the quick progress towards getting that ult building. This could be a nice opportunity to work towards that again. You should be seeing a little bit of farming here, to say the very least. Site looking available. So plant should be up next. So that should be the ult ready to go already. So that's locked in by what? Round 2, used whenever they feel like it's necessary. An element can take the space up towards rafters. And again, for Pacific, I'm mostly looking if maybe Larok can find something, but only Sheriff's here. And CGN, comfortable. Not looking threatened by any means. I like this. Very, very, very clean.
And indeed, looking for that flawless if they pick up Lotus well here. And obviously, Benny already has his ultimate, so he's going to sit back, let the rest of his teammates go and work towards that. You already highlighted Element, and getting him closer to that bleed storm as well is going to be able to assist in some of these attack side rounds. But this is where the first real test is. We see Benny. We've been talking about him, that Phoenix. It's something that we don't really see that much these days. Phoenix, very popular in the early stages of the game back in 2020. And he's one of the few agents that hasn't really had the ultimate nerfed all that much. It's still on 6 ultimate orbs, which is the quickest one to basically farm up outside of potentially a Cypher ultimate. But the value in it is immense, and really leaning into that is what these guys are trying to do here.
Yeah, I want to see if they try and disrespect the one-way off the back of the ult. Yeah, they're going to try and go for this with the complementary jet smoke there as well. Benny needs to take space, but I love the paranoia. I love the staggering the Pacific are able to do. Completely unaffected by Benny and the ult, and the rest of the punch behind it. Josh, there was nothing to that. They looked so ready.
That was a beautiful hold, actually. They were expecting it. They knew it was coming. It's like, hey, guys, guess what? Phoenix ulti. It's going to be an A hit. And then they let them in, like almost like an invitation. Come, I dare you to. And that's what CGN did. They walked right in. And Pacific, they were waiting for it and knew exactly when and where to peek, to find and line them up.
That was beautiful. That was really... And that's an issue, though. If CGN are going to be feeling reliant on this, again, building a lot towards that ult as maybe the ignition to some of these entries to taking space, if Pacific are very capable of handling it, you're already starting to get a little bit worried. And look, I spend my time nowadays... Yeah, exactly. Look, but to what value? You could barely get towards A. Absolutely backhanded last time you leant towards it. But look, I was spending my day, obviously, after being shunned from Sliggy's community, over in Coach Mini's stream, and he's got eyes even on this Phoenix. They're hot and cold on if he likes it or not. I think a lot of us are looking to see if it actually sticks, if it actually looks as good as, their reliance on it. This is something they've played a great deal throughout a lot of their maps. And I like CGN. I mean, technically they're my hometown team, but I get nervous. And Pacific are a team that are going to make this difficult. But this is a big opportunity. Again, a site with only one player on it. Paranoia goes in. And I prefer what we're seeing, at least from Loiter here, is just slipping away, sitting deeper, safer on towards CT. No need to give too much up.
Spike planted.
This reclear, though, the drone was used over on that B site. And right now, Pacific is looking to catch him off guard. Catch him on the rotation, but they weren't able to find it. So here comes the retake. They pop that null command. It's a 5v5, only element on the site to hold.
Yeah, but I like this play in the cage. It's lovely, but overwhelmed. Loiter really heads up clear. Element's gone down, but can they pressure that backline? Can they start working towards that defuse? The next big question coming in. Loiter again clearing it. Oh, the Pacific side are so sharp. They're so damn good. It is just a wipeout. Pacific clean on the retake, perfectly poised. I'm a little bit worried now we've gone into these gun rounds, Josh. They seem very equipped with everything CGN are trying to throw at them.
Yeah, that's a flawless round right here off the back of a round where they got 4. You know, Benny is... sorry, they kept 4 alive. Benny is already at 4 out of 6, though. He was at 3 to 6 basically as soon as they lost the previous round after using it. So we could see how quick it is to build towards that ultimate, but we're not seeing the value from it. And this is kind of where that break is, where you have those discussions, the hot and cold, as you were saying, is that you have the Phoenix, which has the power of this ultimate, but you're kind of forced into taking more fights, more duels, using him kind of like an ISO in certain ways, but you don't get that same value as an ISO. But then you also lose the value of having an initiator like KO with a knife or those long range flashes. And as I'm sitting here yapping, I mean, Comeback's just fighting down middle against an eco and picking up 3.
Just farming. He's a pleasure to watch in this, but that's a confidence round as well. A little eco Cobra moment for him. Happy enough. He'll just work towards Hitzal. He's only 2 away now. Cool. Anguist, a player that, again, a lot of eyes were towards. He's had some really good impact. Even the analyst test was discussing how well he can play here. This is not looking like the start he would have wanted, at least, as we already see Pacific closing out their third, unfazed and unpressured against a very low buy. So we're looking now at the ults coming in. We have Benny's ult. We have the knives coming out for them. We've got a lot going on here that hopefully gives them a little bit more punch, because we're already seeing Pacific looking very solid and poised in those retakes. They don't look phased by the approach. But Josh, what are you hoping to see now with those ults coming online, at least for CGN?
Well, one thing I look at for both of these teams is they don't really stray away from what works for them. And for CGN, that's going out A with that run it back. And for Pacific, that's doing their kind of standard setups. Maybe they swap one player from the site, so they'll send one of the A guys to B and one of the B guys to A. And sometimes we see them do this mid walk, this mid progression. Right now, though, a little bit of a fake, like, hey, we're over towards A, maybe get scanned by the knife, but they want to go right back to B into the open site. Come back, though, already getting the map closed. I think probably, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, true. So we're going to be seeing Benny going in at the moment, basically being a shock dart, clearing out the trips. Traps cleared, and, well, bye-bye. But they're on the site. So, that's not great, though. Element going down is a bigger problem. He's not going to be able to be resurrected here. The flash through the smoke is fantastic. Benny going to take away 1, but it's the pre-take on the site. The pressure from Pacific is outrageously good. As Anguist, well, yeah, you're pretty far away. You've just shot, and, your spike is currently surrounded. High-lows everywhere. This would be a miracle. 5 HP. Have you ever seen the Anguist 1v5 5 HP clutch, basically? You know, it came down to a 1v3. Yeah, I think this one might be cooked.
30 seconds left.
One of the things that makes these rounds so difficult, as Larok already has the read on where Anguist is going or trying to go, makes noise on the rope. He might get caught. Jesus. Larok, just something that... So while this hunt is in play, one of the things that makes Pacific really strong on this map is they kind of play this 2-1-2 spread default, like standard on their defense a lot. And they're comfortable holding when they need to do that. Sometimes they lean a third player towards B. Sometimes Comeback is taking it off there. When they see a lot of ults online, maybe they set up a play for that. But the other thing they like to do is this 1-3-1, where they take that mid space, they close down the map. And because they have that middle area, they're very quick to pivot to whichever site they need to go to. So if CGN's unable to get into the site clean, get that plant, get the space that they need, then Pacific's going to flood out of the choke points and catch them before they're able to stabilize.
Yeah, it perfectly summarized what we're seeing here. You know, the underhand flash was lovely, but I mean, it's all of it, right? It's really all-encompassing. Got to see a timeout? Yeah. Okay, so CGN deciding these 4 rounds have not been nice to them. They've not been particularly kind. And it feels like that very blunt approach of utilizing Benny and that ult is simply not doing enough for them. It's not getting them enough safety when it comes to even really securing the plant, Josh. They haven't really been getting towards this. So what's your suggestion? You're in CGN's position. You've got it feels like a little bit of a one-dimensional approach with the composition, at least with Benny. You've got to hope they've got other looks, of course. What would you be looking at to try and maybe allow for that plant to be a little bit more secured, pressure them elsewhere? I don't know. What would be your mentality now, seeing what you've seen?
if I want to go B, I want to make sure that I'm shocking wherever those trips are so that I can get into the site uncontested without getting spammed through the chokes. If I'm going A, I want to use that Phoenix wall so that I can block off that back sight line that's been punishing me before. They take contact from the left, they swing me from the right, I'm dead. I'm looking to block either of those down, but for CGN right now, it's more about going middle. At least on this round, they have Sheriff's one rifle, but the problem is Comeback's here with an operator. He's going to be here
solid.
half the rounds this game.
Yeah, he's been good at this. Watching back some of their games, again, very, very diligent. See how he looks here. Could get overwhelmed. Always a little bit scary up against Sheriffs, you know, especially there's numbers behind it. You can get a little bit overwhelmed. So now they know, but they don't know about Rose as well. So that's one aspect that could keep him somewhat safe, which is ideally the plan. And a couple of missed shots, but it plays in the additional player. And there we go. Shut down, shut out. And the rifle's still going to be there with Davi, but they're struggling to hit that punch, that first big blow. I like the Rose is trying to back away from this. Loiter already going to catch the lurk. It's going the way we expected, really, isn't it?
Really can't be any different here. One thing I want to highlight about what Pacific did in this round, we're going to see that next map as well on Ascent. Once they hit that defense side, they're going to do these types of setups where Comeback's got the operator on that long line and Rose is inserted deeper into middle, trying to do a bait and switch setup. Hey, we see the jet. Surely there's no one else here. They're not, you know, usually it's the jet that's being inserted. But still, CGN has life in them. 25 seconds. They're seeing if they can find an opening into the site.
Oh, the timing.
Okay.
Okay, wrap it up. Wrap it up. That's rough. But that wasn't what the timeout was for. Hopefully this round on the bye, we're going to see what CGN have cooked up for us. I didn't even realize. Oh yeah, Element uses knives in that round too. Damn.
Yep, that's an expensive round. Well, I mean,
it is in a way, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Outside of that round where their Cypher is saving and getting those exit kills, I think they've only had 2 or 3 kills in the last 3 or 4
Feels
gun
like
rounds.
A drought, right?
It's been very one-sided in the favor of Pacific.
Yeah, looking to see how this starts out again. Maybe a challenge on that orb. Loiter this time leaning further, and he's got a nice flash from here as well. On the tap. Oh, he's actually going to just take dry contact on that. Element just waltzing up.
Smart.
I feel like they were still considering that Benny would be going for that orb, trying to play off the back of that. But actually, a nice little bit of a look there coming out from Element, punishing that expectation.
Middle. I think Benny spotted comeback and doesn't want any piece of this right now. He just wants to escape with his life. As a 5-on-4 in the favor of CGN, this is the first time they've had a real advantage here. So just picking the right site to go to and finding that second opening. This is maybe potentially the 3rd round that CGN is going to be able to pick up here. They do know that Comeback has that operator and he was close to middle, so could be on one of these lines at B. So they're gonna approach this very diligently, but already, going for that flank instead. But you see Element holding that, knows this mid push is possible.
Come on, Mo, seen the...
Oh!
30 seconds left.
He tried to dodge the understeer.
Oh dear, oh
well,
dear,
he dodged
oh dear, it's all gone wrong. As Element just gets leapfrogged over, ignored, and put aside his comeback. He even looked back. He looked back for a second, but can Element save them? He got them the first, he needs to get them the last 2 here. Half achieved on the defuse, and Element trying to play that corner, trying to toy with him a little bit, chip away one more bullet. And now on the reload, this is where it gets a little bit more difficult. Smoke goes in, trying to go for the spam. Larocque still has to start going for this one. Time. There it is. Element saving CGN. Start and end on this round was all in his hands as God. Comeback almost had that one.
That was so close for comfort. CGN should have had that nipped in the bud. It was a 5 versus 3. And Element was sitting there waiting for Comeback to push all the way through. He got spotted there with the operator. But yeah, I mean, the first chip to fall is literally falling all the way off the map. Right here.
Oh, yeah.
Tries to dodge it. He's on the rail and...
Damn. Well, do that again. Get 4, Element, and we're good. This time, you actually... Oh, my God. Oh, a leg. He legged him, but it's not enough. Element's still alive, and once again starts off the round perfectly for CGN. This guy looking like he's starting to heat up here. but he can't be omnipresent. He can't be everywhere. So we're going to have to see someone else from CGN starting to find that impact too.
Pivot back to B. They have Benny's ultimate online again. And you're right, there were so many flashes to be able to be used there. The KO flash, the Omen Paranoia over on that A site for that re-peek from comeback. They don't use it, and now numbers disadvantage. It's going to be a 5-on-2 over at B. It's a big task for Jellison to be able to hold, but again, the trips are up, and they haven't really been broken at all by CGN, any of these
shock
rounds.
darts to deal with it now. They're in a little bit of a pickle here. Yeah, already you're going to see them struggling to find those steps towards the site. Now, for the second time of asking, they have to make a go of this.
Right here.
Hero's still just
the Omen.
posturing in the smoke. We're going to see mid pressure coming in eventually. That is from Element. You're going to see the eventual approach from Larocque, but it's Loiter. Backline found. The turn of the eyes, and Pacific again. So well balanced. They know those pressure points. They hit the timing incredibly well. Element is desperate to do damage, but it doesn't matter. Look where the spike is. And again, Element can only do so much on his own. He needs the 4 others to be able to somehow take a site. Josh, that's not good enough from CGN. They're simply not. They're banking on Element so hard here.
That is so tough to be in as well. They had that advantage. All they need to do is be able to press that, utilize it, and convert it. But what happens is a very simple Omen ulti from Pacific. Eloida gets in the backlines, and nobody really reacts to it at all. You know, and then once the first chip falls right here, like, what are you looking at? You know that the Omen teleported. You guys all hear it. As soon as David goes down, 2 more people turn around, and in that timing, that's when that jump up comes. So good communication from Pacific, recognizing that that flank's coming in. As soon as he goes and makes that contact, that's when the teammates come and spring out from the sides, and it worked perfectly.
Credit to Pacific for getting through that, because it felt like we were seeing a bit of a rinse and repeat from before. A deeper trip this time. Element going to be able to obviously get past that. This time, playing with the pack, so maybe trying to be the tip of the spear here, as he is the only one with the rifle, and, well, everyone else has fallen. Oh, okay, relax. Jellison there, trying to do a little something with a shorty. We do have the Guardian still here, so maybe there's a bit of life in them in this round. Larocque's still closing the gap here. Oh, it's Loiter to find Vince. Even just dab it in a 1v2. Plant is in, though. No jump spot. Oh, cleaner than boasters. Turns the flash. Nah, it says there's only so much. There's only so much. Probably it feels like the most competitive attempt yet as a collective that time.
It got close, and considering that they had, what, like 4 classics plus the Vandal, that was a pretty valiant effort. Much better than the first 3 gun rounds that we saw, where they got collectively maybe like 2 kills across 3 rounds. So a step in the right direction, but you have to keep in mind, Pacific picked this map. They picked it for a reason. They're damn good at it. And yeah, CGN, they're no strangers to the map. I also like this Outlaw pickup. They had so much economy. They could have afforded an operator, but they chose the Outlaw, knowing that they're going against potentially light shields or no shields at all, can deal with 2 targets instead of 1. But again, this gap is building, and considering CGN got the pistol round here, this is not looking good for them.
No. So you've got the 2 rounds initially, obviously off the pistol, and then the 1, the Element pretty much got them there. Element had a fantastic amount of impact. Never going to take that away. I'd like to have seen more of a collective effort, and you've got to hope that they can get a couple more under their belt here. Otherwise, they're going to be in a spot of bother. We'll see. Early damage towards Element, however, is not necessarily a good look, considering he has been, again, impactful from start to end. Able to isolate Loiter on that. It looks like a repeat towards kind of sight, but it's a huge pick. Patience pays off in middle. Catching Rose, this is much better, but they have yet to claim the site. The spike is still left deep down by Spawn, Josh, and there's still a lot to navigate and get past, but Anguish does clear B, finally.
Real winning situation here for CGN. Pacific actually choosing to save here. They have a lot of economy still, and it's the second to last round, so definitely they could go for this attempt and still be able to play out the next round. So here, that's where that decision comes in. Wait, we actually can do this. They still haven't even planted, so they're coming back. It's a 2-on-4. It's going to be very difficult to break through here, but full utility for Larocque. Operator still in the hands of comeback, and if they're able to make someone peek out, get a little bit curious for information, that could be the way in. That's a start.
That's the raid boss removed. That's a big shot, though. Anguish there from the back lines, playing by Pillar. at least denies comeback. Nice push up from Lorok, though he still knows there's a player on the site. His knife revealed it earlier. He knows that Vince is around here somewhere, surely. Or is it Davi at one point, I think it was. So he's going to try and get half, has to face the music. But a nice attempt to 4v2, still gets converted. CGN there, brilliant. Good starter coming out from comeback at the beginning, but it was Vince in middle that time to continue the scales tipping in their favor.
One thing I'm noting right now, watching these two teams play, is that Pacific's not really straying from what their game plan is, what we've seen from them on Abyss in previous matchups. They still do the same Omen KO towards A. We still see the Sova Cypher towards B. Potentially, we see the KO switching up with the Cypher on occasion. But and obviously, Comeback is just going wherever he wants. Usually it's middle, sometimes it's B main. We've seen it A main once here. But it's the same thing, round in, round out. But from the side of CGN, usually they have Benny outside of A main. He's trying to take that space by himself. He's trying to pick up that orb. His teammates sometimes even work through middle. But right now, we're not seeing them utilize middle all that often because Comeback's there with an op a lot, and they're scared of that. They're also putting Element towards that A main lobby to take that fight, trying to contest, keep that pressure on, expecting them to fight Benny there for the orb, but Benny's not even there. He's towards B, he's with the pack. It's a very different look. I wonder if CGN changed it up specifically for this matchup.
And I'm kind of glad that they managed to do that. You see with the timeout hit earlier, they've managed to scrape back 2 more rounds. If this adjustment is what's propelled them forward, good news. They needed it. At the start, it was, as said, those 2 initial pistols and then 1 bailout, but it needs to see some more repetition on this. It looks like we're going to see the flash of contact. I want to see when they use this flash. Last time, banking on the tap of the ult orb, but now it's just being shouldered. It looks like Comeback is here. 3 players, the paranoia ready, the spray is good. Comeback now unleashed. Loiter goes forward, but it's Comeback to be doing the damage. A third, absolutely. Comeback makes it all his. 4, and eyeing up the 5th, it gets stolen away. But you take it in those moments. An 8-4 scoreline, Josh. This has been one-sided.
That's beautiful. It's one-sided indeed, and I love that flash setup. I talked about it before. The paranoia, the KO flash, they got to use them. They use them.
8-4. It's been one-sided. Let's find out if it ends that way as well.
Spike down A. 1 enemy remaining.
Alrighty, back into the thick of things. 8-4. Josh, summarize this first half in 3 words for me. I'm putting you on the spot.
Holy crap.
Joe, that was pretty good. That was good. Where'd you go?
They got 8 gun rounds effectively.
True.
CGN started with a pistol, converted round 2, had that Phoenix run it back on round 3, but still were only able to pick up 4 rounds in total that half. And they were off the back of an early pickoff or maybe even a 5 versus 3 advantage, and the rounds were still close.
Impressive stuff. 8-4. Side switch, of course, now. So Pacific will have to show us how they decide to approach this map. We find the answer to how do we feel about the Phoenix on the defending side. Are they as able to depend on the likes of Element as they were on the attack? Couple more questions we can go through, but for now it's a mid walk. And something, if you watch Pacific in the past, they love abusing middle. They will be pressuring this time and time again. As it stands, they've managed to get past Element on a real godsend of a bit of timing, but smart work from Davi to check on it. But sadly, they were already in the door. They were knocking on the door and they're through. And it's Anguis who's the one to stop it. That's perfect. It's allowed Element now to come back through towards site. Maybe there is a chance to save this round. As you can see, Element prowling and catching, gets comeback, puts him down. It's a 2v3. This is not out of the realms of reality, but it's certainly still within touching distance for CGN.
The dash out. It's a fast retake. Waiting for that
like
flash.
Yeah, there it is. Flash comes in. Nice clear from Benny. Leave it on Loiter. A 1v2. Pretty close the gap to the side, high and low. Can he isolate a fight? He can, but it's not easy. Vince the one to find him, and CGN again start things off with a pistol.
And that was a good round, a much-needed round win for CGN. It was... I did not expect them to deal with that mid-aggression as well as they did. Pacific, it looked like the fundamentals were on point. They had the first person clearing the right, and in the back, they have two players covering them. Get that opening pick, and it should be a conversion from that point. But in the back, you've highlighted him time and time again. Element is making big work, just getting it done for this team at the moment. There with the Sheriff, getting that pick off onto comeback, and being able to turn this around a little bit. It's going to be a little bit of a buffer to be able to get them back in, and we see the value of that Phoenix flash coming in. It's so weird to deal with. You never play against a Phoenix. You're not expecting these types of flashes to come in your face.
No, true. I guess it is like the lost art of dealing with a Phoenix. Certainly not something that people have in their wheelhouse as often anymore. I mean, to be fair, solo queue is riddled with people who still believe in the Phoenix choices. I mean, I swear though, it's just like you ever see a Phoenix, you know they're either going to be completely irrelevant or actually a godsend. It's bizarre. I've never seen something so hot and cold. This should be a throwaway round considering Pacific do only have those classics, one Sheriff on Selson, but you're looking to see what they can achieve, at least getting towards those orbs, building that forward, and maybe they could pose a threat. Maybe a pick, maybe a plant. Let's see if they can achieve any of that. For obviously on the other side of CGN, you want a clean round here. This is getting worrying though, as Jellison did find Benny. They've made it towards the site. Vince still lingering around backside, though, keeping this somewhat in hand. And this should now be somewhat of a formality as comeback. Last one alive. And hopefully CGN have the foresight to keep this very, very clean.
Not much to do here. Probably a 6th round on the board and a gap close. And when you look at a team like Pacific and you look at that map differential, 2-0s here or there, a 2-1 over Maus, they look almost near indestructible.
Yeah.
But when you actually look at it eye test wise, they're sometimes just scraping by a little bit here and there. It's not like they're clean, just 13 threes, beating down the other teams. And especially when you look at the caliber of team that they're going up against, they haven't been tested by the big top dogs that are alongside them. So the teams that are up here, for example, we're looking at CGN right now, Apex, like there are teams that can go toe-to-toe with them that we just haven't really seen them being put to the test. And this might be the first real test that they have to go against. So let's see how the resilience plays out in this attack side, because after all, this is their map pick. Yes, they're down both pistols and they're still leading, but this game could get very close and scary off of basically nothing.
Yeah, I tend to agree as well, considering you've seen Pacific struggle a little bit on the attacking side in some of their previous games. It kind of closes it into a very, very, I guess, closer scoreline than you'd hope for. I want to see if they've actually adjusted this consideration as already still playing close. Benny is not giving up this close angle. Does have Vince behind, playing kind of backside, now pushing up a little bit closer. This timing could be feast or famine. The flash is fantastic. Good damage, but overwhelmed. And nice from Vince, though. The smoke's up in play. Ult's going to come down, though, so Vince could be in a bit of a tricky situation here. Yeah, trying to buy his time, but I'm surprised he stuck around. Could have backed away there. Could have given it up and maybe tried to play for the retake with the rest of the team, but no. Opts to try and stick around. Jellison as well, still with a little bit of utility to make it a little bit more annoying for that playback through from CT. 4v3, Josh.
4v3, locked out. at that choke point, but no one holding them. Loida, only with 22 HP, he's gonna do it by himself.
That's so risky. A lot of faith
Jealous
in this
indeed.
man.
He's just sitting on his camera, but the flank coming in from comeback.
Oh, it just feels almost unfair, doesn't it? Feels cruelty in action. Yeah, it feels simple for comeback. Again, the timing's so right for him. And once we got into this gun round, yes, it's a bonus. It looked clean. This worries me, though. This is where my worries start, because this is what it felt like on the first half, right? It's that, okay, I'd like to see them maybe try something in the bonus, be a little bit more proactive in this. The flash and the swing, it was okay, but it felt a little simplistic. Maybe try something a little bit more all-in. But hey, you know, who am I to tell you what to do? But Pacific coming out on top, looking very solid already. I mean, comebacks on 18 kills, Element on the other side 14. We're seeing everyone else starting to step up, though, a little bit here. Buy round coming in is massive. This is where we need to see the difference made, and not the one way, a deeper smoke this time.
It's looking like a fast execute here as well. Vince probably going to back out of the site this time.
Yeah, he
respect the confidence on the previous round, but
well, there was a time to leave, and it passed. Now, Benny knew better. Benny got out of dodge. Element getting punished from... Oh, Loiter, these shots! Just being the turret on the top of the site. The confidence now overflowing. This was the first gun round. A fast, pacey, simplistic approach towards A works so well. Loiter there, rewarded in the end with 4, but I mean, again, the punishment on these CGN players. You can't sit on the site like this. They have to evacuate. Benny was out of there. What else are you meant to do? It's...
Agree. Yeah, you're absolutely right. In the previous round, I was going to say, you're on a bonus round. I respect the confidence. Go for those fights, Vince. All good. Sure. You know, Benny was already fighting to his death, close to main. You're trying to back him up, get those trades. But on a round like this, a big pivotal round, it's your first gun round, and you're already backing up because you're aware that's a 5-man hit. You have 3 teammates starting on that B site. You got to play your life a little bit more with more value.
Yeah. And something else I'm looking forward to throughout what's remaining of Ascension here is kind of seeing this outlaw use again. Something that it feels like the Ascension teams and Tier 2 teams really got a grip of earlier on, and it looks like they're obviously Comeback, the one to be trying to utilize it here, opting in for that. So... Again, I respect what CGN's trying. I've got to say, Element trying to posture up here, but Comeback again. Look at this guy. You speak his name, and he just gives you 2 out of nowhere. Well, that's B looking like it's on a platter, but they're not eyeing that up. They're still holding this very patiently. Maybe waiting to see if it was Benny trying to maybe work towards that orb, if he was dare trying to lean through, but it's Benny on an island. And the rest of them now gravitating back towards A. Just Element to try and hold them back. Knife connects. That's not good. That's really not good.
Rose closing the gap as well. Getting that space and finding the rotate, and it's looking like another flawless round for the side of Pacific here. And really highlighting and exposing, I guess. What?
Okay.
Okay.
Hey, that's... It makes no difference, Josh, but you know, good for Benny. Good for Benny.
It really exposes, though, the lack of utility, overall utility, that you get from having the information from the knife and potentially jamming up and slowing down and execute for a potential 8 seconds. You know, if you get scanned by that knife, you can't use your dart, you can't use your drone, you can't deploy smokes. It slows you down and it buys that extra 8 seconds to get a rotation in to reinforce a site. And when you're playing as Phoenix, you only really have... You have 2 options. You're up close trying to take the fight, which Pacific is waiting for, hoping and trying to punish, or you have to sit way back and give them so much respect and space that they can walk all the way to the entrance and dump everything on you.
Now, the difference maker may be this. They've got a big issue, and that's a big gun. Maybe that will fix it. Nice start from Element. Does he get away with... Oh my god! Comeback desperate to try and close the gap, but Anguist, all too aware, keeps his teammate of Element safe. Securing the top side. Still plants there. And a deep plant towards CT.
Run it back available, and they're going to use this. They need this round clean. Keep the economy trailing by 5.
They're staying postured up on CT. They've seen the barrel there of the gun. Big clear from Benny. That should be a follow-up, and it is. Leaving Loiter. I mean, this guy is good. Does get scanned, though. Really tricky in the defuse. The plant was on the backside of sight. Not going to be able to get around that corner. CGN hey, they're not out of it yet. It took the operator, it took a good start, took removing Larocque there, but it worked.
If you've noticed right now, Element's actually overplaying that A site, really trying to fill the gap in the fact that Pacific's waiting to go to the site and try to exploit that kill onto Benny. But now getting the operator involved, it potentially makes Pacific think twice about going to this area. Maybe we see them go back to going middle, trying to use that space, getting those deep inserts, instead of just trying constantly to go to this A site, because it's a clear change in game plan from CGN. I'm wondering when Pacific's going to clue into that. If it's going to be after a timeout, or they're just going to... Yeah.
We're going in. Comeback's like, all right. The Element's angle is so good. That nice off angle there. Okay, that was a pretty tasty 1v1.
You look at that profile picture, silence and comeback.
That was so good. Hey, again, we kind of questioned, is he over-reliant on trying to backfill this space towards A? He was already showing a little versatility there. You saw that Comeback wanted to create that opportunity on B, but no, hey, very impressive stuff to start with. But the rotation back towards A could be an issue. Looking at where Pacific are heading, it does look like it's going to be that B site. They still have a lot of ults to play in here. They have a lot of util to play with Josh. This is still very much an up-in-the-air round.
Feeling more comfortable to retake the B site. Their defense is all the way towards A. So right now, still, 100's Fury in play for the attackers here. They're going to get that spike planter, no problem. They're going to reset, but Larocque goes down. I don't think they're going to be able to pick him up. That's an easy ping spam.
You'd think so, right? But he's back on his feet. And they have 4v5, and Loiter just happy to try and take a body with him if he can. Already Rose going to be posting the ult down. I don't know if that's called a tag here, but Jellison has already defending the side. Good trade. CGN still have the numbers. So you're looking at the shock dodge, you're looking at what remains, and it's nothing. Anguished on the clear up. CGN back in this series.
The end of that round looked really clean, but you have to consider and keep in mind, this was a big advantage for the side of CGN. They got that opening pick, Element on the comeback, but again, I have to point it out, it's getting a little bit closer right now, and the story of this game right now, I might have to highlight how Element is getting ahead of what's going on here, and the call right there, to be able to have that operator aggressive on A one round, shut that down completely, goes B the next, anticipating that that's where the first action is going to come in, and shutting that down as well. Now you see again, he's moving over to A site, trying to keep ahead of Pacific and stay ahead of whatever might come at them, but it's going to be a 5-man, potentially fast B hit, and Benny's there.
All right, Benny, this is your turn. Hard to hold them back though. If they continue flooding this, the flash doesn't really deny you much. And Comeback's already closed the gap. Gets cleared by Vince though. Sight stays his and gets a follow-up. Benny's been lost, but the cavalry's here. And maybe Vince doesn't need it. 4 huge kills, perfectly played. Even Larocque in a 1v3, and it's not gonna happen. CGN right back in this series, step by step.
I said it before, Pacific hasn't been put to the test by other teams. A little bit by Mouse, a map taken away, double digits as well on a third. But right now, CGN is putting up a fight. They're not going down by rolling over. Vince, very aggressive here on the sidelines. It all really opened up from that Phoenix flash coming around that front box. It made Pacific think twice about what was going on. Comeback missed his dash onto the top of the site because he was partially blind, has to use his cloud burst, and as he comes to the other side of it, Vince puts him down. That means that there's no opening for Pacific. They're so focused on Benny that Vince is able to come around and get a 4K. So what does Pacific need to do different? We're seeing a timeout from them. Maybe we get to see them exploring middle a little bit. We see that they like to insert players. Sometimes they even send Rose out by himself as Soba to create like a little bit of a fake or be the lurker. I want to see something like that from them right now, because they're just walking into operators, and when they're not walking into operators, they're getting kind of split up by these flashers.
Yeah. Okay, let's see what they've come up with here. I don't really know the coaching staff of either of these side, but it's always nice to see what they can kind of come up with in these moments. Pressure situations. And for CGN, a moment of redemption, really, after what was a really hard first half. They've done incredibly well to fight this back, keeping the likes of Comeback somewhat neutered. I wouldn't say completely irrelevant. No, he's still leading the server, but credit to the man there, Element. Now, does he consider this? Oh, he certainly thought about it now.
They heard him.
He's keeping 3 players on this side. I mean, do they continue this way, Josh?
It looks like they want to. They have that insert. It's going to be at least pressure. It denies that heaven position from being able to set up that crossfire. But you saw at the start of the round, that 2-man B fake with that Sova drone just to create a little bit of doubt. It doesn't work, though. CGN knows what's up, and Element is already coming over to A. Actually, it has worked. He doesn't know where to go right now.
Yeah, the pause in time, it really threw him through a loop there. They didn't quite know. Maybe expecting the break to come sooner. Quick clear from Anguis. Beautiful. Lotus gone, and still now firm grip on the side. Comeback clears through towards CT. You're seeing them try to pressure Anguis here, but he's been steady as a rock. Quick little flash, but no one there to close in on this. You're looking at the pressure on CT. Hello? Did we think that was going to be safe forever? And now the crunch on the reclear. This feels misjudged, and Pacific had the opportunity. And it's all on the one man to do it all. No plant, no time on his side, and surrounded. Anguis closes the gap. Big hold from him under a lot of pressure, built to put him in the crosshairs. And he comes out swinging, but that felt like a missed opportunity there for Pacific in my mind.
That was a really creative round from them still, being able to Omen teleport out to the middle box and then up into that secret room area, and it almost worked. If Comeback's not there with an operator if Element's not there with an operator to hear it, and then position Anguis perfectly to deal with it, it's a different story. The other thing is, I do wonder if he could be a little bit more safe as he breaks that door so that he doesn't instantly go down as soon as that door is broken. He's basically disabled.
Yeah. Okay, that's a different start. We've been generally seeing those entries working for Element. This time, it's Comeback. Now let's see how they respond to the site. You can see Anguis still looking for a chance here. Does anyone get pinged? Anyone revealed? You're looking at the out drone coming in. Need to get a tag on that. It's already around the corner, so Anguis can't quite close down on that kill, but he's been a real threat from this position. And they're desperate to get this pressure on CT.
With the timing,
Loiter. I thought he could have had that then, but no, traded again pretty well. 3v3, but time is on their side. Deeper post plant here. All 3 players playing from this side. The fuse started and not stopping. Gets it to half, has to fall away. Gets revealed. No kills though. Still anyone sort of around here. Larok does remove Anguis. The fuse denied. The very last second. And Davi, their time's going to start really ticking against him here. He knows it, and he can't quite close it. 12 made for Pacific.
Huge explosive rounds coming out of the side of Pacific right now. CGN making it close, but still, they had that buffer of the double pistol round win. And they're on map point or against it. Makes me think that Pacific's found the working recipe. This teleport play that Loida did, as soon as that retake was coming in, he tried to teleport behind them. And he actually got there, but because he spent so many bullets on that first kill, they were able to try and respond to him. That was almost the difference maker.
Yeah, that could have been
a win in the end.
Huge. We still have the operator out for Element, so that's still on the field. As it stands, he is on the right side of the map for where the spike is. TP committed. Loiter's gone for it. Oh, an outrageous attempt there. But I don't think they saw it. I'm waiting to see if Element sticks around on this. I think he will do. Davi's here. Anguis is here. They don't know how close they are, but there it is. Davi spots it. That's a very aggressive fight, and they've been rewarded by all of this. CGN taking some risky engagements, and they work out perfectly.
One enemy remaining.
Keep him coming.
Yeah, this is clean stuff. Are we going to get treated to OT here, Josh? Did you have any plans for your day? I assume you have to cancel them now?
Slate. Nothing on the calendar. Nothing but good Valorant.
Fair play. As it stands,
One enemy remaining.
seeing both sides now finding their form when it matters. This has been impressive from CGN, showing resilience here, showing creativity and capability to deal with a very threatening side. Now, into the final round of regulation.
Right here.
We do see a bit of a shaky purchase, but usable. Aggression, though, is the name of the game coming out from CGN, and Benny does get punished for the trade. Davy this time with the operator, the one to take away comeback, but it's a 1-for-1 trade out.
2 operators up on the defense side. One of them surely going to get over to A, but the double trips, the camera, they're fine to play that retake at the moment. In Pacific, I mean, you look at the mixed buy here, 2 Vandals, a Sheriff, and a Stinger. They want to re-hit this B site. They're just waiting for one of the operators to move away, but you have to look. Okay, there is a switch up. There is, yeah, he's got the operator. He's going to take that B line again. And this is so scary to walk into. If you're Pacific right now, if you're a fan of them, walking into this right now is scary.
He's got his dart back on as well. Does he save it for potentially the retake? Oh my god, Loiter. The spacing just close enough on the swing, and it's Rose to send the ult from further away, maybe trying to isolate. And that's a good tag as well there. Just catching, I think, Anguist. And now we're into a 4v3 advantage to Pacific. How do they break this deeper positioning? Element still standing. The Danger Man on his 2 feet. Anguist there. He's been packing a punch over towards A, but difficult positions to pry them out of. First attempt on the spike, and they've caught Element. Now the follow-up. They're going for it, and they've got it. Pacific in the final hour. Able to get across the line, 13-11.
You'd think there we're going OT the way that CGN was playing, but in the final moments, on whatever desperation by that Pacifica do, they pulled it back in the end.
Certainly did. This has been a belting start already. A good series potentially. I'm worried if this it's not going to be a short night if this keeps up to this pace. Already though, Ascent is on the horizon. You don't want to miss it, and you certainly don't want to miss the desk after this.
In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals, whoa.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now, second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean. Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't make top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I juke left and I'm gone with the win. I'm gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. So let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot. I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on wet, yeah, I got a game on lock.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion.
In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals, whoa.
We nearly got ourselves an OT there, but it wasn't meant to be. PCF, they close out Abyss. I'm joined once again by Kukuka and Pilski. You know, I thought maybe we'd go to OT, Pilski, and judging by the chats we were having when the game were on, you had faith in CGN as well.
I did, but it's kind of outrageous at this point. When will the fake comeback stop? I'm getting sick of it.
Never.
We've seen a couple of them already, but PCF, you know, they came out of the gate swinging really, really hard. They, you know, just the multi-fragging, the Turkish aim, the way that they kind of controlled that first half. But give credit to CGN where it's due. I mean, I thought it was GG for them because they like 10-2'd go next in their last group games on the attacking side, but they did so well on defense to bring that back.
I mean, the learning curve for both of the teams was definitely there. And as you mentioned, on that second half, with all the A pushes that we were seeing, how they were being shut down, how they were able to adapt, to put an operator, to even have the setups ready for the Cypher, to play the retake. Like, there was a lot of thought into that. And that's probably what we got that last round, where Pacific just wanted to tease a little bit of what was going on A and then finish up on B, because it literally got down to that last moment.
It did indeed, but this is the thing though, PCF, they built up a really nice lead in the first half, and Kakuka, if we take a look at round 9 and 12, we can see why they were leading in the first half.
Yeah, it is so annoying to play against this because of how they shut down the initial aggression, how they move around the map, and how even though they have to deal with comeback in the operator and being on the other side of the map, isolating where they need, and using the ultimates to stop the push is what made them get rounds like this one. I mean, this is, you know, this is like the bit and the close-in, but when they go on the execute, they have all the utility ready because there's thread after thread. It's not only that comeback is going to be shutting down one part of the map, it's also the fact that on the other side, even though you have the Hunter's Fury, Benny's ult to just run onto side, you're gonna be shut down.
They had like very clear protocols in mind and like ideas of how to shut down the A main control. Like, it's something that Benny, I can't remember, I think it was Mitch or Tom on the cast saying like Benny's very honest in his interviews, and something that he did mention is like, wow, the Phoenix is so good because you could take A main control, farm the orbs. That's something that Steel was saying in the cast as well. And Pacific just had a full setup with the KO, the reactive paranoia, sending the Jet in to really shut down that A main control and try to kind of pummel CGN into the ground a little bit.
Yeah, my favorite thing of that map is probably seeing the two duelists go head-to-head. We really got a masterclass on both sides. There's very little Pilski to criticize either comeback or element of.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, well, this is actually shutting down that A main aggression that I was mentioning before, is where, you know, you have the paranoia ready, the reactive flash, and they're sending comeback in as soon as CGN want to try to take A main control or take the orb. So that's kind of what I was sort of referring to. But you could see comeback even in this clip, having a big multi-frag. He was absolutely lights out the whole game. Element was good on both halves, even entering on attack, but also on defense, you know, put in some good work alongside Vincent Anguis. So it's a nice head-to-head to look at, but definitely, I mean, comeback, there's a reason why he's, you know, head and shoulders above the rest of the competition statistically.
205 ADR, that is disgusting. But especially in a game like this one, it's not like this was a 13-5 and he completely obliterated the other team. No, he always finds a way to be impactful, and I have to say the same for Element. We know and understand that it is a double duelist composition, but it's not like the Phoenix is used as a duelist. He's just going to be setting up Element. He's going to be playing like a KO or any other initiator, just going up a little closer and just following up with a flash and maybe a refrag.
Yeah, this is the thing, because Element was playing so well. He was playing really, really well. And then your opponent has a 305 ACS game. Like, there's not much you could do about that. But as we move over to Ascent, which is pretty much the bread and butter of CGN. But at the same time, I mean, Turkish teams on Ascent, it doesn't matter if they won confident before. There's just something about Turkish players, Kakuka, on this map. And we've learned the hard way whenever we doubt them.
Man, I think it's crazy because right now, coming back from champs, that we did not see Ascent at all during the entirety of playoffs, because everybody's so done with this map. And as you were saying, Sue, seeing CGN picking up onto this map again, the bread and butter, if there's any preparation that comes into today, you know, Ascent is happening. Now, are we going to see a head-to-head with the Phoenix? I do not know. Lara could be an absolute menace, but he's such a valuable player, and the understanding of the map for both of the teams is a bit different. Yes, the Phoenix might feel a little bit one-dimensional, but wouldn't it be mind-blowing, absolutely mind-blowing, if CGN changed the composition today? Right now.
Yeah. I think that would be crazy, especially because they have such a good record on this. Like, I don't even feel like they should have lost to Apex, so they've had almost a flawless run on this map. It's the same story for Lotus as well, which is why you saw, you know, Pacific banning that through, despite the fact they were picking it heading into the group stage. So, you know, I think CGN are definitely going to be backing themselves comp-wise and map-wise, picking it up against Pacific here.
This is the thing though, at some point, I mean, they lost on it already, right, at group stage, and at some point you are going to get figured out. At some point teams know that you're going to play Phoenix, you're going to play Ascent, and Pilski, there's only so much you can do when it comes to taking a further step in experimentation and trying to I guess catch your opponent off guard, because it's Ascent in the end of the day.
Yeah, I think so. They definitely have their own flavor and their own style on Ascent, but as you mentioned, they've played it a lot, so there's a lot of film there. You know, there's going to be a lot of potential chance for Pacific, who already looked well prepared on Abyss with some of those, you know, reactions to the A main control and things like that, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we will see indeed, and let's take a look at Agent Select. Oh, there's a change.
Cypher.
Yeah.
For a second, I was praying that, you know, something cheeky was going to happen. At the end of the day, knowing how individually gifted every single player in Pacific is, I understand that CGN is going to suffer no matter what. But this slight adjustment just means that we're going to see more of those very good setups to try and stop, one, the fake potential, and two, that first ultimate from Benny, now that CGN started from the attack.
I think changing to Cypher from KJ is like the kind of small tweaks that can make it harder to attack certain sites. So we'll see how the side of CGN deals with that kind of change up, and we'll see particularly on their attack if they run into some of those trips and you know, fall to some of that.
Well, this is their map pick, CGN. They're expected to do well here, and I don't remember the last time I heard Pansy and Steel cast Ascent, so over to you guys.
Yeah, it does weirdly feel like a minute. I mean, we're both Ascent fans, so I'm happy with this one. But Josh, what do you make of the Cypher change coming in? Do you think that is to give them the, I guess, the capabilities to deal with that Phoenix, slow down that impactful approach?
Probably it is. I wouldn't see a reason otherwise to do it. And part of the reason why it could work is that without that KO, which is a common pick, involved to get that knife value off on the Cypher, the fact that Benny, if he's going to be running in first, especially if he's using his ultimate run it back to go in first, what it's going to mean is he's going to run into these trips. He's going to get spammed. They don't even have to necessarily play in the sites. They could play outside the sites and just spam him through smokes. So it's going to be an interesting change, but it might stress their defense. And I was talking about that first map. It looked like they didn't change much about their game plan, but here it will.
Yeah, this would be a good tell. Oh my god. Well, I think we found them. I think we know where they all are, basically. It will be one player sitting deep towards the site. Full support through market, but Element quickly. I mean, comeback, that felt a little bit ambitious to go for that, considering they had no information on the space taken over towards main just to swing out market, but desperate times, desperate measures after being revealed so early on.
The desk was highlighting Comeback and Element and talking about how Comeback had kind of higher stats, but I was looking at that first kill rate and also the head-to-head between Element and Comeback. It seems like Element had his number for that, the majority of that game.
I'm very much with you in that regard. You're looking pound for pound, you know, Element was very much there. And Loiter, going to be cleared through, but at this point, we're starting to see the numbers sitting pretty comfortably for CGN, starting to get a good couple of steps towards A.
30 seconds left.
The Rock here would have to do something phenomenal to get away with this. Trying to isolate a fight on main. It's not going to work out. Benny with a good shot. CGN have been clean on their pistols. It's been something that it looks like they've put some work towards.
One enemy remaining.
And, well, Jellison and Rose going to try and make something out of nothing, and it's not going to happen. CGN start off how they did before. Very, very sharp beginnings in these pistols.
And pistol rounds are very important in this game. So if you're able to convert, what is that, 3 out of 3 at this point? Go for it. It didn't help them get over the finish line that first map, but we're looking at Pacific, a team that's only dropped 1 map so far. And kind of just to bring the stakes back into the mix, these teams, yeah, they have a couple of chances here because there is going to be a lower bracket to make it through, but this is, it leads to 1 point. It leads to Ascension. And to be able to make it all the way through, take that upper bracket, take the easy route all the way to the end, that's kind of what you're looking for when it comes down to those arena games, when it comes down to the grand finals. So being positioned as best as you can is important. And right now, it looks like Pacific's going to be the ones that are in that position if CGN can't convert this map.
See what Element can get here. Taking a lot of space up towards Cat. Danger Men would be Jellison and LaRock. Sheriff in a Frenzy. Everyone else on Classics. And the Owl Drone, well, right to the face. And Element, again, winning the fight up against Comeback. So, good protocol list. Not taking anything too lightly as they try and lean towards Cat. A little bit of a challenge. Clean from Benny. Clean enough. And they keep 5 standing. So this is all going as you'd want. Because this is a very heavily invested second round, Josh. They can't really be dealing with any losses here. They have to keep minimum 4 alive.
It's looking like they're going to keep all 5 alive at this point here. And keeping in mind going to that first gun round to see what the difference is of this Cypher play is. You'd hope that they've practiced this before. They've run it in official games before. But if they haven't, yes, it's a small piece, but it is a big piece. When you're switching up a Sentinel like this, away from that Killjoy onto that Cypher, especially when your entire defense is around the turret watching B, alarm bot watching middle, and then being the Killjoy and the Sova on that B site, to keep the other 3 towards A, a little bit of flexibility in your Jet to move around with the operator and do whatever plays that she needs to do, whether it be a B line, mid line, whatever. It changes it up because you don't have as much deep info. You don't get that heads up as early. Yeah, you can put a camera there, but it's not the same as a turret. You can't put a deep trip in there. That's going to be hurt and broken very easily. So it will change how Pacific have to approach their defense side here.
No, I'll be interested to see how comfortable they look. There is something to be said as well of by standard. If we looked at this map, at least on paper, without going too deep into it, you'd say that CGN have the upper hand here. I think that's a fair assessment, at least when it's come to, excuse me, results and recency bias, if you want to lean into it a little bit, even how this composition plays. So maybe trying something a little bit out of the ordinary to tip the scales could be it, even if it's a bit of a risky choice. I don't mind them going for it. I'm happy enough to see it. Now we get to see how well it looks. How good does this look? We do have Rose going for the Odin. Man after Mitch's heart. And the setup mostly focused towards that B site. Cam, and a little bit of a trip towards middle as well, just allowing a little bit more safety for comeback. And the first bit of information should be off the back of this.
The camera's just watching the walkout and any feet that get close to that choke point. And that dart, Odin spam will follow suit.
Clear of the first dart towards middle as well.
A main completely taken from Pacific. They know it's going to be a B hit.
Yeah, they've got to know here. The camera should have noted, I think, Element at minimum this point, but he actually gets out pretty far. But they've baited a little bit, but look at what it does. Sent to the slaughter. Rose could be rewarded with 1. Vince going to go down. Spam again. No further follow-up, but this is a show of strength already. This is going to make it a lot harder to hit these sites.
Look at Davi. Look, he's all the way up garden.
Oh,
but doesn't matter.
Huge work though from Loiter. They've got to know now there's another in towards middle. They've got a good idea of where these players reside. Apart from David, who maybe could do wonders. Let's see. Anguish just trying to toy with them. The heads up work from Jellison there to turn around and check on this. To even consider the chance. Perfect as Anguish now. A 1v3 needed. And for LaRock, you can just readjust towards main. You can play that corner. He knows that the time's not on his side. So he plays the timing right. Anguish forced to go for a safe plant if he can. Oh, this is such a hard position to play out of Anguish here. Yeah, too many angles, too many areas to play back in. We've hit the gun round and Pacific have hit back.
Very good round there from Pacific to be able to convert like that. They knew, hey, wait a minute, didn't this Sova drone up Cat? Where's this guy at? He hasn't peeked yet. But also I love, as soon as they saw that Jet poker toes out through that B main, he got excited, sent that dart out, got that Odin spam, and really shut down the approach. But because that drone made it all the way up through Cat, saw nobody, they thought A was clear. They did not expect the push all the way through main, all the way to top middle to create this crossfire at middle Cat and middle Cat and top mid. there was nobody on Cat anyways, but good enough.
A little bit of a switch up in setup. So a high focus on the traps and trips towards B main, but they're going to readjust the camera deeper towards Pizza. But this does give room for them to close in. This could be a really quick pinch through market. You can easily get overwhelmed here. And it feels like the obvious adjustment, right? You run into the nuisance of the Cypher setup on towards B main. You're going to be looking towards Cat. You're looking towards middle. You're looking towards the rest of the map. But now I think David even trying to eye up that camera. Yeah, aware that they might have gone for a switch up here. Darts again. There is nothing there this time. And it will be the camera. See when they... There we go. That's the information. That's one spotted. That's a big tell already.
Look at Benny's positioning over B, who has to run it back. Spike still down, would need to be recovered by one of these players. Looks like this is the B hit that wants to come into play, maybe potentially through market, but already clearing out A main from Pacific. They're going to know. They're going to get the smokes and everything ready to deal with this.
But I quite like the adjusted trip as well from Cellison. Already going to be putting that over towards market. And that's just been either removed or taken back, but still makes it trickier. Feels like they've got a good read here, but 25 seconds is getting very late in the day. An Element looking for a reward through middle, and he doesn't get it. Larocque clears him. Quick through Cat. They try and make the damage happen. Chelison's gone down, but Pacific still holding the line. They can't get out through main. The choke point is being absolutely strangled, leaving Vince unable to find value through mid here. And Pacific with a really nice hold. This puts all that pressure back now on CGN to come up with a plan. I want to see what they want to do here. That Cypher is enough of a nuisance that going for those late hits towards B just don't look as viable.
I love the little switch ups that Pacific's doing right now. As soon as they start hearing all the noise from CGN, moving around middle, moving around B main, destroying all these Cypher trips with the shocks, they switch up, they move the trip away and put a camera to watch the position instead. But the activity and proactivity to get into A main, to cut the map down, to know where exactly CGN is only able to go, and then they move perfectly, come back into position so that he can be part of the pack, part of the fight. They lose a lot of value losing the turret goes down, the alarm bot goes down, you still have two mollies left. But with the Cypher, it's like one shock, the trip goes, and you have to decide, am I going to use this as a kill trip to kill them as they're trying to execute into the site? Or am I going to use this for information so that we can put more players to defend instead? With a Killjoy, you can cover a lot of ground and then still have the mollies on top of it. So that's a little bit of a change up that they have to deal with. But Comeback has enough economy to get an operator in play. And he's probably going to move around with this a lot.
Yeah, we were kind of complimenting how Element was really versatile, at least on Abyss. When, we saw the presence towards, both sides of the map in middle. He was really predicting that positioning well and generally got the number of comeback. But money, financially looking a little bit smoother for Pacific, so they can get that on the board nice and quick. And it looks like they want to set him into motion here. So, gets bailed out from that. And maybe a read, maybe just a heads-up choice that they know that operator could be out, so you're expecting it. You know you're up against someone like Comeback who'll lean towards it. It just looks like a bit of a default here, Josh, just getting the feel of the map.
Spreading the wings a little bit. Getting clipped.
Yeah, that's dangerous as well, kind of playing those positions through middle. I quite like they tried to close the gap, but Comeback's quick. This guy's not going to let that slip. A double stack towards main as well. Vince could get so punished. This is, being an Astra player is horrific sometimes. It's too complicated for me. I'm a simple creature. Davi, though, does get to slip ahead. The double stack still works out, though. So they've been rewarded for that position, that proactivity towards A main. And, well, the paranoia, a little early, but it's fine. It gives them that safety to take this angle, to control this map as they have been doing. And those trips are still in play. So they have to give away the game wherever they want to go.
Pacific are going to run their attack side, kind of in the same 1-3-1 split a lot that we're seeing from CGN here as they try to make something work in this 2 versus 4. Crossfire with the Odin on site.
Well, maybe they could isolate Rose.
Right here.
But I like this swing around through Cat. I actually really like that. Being proactive maybe, but, backing yourself, calling your own number up. But it has given CGN an opportunity, and the opportunity's dwindling. Loiter closing in now. Benny, you got to go big here. Has util, has a flash, has the wall, has the molly, has a lot to play with. They've already gone so close. This is where it gets dangerous. They now know Flash is good. Can he get a kill? Not yet, and not at all. There was a chance there, and it fell away pretty swiftly. The Fuse going to come through. Pacific again, showing dominance once these gun rounds hit. And I've been very impressed with the versatility. We were question marking. How does this Cypher look for them? Well, so far it's given them a lot of safety. And now we've seen the operator on top of that. Pacific look in control here, Josh.
As soon as they spot all these players towards middle, they get that first pick, they confirm that Sova's there droning as well, and they get proactive at A main. It's really throwing a thorn in the side of CGN, unable to get any space, and Astra going down as well. But I actually don't agree with you about that push on the Cypher up. You call it Cat, I call it Lane. It's a better play with 20 seconds left, and you got that crossfire. It's better to play Boathouse because you have that defensibility, and you're like, oh, it's so hard to punish that, especially when you have your teammates rotating to establish a crossfire. Because if you push out and you get killed right there, that round gets close.
How are you going to get a VCT contract if you don't make big plays?
True, actually true. If he walked up and got both in the back there.
Yep. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, okay, look, if you're being a smart man,
this is
sure.
EMEA, not NA, okay?
Yeah, my bad. That's on me. That's it. You know what? I heard your accent. I got a little confused.
True, yeah,
you
my
know,
bad.
it's see some flashy jet plays. I got a little lost. And I may stay lost in the source of element keeps doing this. Loiter just gets absolutely backhanded, and they found a new way forward. Straight up Cat. You know what? We don't like the Cypher. Cool. We'll just go to the other side. Oh my god. The Rock is still so nasty, but they have numbers here. And these fights, they're risky. And now we've got a 1v3. Jelson is going to be noted over towards Cat, over towards Short very early on. Clearing up through past tree. He knows there's a good few on site, but he has no idea if someone slipped through towards main, if someone's late wrapping heaven. So many unknowns make it so hard to play back through. Good adjustment from CGN, pivoting right up catwalk, getting straight up through and pressuring A.
That end around, the 3 versus 1, do you see how they're all on the exact same angle? So as soon as he comes out that doorway and tries to peek that first player, right here, all 3 of them can see him. That is perfect positioning. You love to see that. Close out the round, and 8 ultis available on the board, and 1 orb for the KO and the Sova to get 10 ultis on the board. But it looks like a standard.
Oh, speaking of ults, there's one. Paranoia. Oh, CGN, beautiful. Rewards through middle, rewards on site. They've had everything they wanted there. You couldn't ask for a better start. You've taken away 2 of the impact players, the 1-2 punch. But there's quick rotations. This isn't as simple as it's over just yet. A divide going through as well. Plenty of ults invested here. Maybe a pop flash, but Vince is controlling it well. Takes away Rose, removes the rock. The site is theirs, and as is the round. This is the adjustment. Punish that A site. Get up, Cat. Get in their faces. It's working.
That was a good piece of misdirection. Sending that Phoenix from the front kind of took everyone's attention away. And then on top of that, he got that opening kill onto the Omen. It's a free site. We're seeing CGN taking the lead here. And again, I have to come back to it at some point this game. How much is changing to that Cypher from the Killjoy, impacting their game plan? Part of it was the ability to let Comeback move around the map with his operator to wherever he thinks CGN's going next. And there was so much heads up. They would get such an early alert to what's going on, but now it's almost like they have to sacrifice so much space. And that A main adjustment by pushing in, being proactive as soon as CGN spotted out in middle, spotted out at B main, cool, that's nice and all. But what happens when they are A main and they're also middle? Who's there watching these gaps?
That's hopefully a question they're going through now. Yeah, they've got to find an answer to this. It was the first kind of hit back from CGN after having a couple of rounds really punished on towards them. So now we have to see the answer back again from the other side. But this probably isn't the round we're going to see it in. Yes, there's ults galore, but you can imagine that you're waiting for that big gun round to come in. So this could be another good chance for CGN to stretch the lead a little, get up to 5. And yeah, we can question the validity of the Phoenix on the defending side, you know, and all of that once we get there. But for now, they are very much in the lead, and Element is thriving. His head-to-head against Comeback, he's been on it. Now, we've already seen contact there. Vince should be on red alert. Already those knives are out for comeback. You got to respect that to an extent.
CGN running actually away from it, letting them have the space to go B instead.
Beautiful. That was lovely. Elements, a barrel. Ooh, hold on. Rose. That's an attempt there. Nothing to be really found, and comeback's fallen. This opens up the other side of the map once again.
This is a little premature from PCF. They had this round, I think, in the bag.
Yes.
And I was about to say they have 5 ultimates online on a round like this where they have to potentially do some mixed low economy buy, but an overcommitment, an overinvestment, and an over-rotation. CGN has a free A site, just Rose here to defend.
Oh,
spotted and Hunter's Fury for him.
How long does he get to live? Rose? Okay. Fair enough. Still alive. Cavalry on the way, 35 seconds. Now it's getting a little bit dangerous. You're going to be seeing the lockdown to try and alleviate that pressure, to remove that stress. The clock becoming less of an issue in that regard. Does Rose manage to be outside of it? I think they do, actually, sitting towards Hell in just the cubby. And almost a pre-take there, but CGN so aware of the swing. Ready and waiting. They get everything they wanted, but that got a little dangerous. But I think a missed opportunity there for Pacific, Josh.
I think it's almost a missed opportunity. Like, either side that lost that round would have been a missed opportunity.
Yeah,
the side of CGN at the end there, one smoke on main from Pacific right here on this swing, they could actually stuff them at the choke point. There's no time to rotate anywhere else. But for the side of Pacific, you're right. They had the advantage. They had the rotation, a premature Hunter's Fury, an over rotation from Loida teleporting to the back of B site and leaving Rose on his own over towards that A site, losing comeback on the cat peak. You're absolutely right. I think a sloppy round from both sides and CGN narrowly coming out on top.
And once again, they've navigated up catwalk, already looking to maybe pressure towards tree. They've shown a little presence towards being like that. That draws over the additional body, but the timing is... Oh, Josh? I've witnessed something I shouldn't have seen. That was very unpleasant. And
that was very brave. I like it.
You like that one, do you? That's the one you're into?
Yes.
All right, you know,
Respect.
masochist. And now 4 players pouring through. Oh, dearie me. I thought that was going to be the perfect paranoia. But Vince may be close enough or simply just in a line, saw the traces and got the damage. But a 2v3 is far from impossible. There's LaRock starts working back through, but Element's position is strong. But Loiter gets the trade. And now the plant, look at the HP on Vince. He's down so damn low. 11 HP. The timing, gorgeous for Vince. Perfectly done in the end. Handled the pressure so well after this round got turned on its head.
3-6, the round lead builds, and you have to look back at Abyss and look at how close that game got for Pacific's map pick. And now you're going into CGN's map pick, and they're looking really clean. Remember, this is usually a defense-sided map. With the way that the choke points work, you really have to get involved at middle. That's something that Pacific does really well, but they also sometimes, you know, I look at Pacific, their team that on their attack, they use the entire map, but the thing I don't like about it is sometimes it's all at the same time. So being able to do these bite-sized things, use the map, but do it together is going to be something I look forward to for their attack side. But for now, they still got a few more rounds of defense here that they need to close up on.
Vince one off from the ult. Element's got his. And of course, the money shot to pieces. Deep camera towards B main. That could be cleared pretty quickly. Benny, yeah, very aware. But hard to read into this. We know that CGN play the whole map out. And they're playing very patient here. Maybe trying to eye up if there's a stack or if someone's being proactive. Pretty much holding a very standardized default. Starting to get a little bit more curious towards B. Gonna get a smoke invested over there. A trip can be broken very comfortably as they're already closing in up catwalk.
So much space taken from Benny here.
Surely Benny's
Potential
good for
punish.
that. Yeah.
Ellison, he popped his cage to get away.
Yeah.
Closed the door.
Feeling it. Feeling they're getting closer. That's a horrible feeling. The door's being broken. You knew they were towards main. Luckily, someone managed to slip through. Who was that? Actually, getting towards side was Rose. Very surprised. A good flash, though. Should have completely blinded Ellison, but they didn't check it. Could have had a little glimpse there. Maybe eyes drawn, big ult. Time now running low. 10 seconds. Come back. Pierce through the site. 10 seconds and counting. They are running so low on time here. Loiter can close in. They don't even need to. The spike was dropped. A disastrous round in the end for CGN.
Congrats, CGN. You guys played yourselves there. I was in the process of thinking about the way that Pacific is losing that control over B main. Normally they could have a killjoy there, right? And then the way that CGN has to play, they only have that one initiator. They walk around, try to do these contact rounds. An operator stuffs that. If they're trying to take B main, a killjoy turret plus a dart Odin spam on that trigger stops that. But right now, Pacific, they can't get their economy in line, and they don't have that killjoy for that advanced input towards B main. B main's lost, but CGN, they take so long into that round, they allow that flood to come in, and they run out of time, spike down, and aren't able to get into the site there.
Those small mistakes can close the scoreline up again. You got to say that overall, CGN have had a really nice approach to this and playing it well. You're looking at an element up against comeback head-to-head on Cat again, over towards Tree here, potentially Loiter. Gonna have to evacuate sooner rather than later. Oh my god, Element. A labored spray, but he's rewarded, and on the second glance, not gonna get the third, but Loiter is now in a bit of a pickle. He's got players left, right, and center. Rose has slipped over. Do they expect Benny to be here as well? A deeper angle, but Rose finds the reward as the re-smoke towards main. The paranoia primed. And if you're looking at Celestin, he's still got the camera towards middle. He's still got a trip towards that B site.
They're going to Astro Well across the site for the plant. They were thinking about it.
I'd have preferred that.
They might still do it as a fake to slip up Cat and get the backstab.
Does Rose turn attention away? The silence feels deafening. You feel like they're up to something, and now they know. Anguis gives it away. The split push towards the site. Loiter looks towards short C's too. Now knows that they've been split to pieces. Loiter looking to try and focus towards that tree side. Paranoia goes there, but what do you do with this? You're kind of stuck here, hoping you could get one, and you can't. Now Shellison is locked out from this in more ways than one. Divide in play, lockdown ticking through. It took a lot of the odds, Josh, but it's got them what they needed.
Got them exactly where they needed to be. Jellison realizes the situation. He's going to save, give up that 7th round in favor of CGN, and almost looking like that first map scoreline. The 8-4 half, potentially, if they're able to keep this momentum going forwards. No real solution from the side of Pacific at the moment. An Element doing what he does best. We saw it a little bit on Abyss as well, with him going for those solo opening duels on the A site there. And here, up Catwalk with just a smoke. And he's able to take those fights, gets the first one on short, gets the second one on A site, and that opens up the floodgates for the rest of the team.
Oh, you're spot on. He's such a can opener. You know what I mean? Like, he'll find you that pick. He'll find you that player. He'll open up so much space. We've seen it not only on towards comeback, sure. That has been an ongoing fight over towards Catwalk in middle, but we've seen it here. Catching LaRock here off that little bit of pressure over towards A main. I love the timing of this. Element really making it hurt. It's the timings that he strikes that makes it so difficult. And he punishes these attempts. Rose didn't realize he got caught with the switching over to the Owl drone there. Thought he might be a little more on his toes on that one, but still. 4-7. Yeah, it's starting to slip away from them here. CGN giving themselves exactly what you'd want to see for themselves. A little bit of stability after a very hard map one, and arguably a map for them that's been read a great deal, but they still find value on. Pressure up mid straight away. Benny. They've already cleared that question mark, and they've caught Benny for it too.
Anguist also falls. 3 versus 5. They have weapons, but a Bucky on a Rose. But instead of going into the site, they take Garden here. They're forcing the fights.
They're trying to. But now look at them just held back by Tree. Rose getting curious. Element waiting. Oh, sharp as hell, Element. So nasty, and CGN playing this so well. You thought they were caged. They're not. Jellison, the only one to keep them alive, but Vince is the one to hopefully tip those scales for CGN here. The rock down desperately low. 3 HP. And Vince, no subtlety about their approach, deciding to sit towards hell. Unsure of the next step. Can Rock quietly do this? Still got a flash. Still got a knife. And he goes for the drop, and he's been punished on it so quickly. Vince keeping CGN in the lead here, 8-4. This is the half they would have dreamed of. After a difficult abyss, this is what they were hoping for. But can they stick the landing? Can they close out map 2?
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Four to 8. Some really close rounds throughout this half, Josh, but it was CGN who made it count, who made it work. We were questioning the switch up of the Cypher. I'm not against it still, but this is where it gets incredibly difficult to find that value as well. What are your thoughts after the first half leading into the second now?
I just see a couple of 1v1 rounds for Vince, a 3-on-5 that to wrap up the half there. It looks like Pacific is a little bit uncomfortable at the moment. I would like to see them be able to go into their game plan of 1-3-1ing, taking that middle space, utilizing all the lanes to end the rounds instead of just straight up 5 through B main or 5 through A main. But right now, the confidence from CGN, the rounds that Element's been opening and taking these aggressive duels and winning them, it's going to be a difficult road back for the side of PCF. This might be a wrap for CGN, and looking for that 4 out of 4 pistol round here.
Let's see. They've been on it before, and they do it again. Already anguished. Oh, bloody hell, 6 HP ain't much. And I don't think anyone's saving you. No, Rose was hungry for that kill. Beautiful follow-up as well. But Element quick to work. Gets on in and gets on out. Jellison, I mean, coming alive a little bit. Really starting to hit a couple shots here. We're looking at Vince and Benny. Vince already noted. Benny, though, taking steps, taking strides towards the site. Complimented the likes of Element before. Likes of Comeback. He's up there. Benny doing absolute bits. Loiter, though, this position is going to chip away. And they know Laroc's on the site. But it's a nuisance. It's a problem trying to deal with that backline. Benny still desperately going for it. That should be. Loiter's going to try and somehow close the gap in time. I don't know if he can. He'd have to already killed Benny. And yet, that one's done for. How the hell did Laroc fall at the back of the site there?
He peeked out. He got too curious or too greedy for that information for that fight. But he realizes he needs to. That the spike's planted in a very safe position. He cannot deny that. He needs to make sure, like, his teammate needs to stay alive there. There's no ifs, ands, or buts.
Yeah.
And it's another round in a man disadvantage. It's a round that CGN should not be bringing it out. He just went to the stairs and fought. He didn't stay behind the box. He didn't stay boathouse. And CGN build on that lead. They take the 4 out of 4 for pistols this series.
Josh, I feel like I've played too much Valorant myself recently, and I'm becoming you.
You're becoming
I'm
me.
questioning things. I'm getting angry about things.
You're becoming stream me.
Yeah, exactly. It's not a good look. I need to get put.
I hate stream me.
I'm gonna get put back in my cage, but we do see a 4 spy, so I'll pay attention for now. Does it get what it wants? CGN sitting deep, expecting a little bit of pressure through from Tree. But Element, again, Element is always there. He's omnipresent, it feels like. You can't get away from him. And this time, Benny with a 1-2 punch. This 4 spy has been punished. 10 rounds for CGN.
Well, I hope that they have a better sunset plan, because right now it's looking like we're going straight to that 3rd map. If this is the type of kind of calls that Pacific's making, you know, losing the pistol round the fashion that they did, it kind of sucks. But you have to be able mentally
Shake it
to
off.
reset, go next. They're trailing only by 5 rounds. Easy. Let's do a save. Let's get a gun round. We trust the process. We trust our
good
game
in gun
plan.
rounds.
Yeah, we've been good in gun rounds. But they do a force buy. They rush it down. They lose it. Now they're back to eco. They're obviously going to give CGN an 11. Surely.
I mean, a nice shot from comeback. Don't call me Shirley. I get nervous because, again, we know that in especially Ascension, give them a sheriff and they're a bit nasty. A lot of threats. Benny, gonna be noted early. You could see the attempt at his life there. And you're right, he does have running back. He can just get on in if he fancies. Doesn't deny the plant. And what do they have to hold in this post? Not much.
Guns?
2 sheriffs and an SMG. Gonna be focused towards comeback here. Oh, clean enough. Yeah, takes him down. Real nice. Rose, though, the unexpected element. Davi can't reveal that position, but Jellison will have to take the eyes off them, right? Like, there we go. There's the first bait shot. Decides to pull the trigger. Death should be next, but down to a 1v1. Time ticking. And that's the shot he had to hit. Couldn't quite manage it. Davi is there. And it's messy, but it doesn't really matter. It's 11, and I was about to call it Cologne, which it is. CGN, this close. Hey, it's difficult, man. This is where I live. All right, I'm looking, I'm like, oh, CGN Airport. Good, back home. But still, up to 11. This is, I mean, it's a dreamy start, isn't it? You get everything you wanted to. You get the pistol round. Hey, they run it down at you. You're converting here after a bit of a risky one. But hey, you've got to be happy with how they're sitting.
It's potentially the worst Pacific's looked in this entire playoff run so far. But you have to keep in mind that this is the first serious test. This is CGN's map pick, and it is both pistols going in their favor again. But you cannot let this impact the way that you play the rounds out and your decision making and your momentum and everything. Element.
But look at the confidence.
Did you see his head? I
don't think so. I don't think so. Okay, yeah, there's something up.
Yeah.
They figured it out. But in the meantime, while all this was happening, that little bit of a show over towards A, it is pressure up middle. But again, eyes on the spike, that's still pretty far off, and they have Anguist here. Playing very deep, perfectly done off the back of the turret contact, I think that was. But beautiful work from him. Cunning Anguist.
Shock also forced him to move, assisting that fight.
I just feel like Pacific just don't look like the team we saw on map 1. It feels very disjointed, but for now they're playing as 4, playing as a pack, just pouring in towards that A site. They make it past Element, and they've got the site, I don't say under control, but they've got the plan at least, right? The pre-take should be denied here. The molly from up top, Benny this time sends it to the right spot. And already out, peeking towards Heaven, 2 players towards Jen, stunning shots from them. Pacific finally showing signs of life.
This is the Pacific that we should be expecting right now, that 1-3-1 opening while this pressure is happening with the Omen teleporting around that A main area, creating some fake pressure, Cypher working towards B. They're sneaking all the way through middle and getting ready to strike. And here we see it work out perfectly. Maybe a little misplay from CGN. Vince is the only player on the site, but only one of 2 people towards that A area. And he's challenging all the way across the short to the catwalk players. And maybe a little bit of a misplay because now they have to do this eco. Yeah, they got the Blade Storm, but do they really?
Oh, damn. But look at the aggression elsewhere, though. Lotus just trying to get out of there. Bloody hell. He gave it a go. Anguist again. Why is Anguist so good from this spot? Playing in main is just nasty. Had to have a quick execution to the back of the head. But this one ain't over. Oh, my good God, comeback. That is filthy. I mean, if they heat up, Josh, if they just start hitting shots, then maybe that's enough.
I mean, speaking of comeback, it would be a really good comeback if they're able to break back into this. We're starting to see all the bits and pieces coming out of the Killjoy Ascent comp now. We see that Odin is going to be in play. We see the operator on the hands of the Jet. And this is going to be a big test. Can Pacific continue making their way back and continue working through this right now? Or is this where they get stalled out? Null point. Okay, yeah. Just straight up KO ulti, run to the site. How do you deal with the Astra ulti lockdown, though? That is what I look for.
That's true. That's very true. We'll see.
Hunter's Fury to
Let's
set
see
up.
what the plan is. Davi. Okay, well maybe this is it. The double
I think they're going
stack
to wall off
played
with the
back
lockdown.
up.
And then the Hunter's Fury is going to come to break the lockdown, maybe?
Waiting to see. There's the Hunter's Fury.
Okay, Molly set up for it. Oh.
Yeah. And then the
That's
layers
it.
to this. Jellison. That's enough pressure. They should pull the plug. Time to go. 4-man save.
Once
Is that all you
piece
gotta do,
falls,
Josh? You
that's
just
it.
gotta run.
That's all
you
you
just gotta
yeah.
run at the sites. It's so easy to play Valorant. It's crazy.
Well, with an alt command, there's not really much you could do to defend. Maybe if you set the jet up right up on that heaven line, get that first pick off, have that 5-on-4 to work with, maybe you have a chance. But they just did basically a 4-man towards B in middle, have Astra to spot the angle. We're playing the retake anyways. Like, why do we need more people here?
Yeah, and honestly, I like the positioning late up cat. It was a nice little kind of addition, just to supplement. For now, though, this is the first time we are seeing CGN have, I guess, a bit of resilience, it feels like, on this half. This is 3 now in a row. It's not just a one-off where you're like, oh, this guy just had a round. Yeah, those can happen. Now we're seeing a little bit of a string together of a couple of rounds. This is when you got to see them just lock it out, right? It's a skill set, I believe, to be able to close out games when you have the advantage. That some teams, just, it gets messy, it goes too far beyond them, and they start losing out on that gap that they could have closed on. We'll see if CGN has that capability here. Already, util broken in middle. Comeback taking the space, but the turret is going to be set towards, I think, Switch here. That does get dealt with. So again, Pacific doing that early work, going through the checklist.
Element wants to pick up that A line and send one of his teammates over to pick up that flank from Gate. Wants to place this lockdown. He's waiting for the commit.
Yeah. That was the goer. Do they force the issue or do they fall away? A TP back site. They're out of there. It's on if Benny gets interested. It's a risky play. The HP is low on a lot of these specific players. You're looking at Comeback, Rose, you're looking at Larocque. Jellison even took a lot of damage here. It's Vince, who's now smoked off, has to respect this and loses information on short, and it's a re-hit back towards this B site.
There's a Molly still on lane as well.
This could be deadly, especially on the HP. Good stall here. Buying time. They need more than time, though. They need to land some of these shots. Larocque already breaks on in. Davi overwhelmed, and Pacific sticking the landing. That is exactly what the doctor ordered. And 5 alive after all of that, Josh. I can't believe it.
That was a really good play from Pacific to rock the boat like that. They're going towards B. They get stalled out by the lockdown. They go back towards A. They cause the over-rotation. And then, you know, they run it back to B. And this Dart scanning 3 players kind of baited him out. He went for the spam kill. Didn't realize it was a 4th player that actually slipped right past that scan. And CGN, their lead is slipping away. They have both pistols. They're only leading by 3. They might have to do a low investment round here. Pacific is starting to make this look like a comeback. And the big difference between both teams there is that on a round like that, Pacific on their defense would have had A main control. If Vince was in A main there to set that crossfire for that late round, they win.
Small differences can have such impacts. And a critical timeout for CGN. Because when we talk about has Pacific been pressured, has CGN been pressured on this map? Yeah, they've had some decent head-to-heads in this in the past. But this is the first time I'm seeing, you know, a big string of rounds, at least, you know, to my eye test, which is limited. But I want to see how they adapt here. What depth do they have? You know, do they have someone that they can depend on to give them maybe a nice little set piece to bring them out of this, or just that overall ethos change that they may need here? Because it feels like we're seeing Pacific just kick it up a gear. It feels like they've lost a little bit of a weight of that worry, and they've just started to take duels, take fights, and honestly winning them incredibly well. So we already see the operator is out. That's going to be Element with an early challenge, and fair play to come back to try and pick that one up again, because Element has been winning until then. It's a 1-1 trade out, but they lose out on Loiter here.
Smokes for Jet. I know what trade I'm taking if I'm on the attack side. And it is keeping my smokes online. Middle surely has to be used, otherwise breaking through this choke point is going to be incredibly difficult. Still, though, a second player in Wine.
Oh, the high flash and the swing is so nice. Look at this work together. Maybe not a set piece off the rip, but it's perfect nonetheless. Lovely unison. They knew what they had to do there, and they absolutely achieved it. That's got them up to 12, and that's all they needed. That was the dream, right? They sacrificed the one. And they'll take that, because look at this again. Vince, you thought he was pinched. You thought he was done for. No. Beautiful flash from the Phoenix, and then from downtown, Davi's there. And you're up to 12.
Securing map point off the back of that, getting the operator in your hands on the defense side, you have to be happy about how that round played out. And this is the first time we actually got to see CGN take the fight as a team with a setup and follow-up. We haven't seen that really from them. It's been a lot of the spread default, and then as soon as Pacific starts making contact one way or another, it's really only one, maybe two people, guns out fighting. No real follow with the flashes, and we haven't seen the attackers run into a gravity well yet. So now we're seeing something different.
It's mad you mentioned the gravity well, because my brain didn't even realize there was an Astra still around. It has been that absent. Yeah, so this is looking like it's teeing up to go the distance, but that was a break in the trend. These were a lot of rounds in a row for Pacific, and that was the answer back from CGN. So, let's see. Was that timeout enough? Was that little lean, that little adjust, that little attempt of a pocket play enough to cross the line now? Or does it go back to that regulation we were seeing that was pretty rough to handle? Big old split here, though. 3 towards A, 2 towards B.
I like
want to
this
see what their approach
operator.
is.
It's going to lure Pacific all the way in. They're going to look for that opening kill. Comeback surely wants it. They might peek right into the operator. It's not at B. They don't know if it's at mid or not.
Yet to find it.
Pacific, they want to take middle instead. Actually, they're going to bypass it completely. They took that space towards A main. They have all of B main. Now it's a 50-50 that CGN need to pick. Is it A or B? And right now, they're picking wrong. As I'm saying that, Pacific's taking middle through tiles.
Yeah, what is... The timing on this could be a bit awkward, but it's fine. After the Aldron's been invested towards middle to post-up comeback, you're going to be seeing Rose head back around towards B. And the faith that it's going to end on A is insurmountable, it feels like. You've still got 3 players sat towards us. Yeah, I guess you could argue Benny is shouldering towards Tree, but these 2 players, Davi and Anguist...
This has to be a monster hold.
Yeah, this is really tough for them to be able to do. Do they clear Boathouse? Well, no. Okay, Loiter going to go down, but it's traded quickly. Anguist then leans out through stairs, but he's traded, and that's it. That's site 1. That's so difficult now. There's so much time and so much space they don't know about. You've already got Comeback looking towards middle. Already playing a little closer towards this. Maybe feeling they've already taken over that mid space, but no. They were just on that late rotate back through. Doesn't need to overdo this. And gets punished on that.
2-on-2.
Yeah, game back on. Maybe a little unnecessary as Vince. Yeah, I'm worried when I see this now. Let's see if LaRock's learned his lesson, or does he start creeping towards the stairs again? Underhand flash, probably there, but that's going to have to be a gorgeous flash. It had to have caught 2. He's trying to find some refuge in the smoke, and CGN clearing through. Diffuse is there. They've absolutely stuck the landing. We were worried about this map, and rightly so for Pacific. They ran out of steam, and they ran out of chances.
Some well-played defensive retakes from CGN, starting with that pistol and wrapping it up with a 2-on-2 of their own. Something that Pacific needs to be able to clean up.
Lots of issues they need to work through here. But they better get it ready. We're going the distance. We're going to map 3. Sunset coming up next. Don't go anywhere.
Last player standing.
In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals, whoa.
Let's go.
I got big dreams, I'ma do big things. Yeah, you see me on the big screen looking so clean. I don't move slow, I move fast, right past anybody taking life for granted. Yeah, that's too bad. I'd be grateful for everything that I have. You only got this life, you don't get it back. Make the most of it, become the best that I can. Everybody look at me, I got a plan. You gotta work hard, play hard, do it from the start. Cause how you do anything is everything it's art. Stay consistent and do it every day. Don't let fatigue get in your way. Cause 10% of something is better than nothing. You better do something if you wanna be something. I can feel my stomach rumbling, I'm hungry. Big things coming, I ain't bluffing, yeah. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough.
In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals, whoa.
Well, we're gonna go to map 3 after CGN win their map pick. I'm joined once again by Kukuka and Pilski. Pilski, you have faith in them, you have faith in CGN, and you were right, it's their bread and butter of a map for a reason.
Yeah, they have a lot of depth on this map, and I think they showed that even if they ran into a few issues. Whereas Pacific, I mean, we saw them a little up and down within their own kind of home region on this map, and we've seen them, you know, have some impressive results of it, and we saw flashes of that, but unfortunately did lose their second map in Ascension there, and there was some very kind of uncharacteristic plays from them. You know, people trying to make hero plays and individual plays where maybe it wasn't necessarily needed, which, you know, is a bit weird for a team that's kind of been dominating this whole competition.
So that's the thing, right? We expected a little bit of what we saw in map 1 with the back and forth, but when this rounds exploded, to have Pacific coming out on top, because individually they are simply brilliant. But as you're saying, so many of those duels were not really favorable for them. So when you go up against a team that knows this map this well, that moves around the map so well, that is going to, in the end, make less mistakes than you, they're going to capitalize on those much better. So we understand why CGN is good in this map, and they feel comfortable still picking it even in this circumstance.
Yeah, I mean, if it works for them, it works for them. We can see the experience diff. And also, it was kind of giving 2022 Turkish teams where their lows were really low. You know, it looked messy. It looked a little bit more chaotic. It wasn't as coordinated. But Kukuka, let's take a look at round 7 in the first half. Talk me through this.
Yes, exactly. This composition has a lot of things that I absolutely love, but obviously having the Phoenix is a great asset. So the moment that Benny feels unleashed to go on the push, Element just push over through short, and they have this crunch play onto the side. But there's also this moment of freezing where they have to clear up the rest of it, making sure that it is a safe spot, and using the rest of the utility. Even though the rotations from Pacific are already coming, there's a second layer to this with the Astra wall, loving the Astra here, why not? And then we see Rose just picking maybe a little bit off of timing. This is a little bit of the glimpse of the things that we were talking about, maybe Pacific not being so in sync, or not responding so in sync to what was put in front of them.
Yeah, and I think that was a perfect example of CGN's depth on the map. Before that round, like, they were actually kind of struggling in terms of info and the lane theory. Like, PCF was getting full A main control and they were able to stack the appropriate site before that, and that round was a perfect response to just kind of break open that A main control and break the A site wide open with the Phoenix ult timing.
Yeah, and what happened as the game went on, Pilski, if we take a look at round 20?
Yeah, this is just another example. You have all these set plays and so much depth from CGN. This is a perfect example of it. The Hunter's Fury across the map with the Phoenix Flash. You know, that's a nice little A main trap. They also had the Jet Knives where they dash deep up Cat with the Astra Star and the Gravwell top mid. Like, they have all these sneaky little plays that they can mix in, and that's what makes them such a good team on Ascent, is they just have got so many reps on it and so much depth. So even if they're running the same comp, it's still hard to prepare for everything.
Yeah, the Astra ends up being also very versatile, but that play also reminds me a little bit what we were seeing on the late Ascent Abyss. They weren't able to close that one up, but they were able to make it very, very close. So now thinking about Sunset and about the next hurdle that they have to go through to get this best of 3 under their belts, I hope that Ascent has given them the confidence that they need, because I love that the story for CGN in this map is we tried out so many things, and in the end, we're just playing Phoenix.
This is the thing though, if Sunset was map 2, I think I would be looking more towards PCF to be able to close this out. But for CGN, they've been on the alpha stream. They've been grinding 5 overtimes, not finishing a game until 1 a.m., having to play map 3, having to have that stamina. They've been there, done that in this tournament. And Pilski, the way that PCF has been dominating every single match, they just haven't really had this experience of what happens when they have to go to map 3 when things are getting tighter. So, I mean, it's looking good for CGN, right?
100%. I think they're a team that's been through a lot of adversity. You know, you've seen Dak going through play-ins, playing a lot of these tight matches. Like you said, some crazy long matches. And Sunset kind of concerns me because at least CGN has been playing it a little bit. Like they lost it to Mouse in the Dark Grand Final, fair enough. But they played it in the play-ins, beat PPP. They played it in the group stage against Desire, whereas Pacific has not played this map since they played in the Turkish League. This is not a map they've been playing in Ascension so far.
Yeah, but regionally, you know, they've been doing okay. I think that they should be excited to go to a new frontier. Sunset has been in some of the occasions that map number 3, but on the side of Pacific, you most likely will not make it that far. And especially knowing that the way that they were shut down in Ascent, I want to kind of think like how the mental is doing. Bear in mind also CGN is like getting all the pistols or getting all of the advantages, especially earlier in the half. And this is the kind of thing that will catapult you to just have a very good closing. And as you're saying, so it's also very important to have these very long, tiring matches.
Yeah, I mean, CGN, I think they're just ready. They've had the reps already on the alpha stream where they've had to grind it out. And like you said, I don't think there's been a single best of 3 yet in Ascension so far where PCF Kakuka has not won a single pistol. They have to at least start Sunset convincingly.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that individually, I do not expect many changes. What I do expect from them is to have understood what the idea it is with the Phoenix. I think that for Ascent is very specific on the retakes and the set plays that we just showed, but they need to be ready for what's going to happen on Sunset and how that duo of Element and Benny are going to clash onto them and probably not make things so easy. I feel like in many occasions, Comeback was shut down not only here on Ascent, but also on the first map, and they need to be aware of this kind of things.
I think the Phoenix could be super useful to kind of like initiate some of these rounds with the runner back, but I'm interested to see how they make it work on attack. Like defense, it makes a lot of sense to me. There's a lot of angles that you can use the curveball really well to try and fight against the A main or the B main control coming out from the attacking team and run some little traps. So I'm more so keen to see what CGN's going to put together on the attacking side. And look, we're not going to see any agent changes. Not even Pacific, who hasn't played for a while. Really keen to see them play this Breach Gecko comp.
I mean, you have to be excited, right? If Benny, you go 3 for 3 on the Phoenix, that's your usual day at CGN. But as Pilski was saying, starting off on the defense, I want them to be a little bit careful. I think that those retakes can be so much powerful with them. So I want to reminisce to what we saw on the first best of 3 of the day and have that kind of synergy going on for CGN.
Of course, there's a lot on the line here. A win here for either of these teams will secure a chance to play on land, play in Berlin Studios. Pansy and Steel, I can't wait to see which team is going to be able to achieve that.
Yes, spot on. I mean, the chance to make it that far, to go the distance, to get in person, get in land, that's what's on the line now. But we've had a couple of different looks thrown at us. I mean, we've seen the highs and lows, it feels like, from both of these sides now, Josh. But third map, where's your mind going now? We've seen a little bit of tape from both of them.
it's an interesting thing to look at. I don't know where my mind goes. Initial thoughts are Pacific. Seems like gun rounds, game plan, they're ahead with that regard. But then I look at CGN. I look at the start that they get from the pistol rounds, the extra buffer that they get from it, and then some of their late round closings. They're winning a couple of their defensive retakes, and sometimes even the attack-sided post plants. So it really starts with, does CGN get another pistol, or does it go to the side of Pacific? And how does CGN rebound if they lose it?
Well, that's what we'll be finding out soon enough. Starting out, it'll be Pacific on the attacking side, which then, of course, means CGN on the defense. I have to see what they approach with. See how that Phoenix looks again. I'm not going to take my eyes off it. Especially being in IGL, such a tough role to lean towards. But for now, it was an attempt towards middle, set a standard, put a couple of question marks, but they meet no resistance there.
Not at all. Pacific had all of mid, put that pressure on them. They're grouping, though, right into the setup from CGN. They pulled the players over to that B site.
They may have made a real error with this one. But let's see if Angus can actually control it. Going to be overwhelmed eventually from the util, but he still has players by pillar. You still have Davy here. You still have, I mean, yeah, smoked off towards market, but Elman can disrespect that if he wants to, and a run and gun works. That's fine. Denial on the plant, though. That could be huge here. Makes things really tricky between Rose and Chelison. He's now just down on one. Flash. And a quick kill. You're looking to see what he can get out of this. Already noted on the camera, too.
30 seconds left.
Gonna hear Vince, though. Vince, I need you to be on point for this one. Gets a little sketchy, but as the observers are highlighting, the spike not planted and very much down deep on the site, and time is brutal. You can't really stop closing the gap. Oh, and I guess it's a round win.
Yeah, but for who? CGN. they're able to close out this
good
round.
Point, John. We don't know. We'll never know.
That's 5 out of 5 for them. So they're looking real strong. And I like the defense they had. They had that cage ready. That as soon as Pacific wanted to come out that choke point, that one-way cage is popped, and they're able to swing out and try to stop them by seeing their feet and popping them in the head. But the problem with what Pacific did there is they didn't pivot properly. They had all the space at middle. If they had actually tried to keep that pressure, that space, and work A instead, they could have won that.
Yeah. Round 2 here. Pacific, you're looking at only a Sheriff with LaRock. UI giving spoilers. Oh, you know what? I missed online broadcasts. No, I missed it. I missed it so much. It brings me so much joy. But here we are. HP's not good for Pacific. I can see that much. And on the other side, looking comfortable. Already pretty much still in control of elbow. And no real access points to this unless you get a lucky shot on maybe Vince. But it feels unlikely, as so far, CGN have all the answers they need.
Looking like it might be a flawless round here as well. They keep, I mean, they have a Phantom, couple Guardians, and a Bulldog, and a Spectre. No pistols on this. They're going to have a really nice buy going into their bonus as well to be able to wrap this up. Seeing that Breach Gecko combo to the side of the attackers, and one of the limitations of a composition like this on a map like this, yeah, there's no chance.
No,
is that
I also just like the really early flawless.
Yeah, you can't get. Oh yeah, you can't really get confirmed info. Like, yeah, the Dizzy might send a little, you know, blurb out somewhere.
Yeah. Sorry, what did you call it?
That's it. A blurb.
A blurb. Right.
I don't know what to call it. What do you call it?
What do you Dizzy?
Yeah, Dizzy's.
What
does Dizzy
do I
spit
call
out?
Dizzy?
No. What is Dizzy?
Please,
what do you call
man.
it?
I've been
if you're gonna go at me,
so
what do you call
hard.
it?
Dizzy's Flash.
Dizzy's Flash.
There you go.
It'll tell you that there's someone there.
Yeah, there it is. Perfect. Thank you, observers. Dizzy's Flash. I can't say what we really call it. we must never speak of these things. But we're into the bonus here. CGN gonna have to try and work uphill already. First pick found, and comeback going down to a little bit of an issue. Benny, dirty little angle, but surely gonna be traded off, and he is. Back and forth a little messy, but hey, it's a bonus for Pacific. They're already happy. You're already doing serious damage. Maybe a plant here. Wingman doing his job, but Vince picking up Loiter. This is, I mean, devastating for Pacific. Maybe Larocque can do something wild, but you're looking at the timing on Element as well. And Davi's just trying to keep his attention. Just look at me, and he actually gets the kill too. So everything said and done, Pacific, I don't know what to say at this point. I think the UI is giving me
they wish Pacific could be 3-0 up and win a pistol.
Yeah, correct. I was like, I don't think that's what's happening.
I did a
It's
double
okay.
take there
We'll fix
too.
that.
But
We'll fix that. We're on it. We've got the best people on the job. Got them on the phone. Tech support. Hopefully no tech pause. And they'll get that fixed up right for you. But again, for the bonus round, you couldn't ask for a better outcome here for CGN.
You really couldn't. It's the start they need. Spike plan for the attackers. Maybe another potential gun round even if it's forced with light shields and vandals or whatever they can make work. Guardians on some players. But I liked how they had that middle space on pistol. I'd like to see them continue to use that space and then see what they could do ending with that middle. We know how good they could be on their Ascent attack. This map can play very similar to that. You look at that market area, same with market. And then if you're able to get through middle into that defender side of the area of the map, you can do flanks on B or A. It's a very strong. Pacific can do this.
Yeah, they certainly can. Anguish has been so good at this as well. But the pressure through market's always difficult to handle, but he does have support from Davi. But at this point, you can see the pressure on Pillar. They're trying to play through that smoke, trying to get him down. I like that. This is nice. Learning on the fly between Comeback and Jellison, figuring out how they want to try and take and pressure this B site. And in a round like this, impressive considering the purchase. You're not seeing pretty weapons here. You're seeing Stingers, odds and ends, Guardians. Ult then on top, though. That's from Larocque. Should at least catch one, note one. May not have seen Benny, but Jellison checking on it. Gonna take him down. Again, Vince and Element work cut out here, but this is beautifully done. That pressure on Pillar, Josh, was just fantastic.
That was really good. And I do wonder if that was a ball dropped a little bit from the defense. The way that Davi was trying to defend against that smoke that's on that left side of the site, and he just can't pick which side of the smoke they're going to come through. A very good way to come through that smoke from the side of Pacific, though. If you're ever trying to play this game, you should always look to what some of the things that some pros do. And the way that they kind of go to the extremities, the edges of the smoke. So if you come out two different sides of it, it's impossible for them to be able to get both of you. Even if he's pre-aimed for comeback, then he's going to get traded out. But Loita's just make that presence, and then the jump comes in. And that's off the back of Sheriff, Stingers, whatever they could make work. That's how they get the first round on the board. And maybe just reconfirms that, we're Pacific. We're here for a reason.
Damn. Okay, you got a little voiceover voice on there, Josh. I like that. 3-1 in favor of CGN. Ignore the HUD. Ignore it. We'll hopefully get that fixed up for you. And it looks like rinse and repeat. They found a solution. This time I want to see how this works out, though. There's still problems here. Element going to find comeback here. Plant is in, though. So a small victory in that regard. And they all fall back towards B main. Welcome to Sunset. The question is, can they pull this off, though? Can they break that back line? Already Vince looking for maybe a different way forward, but the timing's going to be... Oh, to get your gun out. Get your gun out. Loiter went for a stroll and found something terrible. And you're right, the paranoia is huge. And it does, I think, at least catch one, I can imagine. But they're flooding the site so nicely. CGN really controlling this well. I was a little worried after the site take itself, but the retake, fantastic.
That was so good from CGN there. A flawless round, but the way that they approached that retake with Vince going in, getting that smoke one way off on the box in main, that means that the attackers in there on that post plant need to be able, they can't peek from behind the box. They'll be at a severe disadvantage. They'll stick their feet out, half their body will be out, and CGN will win that fight. So the only place they could peek from is from that close line, but that close line is getting paranoid in the back. The entire line is disabled, and in that process, they converge on main, they get the paint chills off to clear out the cubbies as well, and it's just a wrap. And not even just a wrap, it is a flawless wrap.
Yeah, and considering this is Pacific's timeout, they will need to come up with something quite quickly. CGN, I think the desk was alluding to it as well, and kind of a back and forth discussion about it not being played recently. It was something that, yes, they played regionally, but we hadn't seen them really push to third maps or going deeper into their map pool. They'd been winning out quite quickly, so we hadn't really seen them approach this map specifically. And, well, CGN had. CGN, even in losses, at least have very recent reps in officials on it. They look quite well-rounded. It looks like they're learning on the fly. It looks like they're very much in control of things early on. Now, that can change. We have a timeout here, so it could have been adjusted. Hopefully, that UI does get fixed up for you guys. Still waiting on an update on that one. Again, if you're just tuning in, it's 4-1 to CGN. UI is a little backwards. So, you guys can figure it, though. Smart people. Smart people at home, Josh. But I'm worried for Pacific here, if I'm honest. It feels like they're so hell-bent on trying to break back in. We're seeing these stingers coming out, these sheriffs, these guardians, and a lot of pressure on Anguist again, but he has been doing well at this.
Playing for the retake here. Or?
Say that. I mean, that's a bold play.
What? Oh,
and you can see why. He stuck around. He got 3. Felt like maybe he should have fallen away from that, but felt confidence. Was rewarded on it. Now down to 2. I don't know how they're going to try and make this work. Limited on utility. Rock can't really lean back in that regard. So you're looking at the guns in hand. You're going to need a big couple of shots, and Benny already clearing one. Got LaRock left in a 1v3. And yeah, not going to happen. Nice attempt. But the retakes are good. Once again, CGN continuing forward.
If Pacific isn't able to punish these types of plays, Pacific, one player to defend the site. They've bypassed his cages, his trips, and he still gets 3 before he falls. That, like, if Pacific can't break through that, what can they break through? And I look at their comp. Their composition is the same as what Foot run on their Sunset. But the way that Foot actually play their Sunset, I like a lot. They'll combo up, they'll do these 2-man packs, try to work that B main control with the, I believe it's the Gecko and the Raze, and then while that's happening, they're also taking Omen and Breach towards that A side, trying to soften that up, get the information that way. Indirectly, they don't have a drone or dart. But here, it's just 5-man hits A, 5-man hits B. It's not the same. It's the same comp, but a completely different game plan.
Yeah, I'm looking at, I mean, the stacks here, though. We are going to be seeing, is the UI correct now? I'm nervous to say it is. I think it is.
Seems like
I think it's correct. I think we're good. And if we're wrong, observers, are you doing that? Sure. Love you guys. The producer also did tell me at the same time, but, you know, shout out to them. I like the little stack on A. I like the attempt at that, but enough's gone down that apparently Pacific didn't like it. So they're adjusting, and you're right. It does just seem like these 5-man hits. And Anguist probably still feeling pretty confident here. Still sticking around the side. Does now need to respect that. Can't stick around with that ult coming in. But he's not giving them much space. He's re-cleared market. He already knows that he's got, you know, room for his team to come back through. He's doing really well at controlling areas on this map, but within another post plant now.
5-on-5 at that.
Oh. They clear again, Anguist.
Pacific.
Yeah, again, CGN. Anguist is such a good player on this. I can't highlight enough. And maybe played into a little bit. Maybe Pacific needs to be a little bit sharper on it, but by all rights, it's down to 2. LaRock and Chelson again flashed up, forced away. Half's there. CGN in the driving seat in this game. LaRock can do nothing but save. Time to back away, try and keep that rifle if you can. CGN are not letting this slip. And I want to give credit that round to Anguist. You know, you question him sticking around maybe in that one before, and rightly so. He shouldn't have gotten away with 3, but he did. But even here, the pivot through CT, plays it back, finds this. You felt Comeback should have had that every day of the week. We've been singing that man's praise all day long.
One of the things I'm looking at, though, is CGN is so good right now in terms of they're hitting their shots and they're winning like all the rounds, basically. But the way that Pacific played that, depositing one close spawn, one like holding market off angled, where's the cohesion, team?
I don't know. It feels individual, right? Oh my god, and this is across the map. The UI has once again baited us, just so you know. The bait is back. Oh, we go again. Oh man, this is, it feels like I've got a fever. Already though, I'm just going to try and keep up with what Pacific try and do about this one, because you're right. It feels like they're not together. They're not playing as 5. It feels very fractured, very individual. It looks like maybe they're trying to pressure towards that A site here. Again, Vince, got to be cautious. There's a lot coming towards them. But a nice approach again from Element. Decides to stick the fight on one side and gets a punish on 2. An isolated fight, no trade. Pacific look in pieces, Josh. What is happening to them?
Could not tell you. I could not.
Yeah.
I can tell you what they should try to do with this composition. I could tell you. I just don't know if they have enough time to be able to learn it and implement it. But if they were able to scan through a foot VOD on this map and copy what they do, that's basically their best chance into this. They got to stop these 5-man plays. They got to start trying to diagnose what's going on. Maybe look for an early fight. Maybe look to soften up the setups, destroy the trips, pop the cages, pop the camera, and then go into whatever they want. They need to get maybe a little bit inserted towards middle. They're getting hunted instead.
Oh. I mean, I'm sure the money's pretty solid for CGN at this point, considering the scoreline now at 7-1. What a sad way for Pacific to watch this opportunity dwindle away from them after what has been a great run until this point, Josh. You know, I think both of us came into this quite excited to see them play, looking at how well they'd perform here. You'd argue they potentially had the upper hand in this series too, especially when you saw at least the first map, maybe the second, you could see a fight on it. And here, they're historically very strong. Lately though, that gap in time, whatever happened, it's not a pretty look. And CGN, by all accounts, are playing this out just right. I wouldn't say it's a one-man show. I wouldn't say we're seeing a complete, over-performance from anyone. It's been a very well-rounded affair. So, Pacific, show us how bad you want it. This is what Ascension is really about, is how bad do you really want it? You've got a chance to go and make it into those studios to make a real career of this one and come back already going to find, oh my God, Element eviscerating the one perfect start that they had, the one beginning that looked clean. And it's still a 3v2. It's still in favor to CGN. Larocque and Rose playing together, find something together. But Larocque on his own on the site. Rose sitting a little deeper towards B main. Individual fights, and this time they're being won. Leaving just Benny to clear back through this obstacle course. Wants to get a start on it. That's already going to bring out the mosh. Force him off. Does get half at least, though. How are you meant to get past these last two? Very difficult. Good flash. Could certainly help. But inevitable death is there. Pacific claim one back.
Rock and roll. They have a second round on the board. Back of Larocque and Rose. And again, it's a little bit messy.
Sure.
But they utilize more parts of the map than 5 people in one spot. God. Element with 3 on that showstopper. It stopped you in your tracks. Yeah. You're like still developing the round a little bit. Oh, there's 3. Surely that's a wrap. But no, somehow Pacific actually come on top of that round. And I don't know, like we talk about the story of Ascension. I'm thinking, didn't a Phoenix main team win last year?
Yep.
Well, I see a Phoenix in the mix here. Is that the painting?
I don't want to hear it.
The writing
I
on the
don't want
walls?
to hear it, Josh. I don't want to hear it. Because the thing is, how well did it go for the last team? Huh? Let's talk candidly. You're gonna bring it up. You're gonna put me back through that stress. How'd it go for them?
They're in VCT. What do you mean? What?
How did they do once they got into VCT?
They put forth their best efforts, and they brought out some really cool ideas. You know, they switched the Phoenix wall to the Sage wall sometimes.
True, and we liked that.
Huh?
The tank on the wall, I recall.
It
there
became
was
a
an
meme,
adjustment.
you know?
Yes.
Big talked about team. I think that's a success. What are you trying to say or suggest?
You just want to watch the world burn. You just want to watch the world burn, don't you? I hate it. I hate it.
Don't know what you're on about.
2-7 though. Davy. Okay, a little bit of util on top. I don't think it found anyone, no, but ooh.
I like this from Pacific though. They have that space at tiles. They had held that A main space while they worked towards that fish ulti at B main. Now they have a lot of map space. CGN taking a little bit of a gamble. I like this as well. Getting a little bit nervous, sweating because there's still no execute yet, but ready to pivot fast, either direction that the Thrash goes. That is their game plan right now, or to crush Pacific at middle. Here comes
if
the
they
reclear.
walk this smoke, feast or famine. It's on this. He's around the corner from the flash, but it's the rocket goes down. That's the ult silenced. And Jellison has to clear so much. Surely they're aware. Hello? Well. Okay, fair enough. You get a free pick towards market. Pretty sure he got spotted over towards tiles earlier on, so I'm surprised they lost track of that one, but still, 4v4, and Spike is pelting it. Now, for this to work out, Justin can't go down. If he dies, it's a little dangerous now. You can see the Loiter now trying to take back that space, find some security. That's dangerous. Oh my god. Oh no. Gosh, what is going on?
You tell me.
Oh, you're the analyst here, man. Help me out.
The rest alive. Play by play.
I don't know if it is alive. It's falling to pieces. We got fights everywhere. Now Vince cleaning up house. Anguish there to find Rose. It's messy as you like, but it's going to be 8 rounds for CGN now. And Pacific falling apart a little here.
Laroc getting thrashed in middle. I'm pretty sure he got his, he cast the ult.
Yeah,
and
he did.
It's
He cast
gone.
that magic
It's
spell.
gone. As soon as he cast it, he got just destroyed in middle. 2 market, 3 taunt mid, re-clearing in that middle area. And then you're right, they just completely forget about Jellison. He comes into market in the back, gets that kill for free. But then it's all these like individual overextensions from all of these players. And CGN capitalizes on it. You make the mistake, we're gonna put you down. And you know, that reminds me, we're gonna see Apex also kind of moving in playoffs as well. This is another team that's gonna punish you for making mistakes like this. So be careful. You don't want to let that happen. It's just, there's so much that can happen right here. So much on the line. You know, you're trying to ascend into that VCT, into that main big partnered league. And all these little mistakes, all these overextensions, all these bad reads, the lack of confidence, or just falling apart in general, not being able to stay resilient and keep that endurance, it's going to cost you.
Spot on the money there. And you're right, when you think bigger picture, you're going up against people like Apex who have the, you know, eventually will have that LAN experience. They won't make those errors. They'll, you know, punish you in those moments. But there's something quite sad about seeing Pacific just faltering in these final moments here, looking like a shadow of their former selves. I was incredibly excited to see these guys at full potential. And now we're seeing comeback middle of the board, not looking as explosive or impactful. We're seeing these fractured approaches that don't look as punchy. Remember map 1, how solid they looked there, but it's not over yet. It's obviously a game of 2 sides, but still, as it stands, credit has to be given to CGN, showing so much depth here, so much resilience. And here goes the ult. Hello, that's a good bit of info. Might have even seen Jellison, I'm not sure, but the quick flash, you might as well push it, why not? Try and make something happen, doesn't get it, but in the meantime, they're holding across the map, still letting Pacific just basically walk into their own doom. Now, Laroc's found space here. That could be valuable. And they're backing away as Vince re-clearing towards 8, and there's the impact. Finds it towards Anguish. That opens up chances. Wingman should reveal Element's position, and that's a shot. Individual impact, and it works.
4-3, market door closed. Vince on that flank again, but potentially another overextension here from the Pacific. If they fight, they gotta do it together, but it doesn't look like it's together at all. Disjointed. A 3-on-3. 2 sheriffs in play for the side of Pacific here, and they're trying to escape the site, but again, it's all just so disjointed. They don't know, they can't decide in or out. Pick one.
Gotta see that. Oh, God. What's going on? What's going on? I mean, do they get away with it because Laroc's just going to outplay them? Maybe they do. That was a saving grace from Laroc there, because that round should never have even come down to that being that close. Josh, I'm seeing really weird outcomes here. We're seeing kind of overextensions. We're seeing players under pressure. I think that's the fairest way to put it. Players under pressure making desperate plays. Larocque, I mean, saving them here is no mean feat. He worked so damn hard for that.
I think you're absolutely on the money with that. It's like, that was a 4-3 for Pacific. It should be an easy round conversion. It's all on the back of one player, really. Okay, they go fast with that showstopper into A site. It's Benny. He's going to get away here narrowly, but it's going to be a 5v5. And the thing I look for, though, is the fact that Pacific...
Oh.
They're going to be a down man.
I don't know. Again, you're talking about necessity. You're talking about walking smokes. What are we doing?
What are we doing?
Hey, this is the time where you'd want to tune into a mini or a sliggy, because if they're not telling you this is desperate plays here happening, mistakes happening, they'll be lying to you, and I tell you they won't. Shell's the last one alive, and CGN have been given this on a platter, and they'll take it with both hands. They're not going to let that slip. If someone's going to make these mistakes and look like they are crumbling in this, they will hold on to it, because this is their chance to make it through to Berlin. This is their opportunity, and they are not going to look a gift like that down. 9-3 on the half. This has been a one-sided start to this final map. You don't want to miss the outcome, because it's going to be the birth or the death of a team here in front of us. I'm still nervous. I'm worried. Get me out of my worries. Josh,
Okay.
tell me sweet little lies.
Rephrase your outlook. Why are you worried? You're worried because you thought PCF, they should have this in the bag. Oh, we're Pacific. We lost one map. We 2-0'd everyone else. We haven't dropped a series yet. But why do you think they deserve the win over CGN? CGN, they've only lost one series, and it was 2 14-12 losses to Apex, another team that's at the top.
I'll take that, but I didn't want to see them lose like this. I don't care if they lose, but losing like this?
Yeah, okay. I trust me. If there's someone here that's gonna get it, I get it.
I've been there. I've been through it. But for now, we focus. It's not over. We bring our minds back into the game. Pacific are 3 rounds. It's not much, but it's how they were losing is the bigger problem. That's why we're actually worried here. But look at this approach. This pressure through top middle. I love it. This is so pretty to watch. Now, I mean, whether or not it works out for them is yet to be seen. The Rock could be a problem. We've got pressure now coming back through. I like what the idea was from Pacific then to maybe take some space back towards kind of A main a little. But they're not winning the fights, and now they're down in 3 players. Loiter, Chelison being called out here. Now they've won the fights on the extremities pretty much, but Element cracks it back open, and they dash straight over towards B.
This is the type of stuff that Pacific needed to do on their attack side. Exploit that middle, make the defense feel very uncomfortable. Anguist, he had a free B site, everyone coming from in front of him. He never had to check behind him at all game. And now, about to go 6 for 6 in pistol rounds. Ooh. Unless Loida has anything to say about it.
Let's go. It's a 1v2. He's got 2 smokes still to play with. That's tricky, but it's not impossible. Heard a step on CT. Maybe. He's lost track, but a great shot. He knows where Vince is, but the plant is for Vince, and Vince should be able to play this to the time.
I have.
I didn't get
stick it.
Yeah. Well, there it was, and there it went, Josh. Feel like that was the chance, and it's gone. But I like the start of that round, though. I like that pressure towards top middle. I actually really liked what they tried to do there.
That was really good from the side of
yeah.
CGN.
One enemy remaining.
When you come from the front, everyone deals with it. Like 95% of the time, you're dealing with that stuff. So you're put in a very comfortable position of how to defend against it. You have your setup, you have your trips, you have your cages, your teammates are in certain positions that they can deal with it. But once you get up the guts and you start making them nervous, they have to defend from the sides. They don't know, do they watch B or do they watch flank? Do they watch A or do they watch flank? Teams, that's where they crumble.
And now, only a couple of rounds away. As said, for the likes of CGN, truly dreams on the line here. Can't be stressed enough. I feel like it's undersold to an extent, or not as considered as it may be, or it should be. The gravitas of these situations for these sorts of teams, to lock in that opportunity, potentially life-changing. And obviously on the other side, Pacific going through the feelings of what it's like to watch that slip away from you, to watch that trickle through your fingers. And chances are still here. Already Benny being set into motion. That's going to be Jellison in a little bit of a tricky situation. It doesn't pop the cage either. Opting to just try and slip a little forward. Quite like what he's trying, but again, this is it has to be huge, and it is. Jellison tries to do as much as he could there. Gives him at least a 2v3, but you look at what they've got left, Josh. It's a Sheriff and it's a Stinger.
Planted.
This is tough. Second force buy they've done. And disadvantage.
Okay,
but an isolated fight.
Yeah, but the HP now, that's the problem. And you don't get clean kills with a Stinger at this range unless you're from North America. And Comeback knows that. I mean, for an MVP, for a big player, the one that a lot of people are scouting, 5 to 13 here. And you compliment his ability to find space in other maps, how much impact he has. He's been pretty absent in this one. And on the other side, CGN as 5. Working well. And there's no opportunities now for comeback, and I think he knows it. As the round fades away, and 11 is gathered by CGN. 2 rounds away from taking quite the short trip over towards Berlin.
I can't help but think this is nothing but a game plan diff. And I wouldn't even put this squarely on the shoulders of Comeback, who, you know, everyone's been talking him up and hyping him up. And yeah, he was sitting at 5 and 13 or whatever he might be at, maybe 6 and 13 now. But the problem is the way that they've approached the map and trying to open the rounds up against CGN, it's just not, it's not a thing. They're not going to have success with it. And this is the result of it. A trap, ready, stun, and dizzy as soon as contact's made on the camera here.
Waiting for the stun. Ooh.
Look how far back they are. They're waiting.
Yeah.
Ready.
That's a good read from CGN. Maybe just expecting it or just going through their protocol list just to make sure they don't get caught out by it. Anguish taking the space over towards tiles. This is a heavy B lane. This is 4 players for Pacific posting up here. CGN slowly creeping back through. Oh, that's a big spot there. Dangerous, sure, but Element gets info. But I'm looking at this slow mid creep coming out from Anguish. Once he breaks this, they're going to be in panic stations. They're on the wrong side of the map, and it all falls down to 1. Loiter is about to have to go basically 1v4 with a Sheriff. That's it. You don't have support coming yet.
Can't fall back
Loiter
either.
trying to creep back. It lost all space. Loiter gambling that no one had crept through by elbow. No one went through top middle. Benny does eat the paranoia there, and actually the one way still in place. Loiter giving it a damn good go. Holding on to this one.
The flood's here.
Trying, and actually Comeback's now made it towards the side. 10 seconds. Pacific showing resilience. And now forcing Davi to hit a save. There's no way else to even consider it.
Wow. That was such a good play by Loida. I don't know how he just took the chance that nobody was coming from behind, but that getting that one way off, getting that opening pick, getting the reposition with the paranoia as well to stall out the enemies. The rest of his team was able to flood out and just stabilize on the round. They're able to get out spawn and link. They have that one way up, so they're able to freely swing that. That was very important and impressive. A must needed win. And I like what Pacific's doing right now. They're down so many rounds that they know, like, if they play standard, they're probably going to lose, even if they win 2 rounds for every round they lose. So right now they're taking some gambles. They're doing these 4-man stacks. They're starting to set up the traps.
Yeah, speaking of, right here, right now, the aggression being the answer, and it's rewarded. 2 big picks. They can fall off this if they want to. They don't need to outstay their welcome. They've got what they needed. Perfect start. Davi trying to find space in towards top middle. Punish that control on the extremities, and he might be rewarded himself. Takes away Rose, and now suddenly we complimented the likes of Loiter before for being that one-man show, but now it's going to be on the likes of Jellison, who's on the run, trying to find some safety to sit towards, as they've carved some space for themselves now, Josh. Oh, this is bold. I like it, though.
A minute to play
Maybe
with,
expecting him, yeah, in a different position off the back of the reveal. Didn't know about Davi, though. The plant's going to be there.
Flank, Anguis.
Oh, my God, Anguis, the timing.
The classic.
And there it is, upgrade found. Suddenly, it's game on. Big shot from Loiter, though, removes Anguis. They know Davi was the one to plant, but he finds a 1v1, and this is all he's wanted. Shock Dart goes in. 5 more seconds on the reveal, but still wants to stay gun in hand for now. Loiter stepping forward, the hero from the round previous has to put on the cape once again. But he can't do it anymore. It's 12 for CGN. As Pacific desperately trying to claw into this one. But now it's starting to really look like it's over.
Just when you thought they had the chance to be able to close it out again, CGN just in the back lines, a classic to change the tides of that round.
Yeah.
A great opening as well. Getting those 2 pickoffs there, getting everyone involved. You had the paint shells, you had the flash, you had the stun. You had 4 bodies involved with that fight to get those 2 pickoffs. But it's not enough if you can't convert the round. Series point for CGN.
Can they pick themselves up? Can they show a little more
chance?
Yeah, it's a long road back. It absolutely is. And of course, on the other side for CGN, they'll be feeling sky high. But there's ults here still for Pacific. They still have opportunities, and they're still going to try and make it count. Larok doing well. Everyone finding impact. They're still clawing into this. Vince and Davi, it ain't over yet. You haven't crossed the line. And this time, a stark reminder of that. 5 alive, upgrades galore, and they still have those ults.
7 more chances. CGN, their game plan's been better than Pacific's. Pacific showing us, in a couple of instances here, that they have some things to work with on defense. They have some traps, they have some aggressive fights, but they have some gaps. And CGN's been exploiting those gaps. They have to do it one more time. Even if they can get themselves into a 3 versus 3 in mid-round, any sort of 2 versus 2 clutch situation, CGN, since Ascent, has been coming out on top consistently with those. That is their ticket to that upper round, that second round. One more step closer to getting to the grand finals, getting to that arena.
And creep up middle. They found space here. They're looking to exploit it, but look at the adjustment. Look at how Pacific are holding this now. 2 players, 3 players dedicated towards his camera too, trying to swing off that. Do they try and fight back the space? They do. Come back, trying to clear house. And he goes down for it. How's he fallen? How did that not get... What on earth just happened?
Down to 70. I don't even think he had shields. I think there was just 30 damage.
That's unbelievable.
Swatted down. 4 versus 5 now as well.
Oh, but look at Rose trying to make monster plays and gets punished. 1 by 1, they're falling. Trying to be the hero today. And it's not happening. Loiter, Larok, Jellison, the 3 to try and keep them in this one. TP. There's the info. There's Larok to once
there you go.
again keep them alive. Pacific showing what these individuals could do, but they're not out of the woods just yet. Vince, Davy, still here. He's got TP if he feels like he can use it. He's taking a little bit of a walk away, at least towards B main, and now he's getting all kinds of trouble. Davy detained, and the pressure building. Vince with a connection, and now just down to one Loiter. With it all to do, the weight of his team on his shoulders now. As CGN showing resilience here. Even around you didn't feel possible, and it's done. CGN punch their ticket to Berlin and have a chance to make their dreams truly come true.
Masterclass showing. They won all the pistol rounds there, made it look so easy. A great game plan coming into Ascent, coming into Sunset as well. Just outplaying their opponents, especially on the gun rounds. And they have the closers to boot as well. So many rounds that came down into these 2 versus 2 situations. They knew exactly how to play it. Pound for pound, they're heavy hitters. Honestly, really well played by CGN. It looks just so flawless and effortless. Even when you look at the map of Abyss to start the series off, it was a 13-11. That was no small feat either.
No, you're right. They almost drew that back. When you look at it in that full context, and obviously for Pacific, heartbreak in their minds there. They can't be happy with the result at all. You saw them try and kick into gear in that final round, Josh, but it just simply wasn't there in map 3 by any means.
It wasn't. It was pretty much non-existent, and maybe a time to reflect, go back to the drawing board. Better to lose now than, you know, later on in the tournament when it can matter even more. Better to lose now than in the tournament. You'll have some time to be able to fix some of these issues. But
well,
oh man,
they're gonna have to go back to the drawing board. They've got to go back to the drawing board. But obviously for CGN, this must be a massive moment. So let's wrap up today's show with the analyst desk to break down everything we've just seen.
Thank you very much, Pansy and Steel. We will be joined by Element from CGN in just a moment. But for now, I've got Kukuka and Pilsy here with me. What a moment this is for CGN, and what a series, Pilsky. They fully deserve this win, and I can't wait to see them on LAN.
100%. I think, like, I was very, very worried after the way that first half of Abyss was going, but the rest of the series doing a lot better for them. I think that last map was a very, very convincing win. That's really going to boost up the confidence, and like you said, it really, really helps winning all those pistols, or like Steel said, rather, at the end of the game.
Yeah, and for Pacific, right, this is the first loss in the entirety of Ascension. We were talking about how dominant they were on the group stage, and they're not able to find the win today with a very, like, I'm gonna say lackluster, for the use of a worse word, of a last map.
Yeah, very uncharacteristic, I would say, from them. We saw a lot of moments that we didn't expect, but I do think this is going to be a good experience for them. They will have one more chance tomorrow to fight for a top 3 spot, and also the opportunity to play on LAN as well. And we talked a little bit about Apex earlier on how, I mean, even Soulcast said it himself, they're probably going to get a buff by the time we go to LAN. And I think it might be the same thing with CGN, given the fact that they have already played LANs this year, Kukuka.
Yeah, and I want to see them here in Berlin. I want to see the crowd supporting them. I think that we can all agree that we want Apex to have a very deep run. Like, if it's a final of Ascension, Apex has to be there. And wouldn't it be absolutely crazy to have it against CGN? After the resilience that they showed up today, I close up the last match thinking that this could have very well been a 2-0.
Yeah, I think CGN, a lot of the you know, hard yards that they put in really helped them kind of turn this series back around and stay resilient. On the other hand, for Pacific, they haven't really, I mean, they've had a bit of a meteoric rise, right? So this might be the first time that they've kind of suffered a few losses since the regular season of the Turkish league. They've been on a bit of a streak, a fair bit of momentum behind them, but they're going to have to kind of learn and recover from that loss. And I think maybe, you know, some of that issues of going into some of the interregional play and things like that, rearing its head on Sunset there. It's only really a map they played officials in the Turkish league, and then now playing a bit of a different style. It doesn't seem to really be gelling, and they need to learn to be more adaptable when things aren't going their way, or when a certain kind of approach isn't working for them.
It's so interesting though, because they get to play TU tomorrow. It's like finishing where you started, because only one of those teams can go through, and just the trajectory that TU has had since getting absolutely smackaroonied denied by PCF. I think it's going to be a nice little revenge story. I believe we also won't have Element. I lied, but we will have Davi in just a moment. Our boy Davi, of course. It's going to be interesting to see him back on land as well. But this is the thing, though. I mean, no matter what happens tomorrow in the upper bracket, it's fine. You know, the two teams, CGN versus Apex, no elimination on the line. There will be elimination, however, for TU versus PCF. So how are we feeling about this? Who do you guys think is making it out?
I think that it's crazy, right? Because if you think of Pacific, there's two ways this can go. CGN was just the better team. They dominated them strategically, and at the end of the day had a better game plan that they were able to execute. Maybe also, you know, being younger or having less experience in this kind of scenarios might have played a bad moment for them. Or this is just okay, we needed that loss, that is completely out of the window, and now we just repeat what we did at the beginning of.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see Ultimates on a bit of an upward trajectory if they can do a little bit better, but I'd still probably expect Pacific to continue through the lower bracket. I'm actually pretty intrigued about the CGN Apex matchup because I feel like Apex is playing better and better as they get on in this tournament, but I felt like CGN should have beaten them in the groups, to be honest, the way that game was going. Like, I felt like they kind of threw that game in the bin, and I think Benny said as much of kind of letting the Ascent game get away from them a little bit when we interviewed him.
I love how big of a CGN fanboy you are. Like but I think it's like it's easy to go for the the PCF. It's easy to kind of support Apex even. Whereas I think CGN they deserve more love. So I like that you're showing them that love.
I'm a bit of a nerd, that's why, and like when I see like some of these set plays that they do, like it just gets me really excited. You can see all like the hard yards and the extra work that they put in. So yeah, I always love the nerdy side of the game like that, whereas Pacific, is a bit more of a Chad kind of play style, just running at them, getting headshots and all that kind of stuff. It's fun to watch.
I am the absolute opposite. I want to see the youngsters. I want to see the crazy plays. I want to see who's being picked up in a couple of years. I want everybody to have eyes on them for 2 years, because I think that 2024 showed us so much about what you can do with an empty canvas with so much potential. Like, it's literally a giant canvas, that I want to see what these players are going to become in the future.
Yeah, I do like the thought of, because we're going to look back on this next year and we're going to be like, oh, remember when someone took a chance on comeback even though he's not even 18 yet. He doesn't turn 18 till June. Like, he's literally not eligible.
Do you remember when we went to the studio on Ascension, we had this moment where we highlighted the player that we knew was going to make it into VCT. I know that mine was Tomasi, so I was super happy when he was picked up and he was performing. But I cannot wait until we go to the studio and repeat that segment, be like, by the way, we are the #1 scouters, so if we say your name, you will get a spot. You'll get a try at least.
Yeah, mine was Kiko, so I think we both won there. I don't remember who the third one was, but thing is, I feel like it gets harder and harder every year, because obviously how difficult it is already to be a part of Tier 1. There's only a finite amount of spot, but it feels like there's actually more talent than there are actual slots, Pilski, at this point. I feel like you could pick up any of these players in these top 4 and I would not be upset about it.
Yeah, I think it's also sometimes hard to tell, even if someone's had a certain run or played in something like Ascension, if they're going to make it in the Tier 1. I think a tournament like Ascension is interesting, and we've mentioned it a couple of times, because obviously you are kind of scouting talent. But if a team like CGN won Ascension, for example, I'm not sure that you'd be looking to hard scout some of those players. They're winning it as a team. They're not necessarily showing some crazy outstanding individual performance outside of maybe Angus and Vince with some clutches and multi-frags, and then obviously Element's extremely consistent. But if someone was lazy and just looked through the stats for the whole tournament, you'd be like, yeah, this Element guy seems decent, but you need to kind of separate that from the numbers, I guess, sometimes.
I also, I mean, again, if CGN end up making it, and we live in a world where that IGL is playing Phoenix every single game, I hope that starts a trend.
You know what?
I hope that's a meta.
It's just a tag. Duelist is just a tag. I think it's mostly because of the ultimate. The kid, even though the flashes, you need to be in a specific spot. You can make it work, and we can get Benny on the studio to explain to us how he does it.
I actually like those silly storylines sometimes. Like at least down here in Pacific, there's a few of them. There's like this, Rays player in Indonesia who won the tournament only using a judge. In OS, they won the tournament playing ISO every single game. It's just like obviously lower level competition, but like when you're getting like a bit of a funky pick that everyone says this can't work, and then they win a tournament with it, it's just hilarious.
I just know that Angel's going to be looking at Benny's Phoenix and be like, oh, I could do that. Like, he's doing it every week. I'm going to do that as well. But let's bring in Davi from CGN for Post Plant. Davi, been a while. Hi. How are things? We haven't seen you since last year.
Yeah, hello. It's fine. We won, so I'm happy, I guess.
Yeah, we're happy for you as well. But of course, with that win, it means that no matter what happens tomorrow, you will be playing in Berlin. You were here last year, but I will tell you, it's a different studio. It's a different stage. So it's technically a stage you haven't played on yet. But talk me through how excited you are to come back. What was it like last year to be able to play on LAN as well?
Last time it was very bad, yeah. We lost the 2 games. So I hope this time I can make a different path.
We had fun watching you. We had fun. We were screaming "Saw" every single round. Yeah, it was good.
I want to ask you about today's matchup. How was the feeling going against a team that was leading their group, that was flawless? Were you guys scared? How was the preparation like going into this?
Yeah, we prepared a lot for them. In the end, we played our game. And yeah, my team was better today.
I wanted to ask you about your pistols. You obviously won all the pistols in this series. Is it something that you prepare based on opponent? Do you have specific pistol strats that you like to go towards, or do you like to kind of feel them out a little bit sometimes?
Oh, of course, yeah. We prepare them and we practice them on practice. Yeah. Zest and Capio make the pistols for us. Yeah, and it's working, at least today.
I mean, if you can't lose the match if you win all pistols, I feel like that's you give yourself such a great advantage. Here's the thing, though. I think we've been having a bit of a debate in terms of the standout players of this tournament, and I think heading into this matchup, we were very much looking forward to comeback going up against your teammate Element, and it feels like Element definitely came out on top. Do you have any views on what's it like to play with Element and how good you think he really is compared to the other duelists in this tournament?
He's so good, bro. It's hard to say how good he is, but he is the best duelist on this Ascension, for sure.
Okay, tomorrow you are going to have a chance to get revenge on Apex. How much are you looking forward to that encounter? You both won your matches today, so you're both showing that you're in great form. How different do you think the encounter is going to be?
I think it's gonna be the same, to be honest. I hope this time we can play like we played. No. I hope not. I hope we can play the same game we played like last time and close some more rounds. Last time it was good, but so much troll. Yeah.
Yeah, I felt like you guys were winning that game for a lot of it, especially the Ascent map, but even some of like the comebacks and the streaks of rounds looked really good. I also wanted to ask you, you guys have had a bit of a tougher road than some other teams. Like some teams just kind of hard dominate their region and don't really have to deal with losing very much. Do you think it's been helpful for you guys to lose in your own region and have to grind through play-ins and learn a couple of extra lessons, or maybe play extra reps in officials on maps than some other teams might have had to?
In the end of the day, it obviously helps, but I don't think that's the difference. I think the difference is how we can play with the pressure, because we come to Ascension, everyone has more pressure, and it's different. So
yeah,
it's about that.
I think I would agree with that. You guys have been dealing with pressure in a very, I feel like, efficient way. But thank you very much for joining us. Congratulations once again. We're going to see you in Berlin. I very much look forward to it. But also, we'll see you back here tomorrow. Have a good night.
You too. Bye-bye.
I feel like I'm more excited about him making it to Berlin than he is, but that's because he gave me a lot of really great memories last year. I felt like a lot of my favorite memories of Ascension was just screaming Saw. We're gonna have to come up with a different chant this time. Maybe Pilsky, you can think about it overnight, let us know what's happening, because I wanna be able to chant for CGN for sure this time around. But let's take a look at the bracket before we end everything, because we have 2 games left before we head to Berlin. So it's gonna be the upper bracket game between Apex and CGN, and of course the lower elimination match between TU and PCF as well. It's gonna start at 6 p.m. Is it CST? Are we still in summertime? I don't know. I feel like we are.
I think so. No? Yeah, I'm gonna say yes. And if I'm wrong, well, you understand.
Yeah.
Berlin.
Yeah. I'm with you.
That's on the graphics, so you can just say the graphic got it wrong, wasn't my fault. You know, roll out the red carpet of excuses.
I think it is.
I'm looking forward to this upper bracket game. You know, usually I'd be really hyped about the lower bracket and elimination because it's, you know, the juicier prospect in terms of stakes, but I'm actually really keen to see this upper bracket rematch. And to be honest, the way these 2 teams have been playing, I wouldn't be surprised if that's a grand final prelude.
Yeah, I agree. I completely agree.
Yeah, having the rematch with Apex versus CGN, I think is going to be massive. But if we are to say goodbye to Comeback and Pacific tomorrow, like, I don't know if I'm ready for this. Like, why does this go so fast? Can we go back to groups? Like, I think I need a couple more showings.
I bet you a lot of the other teams wouldn't be that sad about it because they can just yoink them like instantaneously. They're probably just pouncing, waiting on the sidelines. But yeah, thank you very much, you two, for joining me today, and congratulations to our teams that moved to the next round. Of course, we do have elimination tomorrow and also seeing who's going to make the grand final. So make sure you guys have a great rest and come back and join us, starting with Apex versus CGN. We'll see you then.
One enemy remaining.
Didn't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. Didn't know how man stay boss, man, I paid that cost, long nights on the job. Didn't know I'm a pro, didn't know I'm in the zone. Didn't know how man stay fly, man, I just sat down and I work rate high. Didn't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. Didn't know how man stay boss, man, I paid that cost, long nights on the job. Didn't know I'm a pro, didn't know I'm in the zone. In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone. With my king, got the blinders on. Filling my stack, yeah, high and long. Time is on, I am a bomb. Golden touch, got the Midas on. Man, I don't play, I'm on the way. Beast more King Kong coming today. Obstacles try to delay. Crush that, we don't just do okay. Hey, run away from the cave to make stage. I'm about to engage. Raise the price of my wage. Didn't know how man stay fly, man, I just sat down and I went rate high. Didn't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. Didn't know how man stay boss, man, I paid that cost, long nights on the job. Didn't know I'm a pro, didn't know I'm in the zone. Didn't know how man stay fly, man, I just sat down and I went rate high. Didn't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. Didn't know how man stay boss, man, I paid that cost, long nights on the job. Didn't know I'm a pro, didn't know I'm in the zone. In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals. Whoa.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. I'm feeling good, feeling great now. A hater can't play with my day now. Get that negativity out of my face now. In my city, I'm the man of my state now. Yeah, I'm living life to the fullest. Baby girl, you talking to the realest. Energy and joy, you can't steal it. Good vibes all around. Baby, tell me, can you feel it? I woke up, so I'm blessed. Just another chapter in the test. I know I'm doing better than the rest. Got a smile on my face, showing teeth for the crest. It's no sweat, I'm a vibe in my own right. Go time in the sun, yes. shine. So fine, got Betty on my phone line. Feeling good, feeling great. Good vibe.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater blind my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Put my soul on that beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal miracles with the lyrical. With the homies tryna pop like the cereal. Lucky Charms, got a model on my arm. Go watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks, I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes, but there's money on my mind. I see passion and pride, I despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. I'm just chasing my shots with good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater blind my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Friday night putting them plays in, but it feel like a special occasion. So let's go out, go blazing, hit the dance floor, let go frustrations. I might have a hidden agenda, but my intention's pure. I'll give you all that I got, and I hope that you don't need more. It's okay, just take my hand now. Damn, me and sweating your hair out. You got me creasing my sneakers. That's usually something I care about. Couldn't see the path, but it's clear now. You was in my dreams, but you here now. And I just want a little dance and a reason to change my plans.
All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me.
We outside, did you hear what? I called the ride cause I'm going up. And there's something mixy going in my cup. Don't say much cause they know what's up. You know it get cold on the late night. We getting all close like it's day night. You looking so fly, you can take flight. Now I got this feeling that I can't fight. Your curves got my urges flaring. You got me by the collar and I'm not caring. You see how the people can't stop staring. I'm trying to make you mine and I'm not sharing. Okay, let's bring it back a bit. She said you could have whatever if you ask for it. Well, I just want to have a little dance and a reason to change my plans.
All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air